Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of Sankala Foundation, I, Akash Chaturvedi, welcome you all to the National Conference on Eco-Restoration of the Aravalli Landscape, Strengthening the Aravalli Green Wall. This conference is being hosted in partnership with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, Embassy of Denmark in India under India-Denmark Green Strategic Partnership, eco-restoration of the Aravalli landscape, strengthening the Aravalli Green Wall. This conference is being hosted with the presence of all our esteemed guests. We are honored to commence with the lighting of the lamp. This age-old tradition is a powerful symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. May this light inspire us to embrace new ideas and foster deeper connections among us all. I request Shri Bhupender Yadav, Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Hon'ble Singh, Minister of Environment, Forest and Wildlife, Government of Haryana, Shri Tanmay Kumar, Secretary, MOFCC, Mr. Bharat Lal, Secretary General and CEO, National Human Rights Commission, India, Mr. Sushil Kumar Avasthi, Director General of Forest and Special Secretary, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, His Excellency Mr. Rasmus Abelgaard Christensen, Ambassador of Denmark to India, Mr. Vidya Bhushan Kumar and Devendra Kumar Nim, to proceed with the lighting of the lamp. I request all the dignitaries to take a seat on the dais. Thank you. Now I request Shri V.V. Kumar, Distinguished Fellow, Sankala Foundation, to welcome Honorable Union Minister, Mr. Bhupender Yadav, by presenting planter of a native species of Aravalli. Shri Bhupendra Yadav. Now I request Mr. Devendra Kumar Nim, Director Sankala Foundation, to present the planter to Honorable Minister, Government of Haryana, Mr. Hon'ble Singh. I request Mr. Devendra Kumar Nim to also present a planter to Mr. Tanmay Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Now I request Dr. Malvika to present the planter to Mr. Sushil Kumar Awasthi, Director General of Forest and Special Secretary, MOEFCC. I now request Disha Joshi, Director Sankala Foundation, to present the planter to His Excellency Mr. Rasmus Abelgaard Christensen, Ambassador of Denmark. Thank you, everyone. Now I would like to again invite Mr. Devendra Kumar Nim, Director Sankala Foundation, to deliver the welcome address. Mr. Nim, please.
Thank you, Akash. Honorable Union Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji, today's conference chief guest. Honorable Minister for Environment and Forest, Government of Haryana, Shri Rao Narbir Singh ji. Respected Secretary Forest, Shri Tanmay Kumar ji. Secretary General and Chief Executive Officer, National Human Rights Commission of India, Shri Bharat Lal ji. Director General of Forest and Special Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Sushil Kumar Awasthi ji. His Excellency, the Ambassador of Denmark to India, Mr. Rasmus Abelgaard Christensen. Senior officials from the Union Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Senior officers of state forest departments. Officers from various central government organizations and international agencies. Distinguished experts, representatives of NGOs and civil society organizations, representatives from research organizations, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of the Sankala Foundation, it is my privilege to warmly welcome you all to this national conference on eco-restoration of the Aravalli landscape, strengthening the Aravalli Green Wall. At the outset, I wish to express our sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, for partnering with us in convening this national conference. I also gratefully acknowledge the Embassy of Denmark of India, which supported the study undertaken by the Sankala Foundation and whose partnership reflects the value of international cooperation in advancing sustainable environment actions. I would also like to place on record our deep appreciation for the Haryana Forest Department, whose guidance, technical inputs, and field level support were critical to the study. Their cooperation enabled meaningful field assessment and ensured that the study's recommendations are firmly grounded in on-the-ground realities. We are deeply honored by the gracious presence of Sri Bhupendra Yadav ji, Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, as the chief guest. We thank him for inaugurating this conference and for releasing the Sankala Foundation's study on eco-restoration of Aravalli landscape. His leadership has been central to India's efforts in climate action, land restoration, and biodiversity conservation. We are equally honored by the presence of Sri Rao Narbir Singh ji, Honorable Minister for Environment and Forest, Government of Haryana, as the guest of honor. Haryana's role is pivotal in the Aravalli region, and his presence reflects the state government's commitment to protecting the critical ecological landscape. We are privileged to have with us Honorable Sri Bharat Lal ji, Secretary General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Human Rights Commission of India, whose presence highlights the important linkages between environment protection, human rights, and sustainable livelihoods. We are also grateful and thankful to Sri Tanmay Kumarji, Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. We also welcome the Director General of Forest and Special Secretary MOE of CCC, whose leadership plays a crucial role in strengthening India's forest governance and restoration efforts. We also extend a warm welcome to His Excellency, the Ambassador of Denmark to India, Mr. Rasmus Abildgaard Christensen, whose presence today further underscores the shared commitment of India and Denmark to sustainable landscape and nature-based solutions. We extend a very warm welcome to respected chairs of all sessions, to distinguished speakers of all the sessions, all the participants of the conference also. Ladies and gentlemen, the Aravalli landscape is a vital ecological asset, serving as a natural barrier against desertification, a regulator of groundwater, a reservoir of biodiversity, and a source of livelihood for millions. Its degradation, therefore, has serious environmental, social, and human rights implications. Recognizing this, the Sankala Foundation underscore a comprehensive study on the eco-restoration of the Aravalli landscape with the support of the Embassy of Denmark in India and the active cooperation of Haryana Forest Department. The study focuses on strengthening the Aravalli Green Wall through scientific restoration practices, institutional convergence, and community participation. Today's conference brings together policymakers, forest departments, experts, research organizations, and civil society organizations to deliberate on practical and actionable pathways for restoring the Aravallis. With these words, I once again extend a very welcome to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nim. I would now like to invite Mr. V.B. Kumar, Distinguished Fellow, Sankala Foundation, to highlight the study conducted by the Foundation on the Aravalli landscape in Gurugram. Mr. Kumar is a retired Indian Forest Service officer of the 1987 batch with over 3 decades of experience spanning forestry, wildlife conservation, ecotourism, water resources, and public sector governance. He has led and advised major national and international projects in collaboration with organizations such as the World Bank, ADB, UN, WTO, and JBIC. Mr. Kumar, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning to all, and happy Makar Sankrant. On this occasion, we are now releasing our study report and laying the foundation for the discussion and paving the path for the how to restore this important landscape. Can I have this screen? Yeah. Yeah, before coming to the study report, I must share what was the thought process that was coming in making this a study report. So we paused basically 3 aspects. First was whether there is a need for restoration of Aravalli or not. Why to restore Aravalli? Is it significant that we must restore it? And what is the meaning of restoration? Restoration is we have to restore what we lost. So that is very important concept. And if we want to restore, then what should be the model? Whether the current model is really working, whether it is a scientific basis, because the current model is basically based on the plantation model, plantation target model. So all these thought process has gone into the how to paving the basically design of this study report. And then we also examine the detailed action plan of the Aravalli Green Wall Project, whether it is sufficient, whether it is adequate, whether it is a right model, whether finances are sufficient, whether implementing agencies are adequate. And then the third aspect was the international big picture. What is the degradation and desertification scenario in the world, in the country, whether we are taking right action for that? So, if you see the context uh, of the big picture. So India has taken a lot of many steps to combat the desertification and degradation. But all these are the policy intent. Where is the actual plan on the ground? So this actual plan was missing from the policy intent. So all these three aspects has paved the way for designing a concept for the Aravalli restoration plan. So Sankala Foundation has taken that initiative, and we submitted a proposal. We conceptualized the idea, and I'm grateful that Danish Embassy has approved that our proposal, and we conducted the field study in the 4 villages in Gurugram district of Haryana. And based on the field study and our research and examination of all the current activities, then we developed a model which I'm going to present now. So the objective of the study was what should be the diagnostic tool to determine the degradation of an area. Then we have to develop a replicable landscape scale restoration architecture. Whether we should not only confine to certain area, we must develop a template which can be applicable to all 29 districts of Aravalli. And what are its linkages with the policy which is governing the landscape. And lastly, we must have a design for the monitoring and scaling and exit mechanism. So these were the objectives. And this is the pilot area, 4 villages. The area is forest area around 840 hectare out of 3,500 total villages. So we have selected 4 villages, and these villages have been selected in such a way that it represents the Aravalli landscape, because it has got a leopard corridor. It has got a wider representation of the Aravalli landscape because it was earlier a mined area. And sir, ठीक है sir. So basically, we have selected this as a test case, and we conducted the study, and based on that study, we are going to suggest certain model. So we selected 4 verticals. First was the socioeconomic study, then the biodiversity and biophysical study, and ecosystem services, and last was the diagnostic tool was the geospatial analysis. So based on these analysis, then these are some field study, the sites of that villages. And based on these studies, then we filtered what are the site-specific solution for that area. We also studied some 9 case studies, and what are the best practices, what are the learning points from them, and then geospatial mapping was our very effective tool. Based on all these studies, we developed a strategic framework. So this framework has suggested certain learning points. First is the ecological and biophysical assessment. So we found that the area is fragmented. It is around 20% is covered with the invasive species, and the forest area is actually varying from the village to village, and the least was in the Navarangpur area. And paradoxically, the Navarangpur area has got the highest literacy rate. So these are some paradox. We found that though it is a municipal corporation, but the forest area is least in that area. So what should be the site-specific solution for that area? So these findings will guide us in making a site-specific plan. Land use, land change mapping. So in the last 10 years, we found that there is a change mainly in the agriculture as decreased by around 300 hectares. Forest area has also decreased by 114 hectares. Barren area has increased, but the substantial increase was in the built-up area. So built-up area has increased, which is being in the last 10 years in these 4 villages. So that has culminated into the increase in the urban heat land. So that is one of the learning from this study. Similarly, from the NDVI, the vegetation is mainly covered by the shrub and herb species. It is not having a dense forest. And this drainage network and watershed, we captured around, in 2014, there were 41 water bodies. But in 2024, it is only 34. So there is a decrease of 7 water bodies in this area through our study, and which shows that around 20% water bodies has decreased. This is by numbers, but the quality of water is also very poor. So in the socio-economic study, mainly the villagers are 30 to 40% villagers are still dependent on forest-based provisioning, mainly in terms of fuel wood and fodder. Okay, so time. So I'm coming to that. But for any restoration, we must have some benchmark. So we have selected the reference site as the Mangarbani. So this will guide us how to progress our restoration project. This is very important that we have, through our case study learning, we found that there are 6 important intervention component that would be guiding us in terms of restoration planning. So we have added 2 traditional knowledge and innovation, which was not in the Aravalli Green Wall Project as a component. So this finding has been done through this study. And then we have selected 5 landscape unit, because again in the Aravalli Green Wall Project only 4 was taken. So we have added habitation, because habitation settlement is important landscape unit to have a holistic treatment of this that area. So based on all these analysis, we have developed a model for different 5 landscape: forest landscape, habitation, water body, grassland, and the lastly is the habitation. And we have defined the goals for every landscape. What should be the goal? What should be the outcome? What should be the output? And what should be the output indicator for every activity, every input that we had. So in a way, it is a very comprehensive model that we have developed. And the main focus was on the site-specific micro-planning. So we have developed a GIS-based grid system where we can identify the degradation. So we have identified red is showing the highest degradation based on our analysis. And then based on this grid-based analysis, we identified the area which needs for restoration, how much to be restored, and what should be the planning unit, what should be the monitoring units. All these can be designed through this GIS-based grid system. And this is the micro planning model that we have developed. And this is very comprehensive, and this is scalable. It can be implemented anywhere in the Aravalli area. And then we have, through this analysis, we found that there are 30 creative ideas that we call as a strategic unit. And we have identified 163 dynamic units. So with the help of a strategic unit and dynamic unit, we can create basically a toolbox and a treatment box. So toolbox and treatment box is going to be our planning unit. And then we, through this model, we developed a smart target budgeting and phasing. All these are in detailing. And then we suggested a terrain-specific restoration. We have identified around 87 native plant species which can be suitable for plantation in this area. And that is also terrain specific, which plant to be planted in the sandy, which can be planted in the rocky area and wetland area. All these recommendations are given. And we have also suggested certain innovative and site specific, like in Leopard Trail, we can have a bioswale on both the side, which can also have a rainwater management scheme and recharge the groundwater. So these are some innovation that we have suggested. And similarly, for the lower catchment, for the village area also, we have suggested this model where blue roof is very important. Blue roof through these techniques, biocell, and we can manage the water management in the habitation area. So, and similarly, we have suggested 6 SOP, standard operating procedure, how to remove the invasive species, how to build a capacity, how to build the community awareness, and these are all the tested activities that we have conducted in this village project area. And we have also come up with the 4 entry point activities. So we have taken Vondsi as a part of that area also. And this implementation strategy is very important. In Aravalli Green Wall Project, what we have planned at the landscape level, but at the time of implementation, we are only implementing in the forest area. So all the planning is diluted. Once you again segregate the area in terms of implementation. So we are suggesting every area should be treated at a time so that the concept of landscape is percolated at the time of the implementation level also. Then monitoring evaluation is very important because we have selected, we have developed a MIS system in Sankala Foundation for the Aravalli Green. We have developed a MIS system where every activity can be put on the dashboard and can be monitored very, very closely. And the USP of this project is that it is scientific basis, and it is comprising of the innovation and the traditional knowledge, and it is a scalable model, so it can be scaled to any scale. And this is aligned with all the commitments. So I will say that, and way forward, we have also conceptualized a Aravalli Green Yatra project, which can be connecting to all 29 districts for mass mobilization and for disseminating of the information. And this is the report that we are going to release today. So just summing up, I will say that we need a role of whole society, and we must visualize Aravalli from a different point of view. So we can see this as a archipelago which is consisting of different islands. They are connected through functions, not through physical form. So if we view that Aravalli from that point of view, so our problem will be solved. And thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, amongst us we also have His Excellency Mr. Rasmus Abelgard Christensen, Ambassador of Denmark to India. Sir is also a non-resident ambassador to Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan and the Maldives since February 2025. A distinguished diplomat, he previously served as ambassador to Indonesia, ASEAN, and held senior posts specializing in international climate and energy policy. With expertise in green diplomacy, he also brings the private sector experience as a vice president at the clean tech company, Danfoss. May I request Ambassador Christensen to kindly address the audience.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister Yadav, Honorable Minister Singh, dignitaries of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. India's enduring strength, I think we can all agree, lies in its remarkable diversity, not just in terms of culture and history, but also nature. And among its many treasures, the Aravalli Range, one of the oldest mountain systems on Earth, stands out as a vivid testament to this rich heritage. Beyond its natural beauty and historical significance, the Aravalli Hills play a critical role in North India's climate. It is shaping monsoon patterns, blocking cold winds, supporting rivers, groundwater recharge, and supports a rich wildlife habitat. And this underscores the importance of its careful protection and management. But unfortunately, the Aravalli range is threatened by land degradation with a serious impact on its fragile ecosystem. Land degradation is not a problem which is unique to India. On the contrary, it is a global problem affecting more than 3 billion people worldwide, also in Denmark. And the Danish government has just established, in fact, a new ministry with one single mission, which is to ensure more nature, cleaner water, and a transition of unsustainable agriculture in Denmark. So in Denmark, large areas of sort of lowland farmland with low yields will now be turned into forests, meadows, and lakes, and coastal waters and fjords will be restored to cleaner condition. So restoration, also for Denmark, is a way forward. And here in India, Denmark is proud to support the collaboration between the Sankala Foundation and the Haryana Forest Department in conducting this scientific study, which was just explained, aimed at developing a model eco-restoration plan for the Aravalli Hills. As Mr. Kumar just shown, the landscape in the range has undergone significant degradation over the past decade. Almost 300 acres of forest land is lost due to expanding urbanization, mining pressure, and rapid land use changes. Declining groundwater levels in adjacent residential and agricultural areas, and a market depletion of groundwater resources. And of course, this poses a serious threat not just to drinking water availability, but also agricultural productivity. So these are just a few of the challenges that the range is facing. Under the India-Denmark Green Strategic Partnership, sustainable urban development and water management are key priorities. And the plan outlined for the Aravalli Hills reflect the spirit of that collaboration. Denmark's own experience with nature-based solutions, watershed restoration, circular resource management, and community-centered ecological planning offer scalable models also for the Aravalli region. And the report's recommended approaches, revival of native vegetation, soil and water conservation, removal of invasive species, and an integrated blue-green infrastructure reflect some of the principles that are also guiding Denmark's own ecological restoration efforts going on at this moment. So we are very pleased to support these recommendations and to support the government of India's Aravalli Green Wall Project. I think this plan really stands out as a promising example of how international collaboration, local knowledge and scientific rigor can together help restore ecological balance and also build resilient landscapes for generations to come. So in conclusion, I commend the Sankala Foundation and appreciate the leadership of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and the government of Haryana for this visionary effort. This initiative represents the future, collaborative, sustainable and resilient. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Christensen. It gives me immense pleasure to invite Mr. Sushil Kumar Awasthi, Director General of Forests and Special Secretary, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, to address the conference. Mr. Awasthi is a 1991 batch Indian Forest Service officer from the Uttar Pradesh cadre and assumed his current position in early 2025. He leads national efforts in forest conservation, wildlife protection and climate change initiatives. Over to you, Mr. Awasthi.
Thank you very much. Honorable Union Minister, Environment Forest, Ministry of India, Honorable Minister, Forest, Government of Haryana, Secretary Forest, His Excellency, Ambassador of Denmark to India, dignitaries on the dais, the CP Goel, member CEC, PCCFs and HOFs from Aravalli states. It's a great day today when we all are here together to deliberate on the progress made on the Aravalli Green Wall Project. You all probably know that the ministry launched this project last year in May in Udaipur. And after that, the 4 states and the designated 29 divisions started working on this. Besides the ecological significance, the greening of Aravalli is closely connected with India's land degradation neutrality targets also, which focus on restoring about 26 million hectares of degraded land by 2030, while creating an additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons. We are all aware that our country faces significant degradation challenges, and we have around 30% of our land area, which is affected by unsustainable land and water management practices, faulty agriculture, urban expansion, and other such things. We all have been on this journey for last 2 years, and when we have experienced, I think today's the study which has been presented very briefly by Dr. Kumar about one area in Haryana, it clearly says that the community involvement in this mission is a very integral part, and our success depends a lot on local participation where livelihoods are tied to land. Keeping this in background, the ministry launched the Aravalli Green Wall Project, and that is a quite brave response to the crisis. This Aravalli Green Wall Project also envisions creating a 5 kilometer wide green buffer across all the Aravalli areas, and the vision is to restore thousands of hectares of degraded land through afforestation, soil conservation, and community driven stewardship. I would be very brief because I have a session later today when I'll be addressing or meeting again all of you, because we have invited all the forest officers who are steering this project in the field, all the 29 designated divisions, the senior officers from these states. So I would not be going long in this particular session, but I would take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to our Honorable Minister for Environment, Shri Bhupen Yadav ji, whose visionary leadership continues to guide India's ecological journey. The Aravalli Green Wall Project is a shining example of the ministry's strong commitment to restore our landscapes and securing a sustainable future for all of us. The Green Wall is not just a barrier against degradation, it is a bridge to sustainability, a promise of balance between people and nature, and a beacon of hope for India's ecological future. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tanmay Kumar, a 1993 batch IAS officer from the Rajasthan cadre, is the current Secretary of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, taking over in late 2024 after serving as Special Secretary in the same ministry. He is responsible for leading India's environmental policy and initiatives, overseeing organizations like Forest Survey of India and focusing on areas like plastic pollution reduction and climate resilience. Sir, I request you to please address the gathering.
Respected Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, Honorable Shri Bhupen Yadav sir, Honorable Minister for Environment and Forest, Government of Haryana, Shri Rao Narbir Singh, Mr. V.B. Kumar, Ambassador of Denmark, Mr. Christensen, my colleague in the ministry, Shri Sushil Avasthi ji, all the dignitaries present here in the audience, my ex-colleague in the ministry, CCP Goel Saab, Secretary General and CEO of National Human Rights Commission, Shri Bharat Lal ji, and all esteemed audience. This meeting, that conference that we are having here, is in continued succession of the initiative taken by Honorable Minister. And we had met at Udaipur last year, where we actually spoke about the detailed project report, and that was launched there by Honorable Minister. And thereafter, Honorable Minister has been taking series of meetings of the field functionaries. So it has been a top-down, bottom-up approach, and the planning process, the implementation framework, all have been discussed at length. I come from a state where, I would say 80 to 90% of Aravallis is situated. And for this workshop, I would like to bring the administrator's perspective into the entire implementation process. The vision of Honorable Minister for Environment for the entire area can be translated into action on the ground if we actually think of the Aravallis as not only a geographical entity, a geomorphological entity, but as a cultural identity of the people of that area. And by that I mean that we have to really think in terms of involving people at the grassroots level. How do we involve them? We remember as collectors we used to implement projects on watershed. There used to be entry point activities, but that also became over a period of time quite routinized. So there used to be entry point activity, there used to be fund for that, and that used to be spent, but people's participation and their ownership was lacking. And I would request that when we deliberate during the workshop in the course of the day today, let us focus on how do we actually involve people, how does their identity get sort of reflected in the entire program and process that we are framing. The outline that has been presented before you, the framework that has been developed actually requires both in the urban areas and the rural areas, participation of the local public representatives, the stakeholders, be it a person who is actually dependent on that ecosystem for their animal wealth, survival, for their daily need requirement of fodder, for the water that they need, for the livelihood that they earn from there. So it is like a whole of society approach and catering to the needs of each section of the society. And therefore, this Aravalli Green Wall Project would actually be realized in the manner that Honorable Minister desires only through a very concerted campaign, a mission mode where everybody feels that their requirement is being met by undertaking these conservation efforts, by actually reviving Aravalli, by making it a green wall, which is not only a requirement of the administration but a requirement, a felt need of the people of that area. I take this opportunity to also introduce you, and you must be aware of the mission life objectives, where we talked about sustainability, and then Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam, where we have actually, tried to mobilize under the leadership of Honorable Minister, the people at the grassroots level in the plantation efforts. And our effort should be that the plants which have been, the plantation which has been carried out in these areas also, are able to survive. And therefore, one of the aspects of the program could be to look into the survival of the plants which have been actually planted in those areas. With these, I would like to thank the Sankala Foundation for organizing this workshop. I would like to thank Ambassador Denmark for having taken the initiative of supporting such an effort. And I would look forward along with you all to the directions of Honorable Minister and his leadership in translating this vision into reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with great pleasure, I now invite our guest of honor, Shri Rao Narveer Singh, Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest and Wildlife, Government of Haryana. Honorable Minister comes with an extensive experience in public service and governance. Over the years, he has held several key ministerial portfolios including Home, Public Works, Industries and Commerce, Environment, Forest and Wildlife, Transport, Food and Supplies and Cooperation. He is known for his long-standing contribution to state administration, infrastructure development and environmental governance in Haryana. We welcome you, sir.
केंद्रीय वन एवं पर्यावरण मंत्री माननीय भूपेंद्र यादव जी और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस हॉल में उपस्थित सभी अधिकारीगण, अरावली पर्वतमाला विश्व की प्राचीन पर्वत श्रृंखलाओं में से एक है। अरावली पर्वतमाला का पारिस्थितिक दृष्टि से बहुत ही अधिक महत्व है। यह पर्वतमाला केवल थार मरुस्थल को पूर्व की ओर बढ़ने से ही रोकने का ही कार्य नहीं करती, बल्कि यह पर्वतमाला जैव विविधता का भी केंद्र है। इस श्रृंखला में अनेक प्रकार के जीव जंतु एवं वनस्पति पाई जाती है, जो सूक्ष्म क्षेत्रों के लिए उपयुक्त है।
धोक का वृक्ष इस पर्वतमाला का मुख्य वृक्ष है और अन्य वृक्ष जैसे ढाक, रोंज, खैरी इसके साथी वृक्ष माने जाते हैं। इस पर्वतमाला का ऐतिहासिक महत्व भी बहुत अधिक है। इसमें अनेक प्रकार के किले इस बात का गवाह हैं, परंतु कालांतर में इस पर्वतमाला की जैविक विविधता और इकोलॉजिकल वैल्यू में काफ़ी बदलाव हुआ है। दिल्ली और हरियाणा में यह श्रृंखला शहरीकरण के कारण प्रभावित हुई है तथा कई विकास कार्यों के अंतर्गत मुख्य मार्ग, सड़क एवं रेल इस पर्वतमाला से निकलने से जंगली जीव जंतुओं के हैबिटेट का बंटवारा भी हुआ है। राजस्थान राज्य में हालांकि कई जगह जैव विविधता के केंद्र हैं, जैसे सारिस्का टाइगर रिजर्व, रणथंबोर टाइगर रिजर्व एवं अन्य कई वन्य जीव अभयारण्य इस श्रृंखला में स्थित हैं, परंतु कई जगह माइनिंग की वजह से यह पर्वतमाला प्रभावित भी हुई है। राजस्थान के कई मुख्य शहर जैसे जयपुर, अजमेर, उदयपुर, चित्तौड़गढ़ आदि श्रृंखला में स्थित है। आज अरावली पर्वतमाला की स्थिति ऐसी हो गई है कि जो पर्वतमाला ग्रीन लंग्स का कार्य कर रही थी, उस पर संकटों को दूर करने के लिए आज जैसी कार्यशालाओं के आयोजन की सख्त जरूरत पड़ने लगी है। अरावली पर्वतमाला की स्वदेशी प्रजातियां काबलिकी करके कुप्रभाव से खत्म हो रही है। अरावली पर्वतमाला से घास के मैदान खत्म होने से जंगली जीव जंतु आवासीय क्षेत्रों या खेतों में विचरण करते पाए जाते हैं, जिससे ह्यूमन एनिमल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट बढ़ता जा रहा है। कई जंगली जीव जंतुओं की सड़क दुर्घटना में मृत्यु हो चुकी है। हमारी सरकार की प्राथमिकता है कि दिल्ली एनसीआर की जीवनदायिनी अरावली बची रहे, इसलिए सरकार द्वारा अनेक योजनाएं बनाई जा रही हैं। केंद्र एवं राज्य सरकारों द्वारा अरावली ग्रीन वॉल की शुरुआत की गई, जो अरावली के चारों राज्यों में प्रभावित होगी। हरियाणा राज्य में सरकार की प्राथमिकता है कि अरावली में काबलिकी कर को हटाकर स्वदेशी प्रजातियों के वृक्ष लगें। अरावली में जन संरक्षण के लिए यहाँ के झरनों एवं जलाशयों को पुनर्जीवित करने की भी योजना बनाई जा रही है। अभी तक सरकार द्वारा अलग अलग जिलों में छोटे छोटे कार्य किए जा रहे थे। अब हरियाणा सरकार द्वारा अंडमान एवं निकोबार में वन भूमि के गैर वाणिज्यिक कार्यों के उपयोग के लिए कंपल्सरी अफोरेस्टेशन की योजना भी हरियाणा अरावली क्षेत्र में बनाई गई है, जिसके तहत अरावली के पूरे क्षेत्र के साथ साथ चारदीवारी, स्वदेशी पौधों का रोपण, वन्य जीव प्रबंधन के कार्य के प्रावधान किए गए हैं। इको पर्यटन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए विश्व स्तरीय अरावली सफारी पार्क की योजना तैयार की गई है। हमारी सरकार द्वारा अरावली संख्या को बचाने के लिए जन भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने के लिए विभिन्न स्टेक होल्डरों की भागीदारी के साथ अरावली बायोडायवर्सिटी पार्क 350 एकड़ नाथुपुर में, मातृवन 750 एकड़ वजीराबाद में तथा नमोवन 250 एकड़ मानेसर में को विकसित करने का कार्य प्रगति पर है। मैंने अपने विभाग के अधिकारियों को सख्त निर्देश दिए हुए हैं कि अरावली पर्वतमाला के मामले में किसी प्रकार का समझौता ना किया जाए। हमारे लिए सौभाग्य की बात है कि माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय, माननीय एनजीटी द्वारा विभिन्न केसों में अरावली के संरक्षण के आदेश पारित किए गए हैं। मेरी आशा है कि इस कार्यशाला में संवाद से अरावली श्रृंखला के महत्व एवं इसके पुनरुद्धार के नए आयाम विकसित किए जाएंगे, जो भविष्य में आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए एक ज्ञान सरोवर का कार्य करेगा। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir. Everyone, now the time has come to release the study report titled Eco-Restoration of the Aravalli Landscape. The study has been carried out by Sankala Foundation with the support of Denmark Embassy. While carrying out the study, Haryana Forest Department extended immense help. It may not be out of place to mention that in the study, Shri Bharat Lal, Secretary General and CEO NHRC, provided guidance and intellectual support. Thank you, sir, for your handholding. Now I invite Honorable Union Minister Shri Bhupendra Yadav and Shri Navnambir Singh along with the dignitaries on dais to release the report. The report marks an important step in understanding the Aravalli landscape and further strengthening eco-restoration by involving local communities, civil society, and various other stakeholders by following bottoms-up approach. Thank you, honorable ministers and esteemed dignitaries on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to invite our chief guest, Mr. Bhupendra Yadav, Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, to deliver the inaugural address. Shri Bhupendra Yadav is a senior parliamentarian and a Supreme Court lawyer. Widely known as the committee man, he has contributed extensively to parliamentary work and policy formulation. Since taking charge in 2021, he has led India's climate and conservation efforts nationally and globally, strengthening the environment policy, biodiversity, conservation, and International Climate Committee. We welcome you, sir, to deliver the inaugural address.
आज के सांकला फाउंडेशन के इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित मेरे मित्र और हरियाणा सरकार के हमारे सम्माननीय वन मंत्री राव नरवीर सिंह जी, मंच पर उपस्थित हमारे एम्बेसडर, मंत्रालय के सचिव, डीजी फॉरेस्ट, अन्य अधिकारीगण और फाउंडेशन के पदाधिकारीगण, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी विशिष्ट नागरिकगण। मैं कोई लिखा हुआ भाषण नहीं पढ़ रहा हूँ, जो बोल रहा हूँ वो अपने मन से और दिल से बोल रहा हूँ। अरावली में रहते हैं, अरावली में पैदा हुए, और जब वीबी कुमार जी प्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे थे, जिन 4 गांव का नौरंगपुर, सकतपुर, गैरतपुर, सिकोपुर, ये सब गांव में जब मैं और नरवीर सिंह जी बचपन से बड़े हुए और मेरी ख्याल से अनगिनत बार गए। ये मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि मुझे ध्यान है कि जब मैं मंत्री बना था और मानेसर में हमारी एक जनसभा हुई थी, तब नरवीर सिंह जी उस समय नहीं लड़े थे। उन्होंने मुझे कहा था कि भाई, ये लगातार गुड़गांव का जो शहर बस रहा है, हमको इसको बचाने के लिए कोई ऐसा उपाय होना चाहिए पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशन का, जो इसको पूरे को बचा सके। हम बहुत व्यवहारिक चीज़ों को यहाँ बोल सकते हैं जो पिछले सरकारों के समय में हुआ, लेकिन ये वो मंच नहीं है। उस समय एक ऐसा अवसर आया कि ये नौरंगपुर, सकतपुर, शिकोपुर, मानेसर से नू तक बोंडसी होते हुए ये एक ऐसा एरिया था जो रेवेन्यू लैंड था। अब एनसीआर में कोई रेवेन्यू लैंड हो तो उसकी क्या स्थिति अगर हो सकती है, अगर वो एकदम कमर्शियल एरिया में हो। मैं बधाई देना चाहूँगा नरवीर सिंह जी, तो उस समय उन्होंने कहा था, हमने हरियाणा सरकार को पहल करी, और मुझे लगता है आज़ादी के बाद पहली बार ऐसा हुआ कि 100 किलोमीटर अरावली के एरिया को परमानेंट फॉरेस्ट और प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया में डिक्लेयर हरियाणा सरकार और भारत सरकार ने किया। मुझे लगता है सबसे पहली पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशन है। इससे बड़ा पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशन कभी भी आपको ऐसा देखने को नहीं मिलेगा। सब चिंता तो किया करते थे, परेशानी तो किया करते थे, लेकिन 97 किलोमीटर एरिया को जो रेवेन्यू था, जो एनक्रोचमेंट का शिकार था, और सबसे ज्यादा इलीगल माइन वहीं थी, उसका जो एकमात्र सबसे बढ़िया पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशन हो सकता था वो इसको परमानेंट फॉरेस्ट में कन्वर्ट करके प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया में लाया जाए और इसके लिए तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री मनोहर लाल जी और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का विजन हमको ये काम करने को प्रेरित कर पाया। मैं ये भी कहना चाहूंगा कि लगभग 6-7 साल पहले जब मैं राज्यसभा का सदस्य था तो अजमेर पूर्व में हमारी विधायक अनीता बघेल ने मेरे को कहा, वहाँ एक यूआईटी की कॉलोनी थी नाका मदार, लगभग 20 बीघा जमीन को उन्होंने कहा कि क्या हम इसको कोई वन में क्रिएट कर देते हैं। तब मेरे को भी लगा और मैंने अपने एमपी लेड फंड से उस वहाँ पे वन को विकसित किया। और जब मैं मंत्री बना तो प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो विजन था कि हमको शहरों में अर्बन स्पेसेस में पेड़ लगाने के लिए प्रेरित होना चाहिए। उस समय हमारे गोयल साहब भी डीजी थे, उनसे जस्ट पहले ये शुरू हुआ था संजय कुमार जी के समय में। और उस विषय को विचार करते करते हमने नगर वन योजना को इम्प्लीमेंट किया। और नगर वन योजना को इम्प्लीमेंट करते ही जब माननीय पीएम साहब का विजन आया कि अरावली को भी, ये देश की सबसे पुरानी पर्वतमाला है और ये पर्वतमाला भारत के इतिहास की साक्षी रही है। इस पर्वतमाला में हल्दी घाटी का युद्ध हुआ है, इस पर्वतमाला में हमारी दिल्ली के रायसीना से लेकर के और ठेठ गुजरात तक अनेकों महल, अनेकों किले, अनेकों रिलीजियस प्लेसेस, अनेकों शहर, इस पूरे इकोसिस्टम में लाखों साल से मनुष्य के लिए आश्रय स्थल बने हैं। लेकिन इस पर्वतमाला का संरक्षण होना आवश्यक है और इसलिए फॉरेस्ट मंत्रालय ने इसके रिजर्व एरिया को लेकर के एक अरावली ग्रीन वॉल प्रोजेक्ट को शुरू किया और फरवरी 24 में, यहाँ पर हमारे फॉर्मर डीजी भी बैठे हैं, इसकी एक पूरी डीपीआर तैयार की गई। और फिर जब सुशील अवस्थी जी आए तो हम लोगों ने उदयपुर में, एक्चुअल में तो हमारे 29 डीएफओ हैं लेकिन 37 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं। कुछ नए डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स भी क्रिएट हो गए, अलवर में से 3 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स क्रिएट हो गए, गुड़गांव में से एक नया डिस्ट्रिक्ट क्रिएट हो गया। तो हम लोगों ने उदयपुर में इसकी एक कॉन्फ्रेंस करी और भारत सरकार में जो यूएनसीसीडी में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो लैंड डिग्रेडेशन के लिए हिंदुस्तान की 26 मिलियन हेक्टेयर लैंड के रेस्टोरेशन का जो एक एम्बिशियस प्लान हमारी मिनिस्ट्री को दिया, उसके अंतर्गत हम लोगों ने भी अरावली के 6.45 डिग्रेडेड लैंड को पहचान के उसमें 2.70 ये डिग्रेडेड लैंड को वापस से ग्रीनिंग करने के प्रोग्राम को अरावली ग्रीन प्रोग्राम में शुरू किया। और इसलिए हमने उसमें लगभग 88,000 हेक्टेयर गुजरात का, 3,000 हेक्टेयर दिल्ली का, 24,000 के लगभग हेक्टेयर हरियाणा में और राजस्थान में हमने ज़्यादा 7 लाख हेक्टेयर की पहचान करी, जिसमें से हमने डिग्रेडेड के काम को शुरू किया। और जो 29 के 29 हमारे अरावली के डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं, उसमें सब में हमारे डीजी फॉरेस्ट जिन्होंने भी मेरे साथ काम किया, उन्होंने इस पे बहुत पूरे तरीके से लोकल जो स्पीशीज, जिसके लिए राव नरबीर सिंह जी कह रहे थे, क्योंकि हमारा ग्रीष्म और शुष्क किस्म का जलवायु है, जिसके अंतर्गत बेर, पीपल, बर्ड, ढाक, बेहड़ा, ये जो पौधे लगते हैं, नीम, इसके लिए हम लोगों ने हर जगह नर्सरी बनाने की शुरुआत करी। और मुझे ध्यान है कि पिछली बार भी आपके फाउंडेशन ने एक वर्कशॉप भोंडसी में आयोजित करी थी और भोंडसी की उस वर्कशॉप में भी मैं गया था और हमने सभी स्वयंसेवी संस्थाओं को, शिक्षा संस्थाओं को जोड़ने का काम किया और एक ही वर्ष में हम लोगों ने 16 नगर वन भी स्वीकृत किए। मुझे ध्यान है भिवाड़ी जैसी जो मोस्ट इंडस्ट्रियल प्लेस है, वहां पर पूरी पहाड़ी को हमने बाबा मोहनराम नगर वन के रूप में लगभग 1 लाख से ज्यादा पेड़ लगा चुके हैं। यहाँ पर अलवर का जो एकदम शहर के साथ आते हैं, वहाँ भूरा सिद्ध के स्थान पे और जो ऊपर कट्टी घाटी जाता है जो बिल्कुल डिग्रेडेड था, वहां पर लगभग हमने 2 लाख पेड़ लगाए। और उसके बाद हमारे मंत्रालय ने कहा कि इसके अंतर्गत हम लोग अगर कॉरपोरेट क्षेत्र के लोग, एनजीओ क्षेत्र के लोग अगर आते हैं तो उनको ग्रीन क्रेडिट प्रदान करने का हम लोग एक माध्यम बना सकते हैं। ये मुझे लगता है कि जिस प्रकार से ग्रीन अरावली एक बड़ा हमारा इंटरवेंशन प्रोग्राम था, अरावली के एरिया को खासकर एनसीआर में ये 97 किलोमीटर को हमने जो कंपनसेटरी अफॉरेस्टेशन में रेवेन्यू को पूरा रिजर्व किया, ये एक बड़ा इनिशिएटिव पीएम साहब के विजन से था। तीसरा जो बड़ा विजन था ये नगर वन लगाने का विजन था। चौथा जो बड़ा विजन था वो अरावली के हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में जो लोकल स्पीशीज हैं उसके हिसाब से नर्सरी लगाने का हमारा ये विजन था। और उसके बाद एनजीओ से लेकर के कॉरपोरेट सेक्टर को लेने के लिए हम लोग ग्रीन क्रेडिट फंड स्कीम लेकर के आए और आज भी ये स्कीम मंत्रालय के वेबसाइट के ऊपर उपलब्ध है। अगर इसमें आपको कोई फर्दर जानकारी चाहिए तो कभी भी मंत्रालय के लोगों से आकर के मिल सकते हैं। और इसलिए जो डिग्रेडेड लैंड अगर कोई भी संस्था वन विभाग के प्लान के हिसाब से अगर वहां पर इस पेड़ लगाती है तो जो 40% कॉनोपी जब 3 साल या 5 साल में अगर 40% ग्रीन कवर को आप कन्वर्ट कर लेंगे तो आपको ग्रीन क्रेडिट उपलब्ध हो सकते हैं। और हमने ये भी कहा कि इसको भी शुरुआत हमको करनी चाहिए, इसलिए और नरबीर सिंह जी बैठे हैं जो 750 एकड़ बिल्कुल सिटी के बीच में जो क्षेत्र बचा गुड़गांव में, उसमें हम लोगों ने इसको शुरुआत करी। फिर 250 एकड़ बिल्कुल जो मानेसर का इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया बना उसके अंदर शुरुआत करी और इस शुरुआत को हम पूरे अरावली के क्षेत्र में लेकर के जाने का कार्य कर रहे हैं। तो हमारे इंटरवेंशन में एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच, एक इंपैक्ट डालने के लिए कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम, एक पब्लिक पार्टिसिपेशन की जगह, एक रिजर्व करने के लिए पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशन, अगर सारे विषयों को देखा जाए तो ग्रीन अरावली प्रोजेक्ट को हमने आगे बढ़ाने के लिए और आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ लैंड करने के लिए काम पिछले 2-3 सालों में काफी ज्यादा किया है। कई बार कई तरह के भ्रम फैलते हैं, लेकिन ना तो दिल्ली में माइनिंग अलाउ है अरावली में और ना ही दिल्ली में कभी होगी, हमारा मंत्रालय पूरी तरीके से स्पष्ट है। और उसके साथ नूह, फरीदाबाद और गुड़गांव में भी अलाउ नहीं है, वहां भी यही स्थिति है, एकदम उसको प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया के रूप में हमने रख रखा है। ये मंत्रालय इस मामले में बड़ा स्पष्ट है। और उसके बाद अरावली के जो क्षेत्र में हमारे जो टाइगर रिजर्व एरिया है, विशेष रूप से हमारे 4 टाइगर रिजर्व एरिया है, उसके अलावा 18 प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया है। ये 18 प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया में 13 जो प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज हैं ये हमारे राजस्थान में है, 3 हरियाणा में है और उसमें भी कुछ तो जैसे नाहड़ की सेंचुरी हमारे ही समय में बनी। और उसके साथ जो हमारे 2 प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया गुजरात में है वो पूरी तरीके से अरावली के ग्रीन वॉल के प्रोटेक्शन के लिए एक तरीके से दीवार बन के खड़े हुए हैं। लेकिन फिर भी जहां जहां पर ग्रीन इंटरवेंशन की आवश्यकता हो वहां पर हम इस मूवमेंट को आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। आज के समय में जो दुनिया की बड़ी समस्या है लैंड डिग्रेडेशन की, और सबसे बड़ी बात है बायोडायवर्सिटी बैलेंस की, इकोलॉजिकल बैलेंस की, डीप इकोलॉजिकल सेंस की, उसके लिए हम पूरे देश भर में कार्य कर रहे हैं। इससे पहले भारत सरकार के पर्यावरण मंत्रालय ने प्रोजेक्ट टाइगर, प्रोजेक्ट एलिफेंट जैसे महत्वाकांक्षी प्रोजेक्ट्स को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया। प्रोजेक्ट टाइगर के 50 साल पूरा होने पर, चूंकि भारत ने टाइगर कंजर्वेशन में दुनिया में एक लीडरशिप का रोल लिया है, सो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा से इसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, इसकी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महत्व को बढ़ाने के लिए भारत ने इंटरनेशनल बिग कैट अलायंस की स्थापना करी। और हमें इस बात पे गर्व है कि हम अपनी जो क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन है उसमें 7 बिग कैट्स में से 5 भारत में पाए जाते हैं। दुनिया में अगर एकमात्र एशियाटिक लायन कहीं पर है तो केवल भारत में है। जहां अफ्रीका और सब जगह लायंस की संख्या में लगातार गिरावट हो रही है, वहां भारत में 30% की वृद्धि हुई है। और उसके साथ ही उनका जो दूसरा घर है गिर से हमने बरड़ा में स्थापित किया, पिछले वर्ष ही मैं गया था। आज दुनिया में टाइगर की कुछ स्पीशीज खत्म होने के कगार पे है, लेकिन भारत में उपलब्ध सारी स्पीशीज के लिए हम लगातार प्रोटेक्शन का कार्य कर रहे हैं। 70% टाइगर हमारे यहां पर है और उसकी भी संख्या में वृद्धि हो रही है। इतना ही नहीं, 2014 से और 2024 में जहां हमारे टाइगर रिजर्व्स 46, 47, 30, 44 होते थे, वो बढ़कर के अब 58 हो गए हैं। हम इतने सारे दबाव के बावजूद भी अपने टाइगर रिजर्व्स की संख्या को बढ़ाने में, प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया को बढ़ाने में पिछले 10 वर्षों में कामयाब हुए हैं। हम दुनिया के एकमात्र ऐसे देश बने हैं जिन्होंने, अगर कोई एक स्पीशीज एक्सटिंक्ट हुई है, विलुप्त हुई है, चीता, और एक लंबे समय से बात चल रही थी कि इस इकोलॉजिकल बैलेंस में हमें मेंटेन उनको करना चाहिए, और हम पहली बार हमने इंटरनेशनल ट्रांसलोकेशन किया, कूनों में उनको लेकर के आए। शुरुआती चैलेंज निश्चित रूप से वातावरण बदलने के कारण, मौसम बदलने के कारण, उस परिस्थिति में उनके अडॉप्ट होने के कारण हमारे पास थे। लेकिन मुझे बताते हुए खुशी है कि अब जो फर्स्ट हम चीता लेके आए थे, उनका जो यहाँ पे बर्थ हुआ, उसमें जो सेकंड जनरेशन में हमारे उस चीता का नाम मुखी है। अब उसके भी आगे नई जनरेशन आई है, तो अब थर्ड जनरेशन मतलब इंडियन क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन के हिसाब से एडजस्ट हुई है, और इसको भी हम लगातार आगे बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं। और इसको करने के लिए मैं ये मानता हूं हमारे वन विभाग के डीएफओस, हमारे ग्राउंड स्टाफ पे काम करने वाले कर्मचारी, हमारे साइंटिस्ट, हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस बहुत मेहनत के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। और इसलिए भारत में आज स्नो लेपर्ड के मामले में भी हमने अपनी काउंटिंग करी है। हम दुनिया में उनके कंजर्वेशन के लिए अच्छा हम लोगों ने काम किया है। और फिर भी कुछ जगहों पे हम अब जो नया प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि जो मैन एनिमल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स हैं, उसके लिए रेस्क्यू सेंटर, उसके लिए फ्रेंडली माहौल, उसके लिए इको रेस्टोरेशन का कार्य, उसके लिए वाइल्ड लाइफ मैनेजमेंट का कार्य, इस पर भी हम लगातार संवेदनशीलता के साथ कार्य कर रहे हैं। हमने अपने मंत्रालय में इंटर डिपार्टमेंट कोऑर्डिनेशन के लिए, क्योंकि हमारे पास एक स्ट्रीम ऐसी है जो इसके लिए रिसर्च के लिए कार्य करते हैं, जिनके पास बहुत अच्छी रिपोजिटरी है, हमारे बीएसआई, जेडएसआई, डब्ल्यूआई जैसे इंस्टीट्यूट मंत्रालय में काम करते हैं। दूसरी तरफ हमारे ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं जो फॉरेस्ट्री के मामले में अपना एक रिसर्च का बड़ा अच्छा अनुभव रखते हैं। ICFRE जैसे हमारे पास इंस्टीट्यूट है। फिर इसके एजुकेशन और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के लिए इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट फॉर फॉरेस्ट मैनेजमेंट जैसे हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट है। और फिर हमारे जो क्लाइमेट चेंज को लेकर के जो परिवर्तन हो रहे हैं उसमें NCSM जैसे जो इंस्टीट्यूट है, इनमें आपस में कोऑर्डिनेशन हो, इसके लिए हम लोगों ने एक इंटर मिनिस्ट्री एक प्लेटफॉर्म को विकसित किया है। और मैं इसलिए आपको कहना चाहता हूं कि आज देश में फ्लोरा और फोना का हमारे पास एक बहुत अच्छा इकोलॉजिकल बैलेंस का सिस्टम खड़ा हुआ है। हम जानते हैं कि इस आने वाले समय में हम लोगों को इकोलॉजी का पूरा ध्यान रखते हुए विकास को करना होगा। और इसलिए हमारा ये जो बैलेंस बना रहे, इसको लेकर के हम पूरी तरीके से कार्य कर रहे हैं। मैं आपको ये बताना चाहता हूं कि जो DPR हम लोगों ने ग्रीन अरावली प्रोजेक्ट को लेकर के जो तैयार करी है, उसको लेकर के लगातार हम लोग आगे कार्य कर रहे हैं। और पिछले 2-3 वर्षों में लगभग हजारों हेक्टेयर जमीन को हम वापस से रेस्टोर करने में कामयाब भी हुए हैं। और हम ये चाहते हैं कि इसके संरक्षण का कार्य, इसके आगे संवर्धन का कार्य, इसको बढ़ाने का कार्य ये निरंतर जारी रहे। और अरावली नहीं, अरावली के साथ साथ हमारे पास हिमालय है, हिमालय के नीचे शिवालिक है, मध्य प्रदेश में हमारे पास सतपुड़ा है, सतपुड़ा के पास हमारे पास वेस्टर्न घाट है। प्रकृति का ये जो अनुपम उपहार भारत को मिला है, जब हम वंदे मातरम में कहते हैं शस्य श्यामलम भारत, तो ये बिना हमारी प्राकृतिक धरोहर के शस्य श्यामल मतलब हरा भरा भारत पूरा नहीं हो सकता है। उसी परिकल्पना को आगे बढ़ाते हुए हम इसके संरक्षण में लगे हुए हैं। फाउंडेशन जिस प्रकार से कार्य कर रहा है, अन्य लोग भी कार्य करते हैं, उन सब लोगों को हम बधाई देते हैं। मेरा तो आपके फाउंडेशन के साथ ये तीसरा कार्यक्रम है और इसलिए लगातार अन्य भी संगठनों के साथ हम लगातार काम करते हैं, नागरिक समाज के साथ, शैक्षिक संस्थाओं को जोड़ते हुए, उसके साथ सामान्य मनुष्य के मन में जो प्रकृति के प्रति संवेदना का भाव है उसको जगाते हुए भारत की जैव विविधता और भारत के प्राकृतिक संरक्षण में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो संदेश रहता है, एक पेड़ माँ के नाम, मतलब धरती में अपने कर्तव्य की पूर्ति करते हुए अपनी माँ के प्रति और धरती माता के प्रति हमारा यही कर्तव्य होगा कि एक पेड़ माँ के नाम लगाएं। और मिशन लाइफ में अपने व्यक्तिगत व्यवहार और जीवन में 7 आयाम जिसको हम मिशन लाइफ में लेकर के चलते हैं, सेव एनर्जी, सेव वाटर, सेव फूड, सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, रिसाइकिल ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिक वेस्ट, बैन ऑफ सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक और हेल्दी लाइफ स्टाइल, इस मिशन लाइफ के आयाम को भी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम काम कर रहे हैं। आपका फाउंडेशन भी आने वाले वर्कशॉप में इस विषय को आगे बढ़ाए, ऐसी मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir, for those very inspiring words. I now request Mr. Devendra Kumar Nim, Director, Sankala Foundation, to felicitate our esteemed guests with a memento. Shri Bhupendra Yadav, Honorable Union Minister. Shri Ranveer Singh, Honorable Minister of Haryana. Mr. Tanmay Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Mr. Sushil Kumar Awasthi, DG Forest and Special Secretary. Mr. Rasmus Abelgaard Christensen, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Denmark to India. Thank you, Mr. Nim. I now request Dr. Malvika Kaul, Director, Sankala Foundation, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, The room is full, which gives us confidence that Aravallis shall be protected. Thank you for all who have come in this cold morning. Sankala Foundation is dedicated to advancing research in the field of climate change, sustainability, wildlife protection, and livelihoods. Through this conference, we aim to reframe the focus of Aravallis towards long-term eco-restoration. I thank especially our chief guest, Mr. Bhupendra Yadav ji. Aapka bahut aabhar. Your presence is proof of commitment to protecting the Aravallis. I thank the guest of honor, Mr. Rao Narbir Singh ji. Thank you so much. I also thank His Excellency Mr. Rasmus. The partnership and the guidance provided by you has really been path-breaking for Sankala. Mr. Sushil Kumar Avasti ji, your support on ground has been really commendable. And Mr. Tanmay Kumar ji, thank you so much for your presence here. Indeed, all the participants here have indicated that Aravallis will live for long. Thank you so much for being here, and we look forward to a wonderful conference of sharing, of contribution. Thank you indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will begin our first session on ecological significance of Aravalli landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our session 1 in another 5 minutes. I request everyone to take their seats. Everyone outside, please come in the auditorium and take seats. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. To chair this first technical session on ecological significance of Aravalli landscape, I would like to invite Dr. Deep Narayan Pandey, former Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Rajasthan, to come to the dais. Sir comes with an experience of over 40 years in forest management, ecological restoration, and environmental governance. A 1988 batch IFS officer and a PhD holder, he has played a key role in shaping Rajasthan environment and climate policies. We welcome you, sir. I now invite our distinguished speakers for this session. Firstly, I invite Dr. Subhash Ashutosh, Co-Chairman and Director, Center of Excellence, NRM and Sustainable Livelihoods, Government of Meghalaya and former DG, FSI. Dr. Ashutosh, a 1986 batch Indian Forest Service officer of the Assam Meghalaya cadre, retired as Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Government of Meghalaya, and also served as Director General of the Forest Survey of India. We welcome you, sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Ramesh Kumar Pandey. I would like to invite Mr. Ramesh Kumar Pandey, Additional Director General of Forest, Wildlife, MOEFCC and in Government of India. An Indian Forest Service officer by background, Mr. Pandey has held key leadership roles including Inspector General of Project Tiger, Director of Project Elephant and Field Director of Dudhwa Tiger Reserve. He is widely respected for his on-ground work in tiger landscapes and has been honored with the WWF PATA Award and the UNEP Asian Environmental Informants Award for his contributions to wildlife conservation. We welcome you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with great pleasure, I would like to invite now Mr. Sanjay Upadhyay, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. Mr. Upadhyay is a distinguished legal practitioner and the founder of India's first environmental law firm, the Enviro Legal Defense Firm, with over 3 decades of experience in environment and development law. Since 1993, he has worked extensively with leading national and international institutions, including the World Bank, IUCN, FAO, and UNDP. We welcome you, sir. Finally, I invite Mr. Subhash Yadav, Conservator of Forest, Gurgaon, Haryana, on the dais. Mr. Yadav is a senior Indian Forest Service officer with over 3 decades of expertise across agriculture, forestry, environmental management, and urban ecology. He has held several leadership roles in forest environment, urban environment management, and forestry development. We welcome you, sir. I would now request Dr. Pramod Yadav, Sankala Foundation, to present our distinguished speakers with planters. Dr. D.N. Pandey, Dr. Subhash Ashutosh, Mr. Ramesh Kumar Pandey, Mr. Sanjay Upadhyay, and Mr. Subhash Chandra Yadav. Thank you, Dr. Pramod. I request all the speakers to adhere to a time limit of 7 to 8 minutes. I would now request Dr. Pandey to take over. Sure, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sankala Foundation, for inviting all of us to be here. Directly coming to this session, our colleagues here, Subhash ji, Dr. Subhash Ashutosh ji, Ramesh Pandey ji, Sanjay Upadhyay ji, Subhash Yadav ji. Actually, we have now reduced time limit. I have been told to complete this session in 59 minutes. Those of you who know me, I am the kind of driver taking train on time to the railway station. So 59 minutes we have, means 59 minutes. 5-5 मिनट प्लीज बोलिएगा. आपके माथे में अरावली के कल्याण के लिए जो सबसे खास बात हो, काइंडली डिस्कस दैट. So with this, let me take 2-3 minutes. I believe that we have to, the ecological significance of Aravallis in terms of the westernmost limit of Panthera tigris, one fundamental issue that also has associated flora and fauna. Then the source of groundwater both towards the eastern side and western sides for a very long period of time, billions of years. And of course, source of livelihoods. रिवर्स के नाम लें तो लूनी उस तरफ जा रही है, साबरमती इस तरफ जा रही है, और भी बहुत सारी नदियां हैं, नाम छोड़ रहा हूं. In terms of ecosystem services, Aravallis in India has the most irrecoverable carbon. Please remember, most irrecoverable carbon. Once gone, gone forever. You can't very easily regenerate those areas with the kind of species which are, of course, the heat adapted, and that we have repository of knowledge, traditional knowledge there. I'm not going to elaborate, but when I did my PhD thesis, 53 kinds of distinct forestry practices are being done by communities without the support of the Forest Department. That is surprising. Many other things, but I think I'll not take much time. Just let me say that the kind of focus that has come now on eco-restoration of Aravallis. Honorable Minister was talking about the Nature Conservancy workshop that we had near Bhonsi. Then, of course, Sankala Foundation, several meetings, several workshops, and this very important report released today. I wish all of us work towards that wholeheartedly. So thank you so much, and requesting now uh, to invite Dr. Subhas Asutosh ji with a time limit of 5.5 minutes maximum, sir.
I have a, excuse me, can you help me? Please, please. Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay, 1 minute will go in that only. Huh? My time will start after this.
नहीं सर, तो हमारे पास 1 घंटा है, मेरे और आपके खड़े होने का भी फंडामेंटल इश्यू पे आ जाए।
बस भाई हमारे स्लाइड्स के थ्रू मैं जल्दी करूँगा, कुछ स्किप भी करूँगा।
कौन सा सर?
अरावली, इसमें जो भी पावर पॉइंट है ये वाला, बस हो गया, इसी से ओपन कर दिया है।
प्रेजेंटेशन आप आशुतोष जी, प्रेजेंटेशन आप डिस्ट्रीब्यूट भी कर सकते हैं।
हाँ, नहीं
और इसके फंडामेंटल मसले पे आ जाइए आप बिल्कुल सीधे।
ओके ओके okay, so very good morning to all of you. My esteemed colleagues on the dais, at the outset, let me extend my heartful gratitude to Sankala Foundation and the Ministry for giving me this opportunity to share my let me put a disclaimer also. I am neither an expert on Aravalli nor on ecology. The only qualification which brings me in the company of our esteemed experts on the dais is that I have been involved in a very intense exercise which took place during 2009-2010 for Rajasthan, which for the first time had given definition of Aravalli. And that definition still finds mention in the current definition issue which is going on. So, in fact, my input, my presentation on this will definitely will be centered around that. I will come to that exercise. It was a very intense exercise pursuant to the Honorable Supreme Court's order in IA number 828. We were asked to delineate Aravalli Hills in 15 districts of Rajasthan, covering a geographical area of over 106,000 hectares. And that too was given, we were given only 6 to 8 months initially, but of course later on it got extended. A very detailed exercise was undertaken at that point of time. A lot of geospatial data was created, including digitization of contours, because during those days, DTM of appropriate resolution was not available, which is now available in the form of Carto DM. So we compiled everything, and then high resolution satellite data, a lot of analysis was done, very extensive field visits were undertaken, and for ground truthing as well as collecting relevant ground observations for delineating Aravalli Hills. Now I will come to so with all this spatial data and analysis, we focused on one aspect that we termed as gentle slope ecology in Aravalli Hills for delineating, and that we had to use geospatial data for delineating. So how to translate this ecological parameters into the in the geospatial terms. That was the challenge before us. And the key ecological characteristics of the gentle slopes which we focused on was, of course, water dynamics. We all understand that gentle slopes provide us slow surface runoff, allowing more time for rainwater to percolate, increased rate of groundwater recharge, which is very critical for NCR and entire Aravalli Hills for that matter, and improved soil moisture regime. Soil stability and nutrient retention, This is another positive characteristics of gentle slopes, vegetation diversity and habitat for wild animals. When we analyzed forest cover on the gentle slopes of Aravalli Hills, we found that more than 45% of forest cover exists in the gentle slope of gradient 1 to 5 degree. So, and the topographical features also which we had collected during our field observations that very clearly indicated on a good number of sample points that hills generally take a distinct topographic shape when the slope is between 3 to 4 degrees. So that was, those were some observations, and based on that, we delineated the Aravalli Hills based on the definition which FSI proposed at that point of time. There were 2-3 elements of that definition. The slope, threshold of slope, which we proposed, and that was later accepted by the Honorable Supreme Court and Rajasthan High Court also, was 3 degrees. We also proposed a foothill buffer of 100 meters, then inter-hill distance of valley ranging from of 500 meters, and the area enclosed by the above defined hills from all sides. So this is the definition which we proposed, and based on this definition, we delineated the entire Aravalli Hills in Rajasthan. So this was the massive exercise which we submitted our action taken report in August 2010. And later on, we got extension of time, and then this whole exercise was completed for Rajasthan. So this was, I think, for the first time when definition of Aravalli Hills was concretized in terms of terrain parameters. So this was one input which I thought that may be relevant for this today's discussion. Now, the brief which I got for this session was that monitoring means that also mentioned monitoring of Aravalli Hills. So FSI's current monitoring, biennial monitoring, which is presented in the form of ISFRs. I have been associated with these ISFRs for a very long time. Now, this is not adequate for monitoring Aravalli Hills in the way we want it, particularly addressing the ecological parameters. So my some suggestions on this would be that we have to definitely go for a large scale mapping. Presently, our mapping scale at FSI is 50,000, that too with a very coarse resolution, moderate resolution, I will say, list 3. And for here, we have a very good Indian satellite data, list 4, as well as Cartosat 2D, which we can use. We have to follow stratified sampling with higher intensity. The current intensity level with which we give some inventory parameters in FSI report, that is not adequate. We have to include more matrices, metrics also in our monitoring exercise. Biodiversity assessment is not covered. That is very important. Eco-biophysical indicators like leaf area index, net primary productivity, and land surface temperature, these are also can be easily derived from satellite images. For 3D terrain analysis, I will suggest that we should definitely follow Carto DEM. Now, just we'll take 1 minute more. Few suggestions on Aravalli restoration. This comes from my present experience in state of Meghalaya. In the state of Meghalaya, we have been very successfully introduced a payment for ecosystem services. Of course, that landscape is entirely different than Aravalli, but then that landscape also, though it is forest-rich, biodiversity-rich area, but it has its own challenges. We have a very high rainfall, but then water scarcity is the main issue which we are struggling with. So in that situation, with the kind of land tenure system, we have introduced a model for payment for ecosystem service, which is now in 4th year. And this PES model is fully funded by the state government budget. Under this PES scheme, we have so far, I think, till last month, the area which was covered was up to 70,000 hectares. So what I want to emphasize is that this PES scheme has found a very big public support. Lot of means we could involve many community members. So similar approach, similar larger concept can be suitably tailored for when we are taking up this Aravalli restoration activity. And similarly, we have very effectively introduced this carbon finance initiatives, carbon credits, particularly under VERA. Our technical partner, IORA, they are also here. And apart from them, we have also brought some other collaborators. And now we have 2-3 very successfully running carbon projects where main beneficiaries are the community persons. And first set of payment of carbon credits have already gone to their accounts directly. So this is, again, provides a very significant motivation to the community persons, to the local people, and that ensures the success of all these activities, NBS activities. These were some suggestions, and I think with this I will like to close. Dr. T.N. Pandey is looking at me continuously. Thank you very much.
Organizers actually wanted me to trouble you a bit, but very, very important information that you very kindly shared. Friends, let's give him a big hand. May I now invite Sri Ramesh Kumar Pandey ji. You already know the minutes and Parchi mat bhijwana.
So, the first question which comes to my mind is that what comes to your mind when you think of Aravalli? And what is the main attributes which you would like to give to the Aravalli? This is the first question which comes to my mind. And I don't know what do you think about Aravalli, but when I was coming here, I thought that I'll give my perspective, and I give importance to water and watershed which Aravalli gives. Many things you will be thinking of Aravalli, that it stops warm air to come to Delhi, or it recedes the desertification, etc. But the first and foremost importance of Aravalli is the watershed. Someone rightly said, many of us do not know that on the western side there are two important rivers which are originating from Aravalli, and they are Luni and Sabarmati. And most of us do not look at Malwa or Central Indian landscape, or the rivers which are coming towards Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh, and they are Chambal and Bara. 4 rivers, major rivers, they are coming out of Aravalli. Apart from that, many of us do not know that the importance of groundwater which provides Aravalli, and the aquifers which they have because of the geographical folds, etc. So if I have to give the first ecological importance to the Aravalli, I'll go to the water. That to an area which is water scanty, deficient. It is said semi-arid and adjoining to a desert. So you can think of the importance of Aravalli in providing drinking water, irrigation water, and water for the life to the people. So if we cannot secure the water regime in the area, then we are going to the next round of fallacy, or next round of plight, I can say. And then comes the ecosystems. So this is the vertical one which I wanted to touch upon. Now I'll come to the second important thing which Aravalli gives, is the different kind of ecosystem. And these ecosystems are only because of the presence of the water. Now you see that what kind of ecosystems the Aravalli have. The Aravalli have three kinds of the forests basically. The first is dry deciduous forest in the northern part, and the subtropical moist deciduous forest in the southern part in Mount Abu, etc. And the thorn, the scrubs in most of the areas. So you can simply connect the dot that where the water is more in the southern part, of course in the Mount Abu part, there you have subtropical moist forest. The forest is dense, the hills are high, the temperature is low, the rainfall is also high. When you go up, the forest gets converted into dry deciduous forest with a lot of native species like Enogaesis pendula and ronge and so many other species like Salvadora and Prosopis area and all. And then thorn forest, which has their own importance because most of the area is very, very arid. So you can see how the forest is changing with the water regime. And when the water is more, the forest shape and size and structure is different. When water is less, it is different. So this has three kinds of the forest, and then grasslands. The grasslands are not everywhere. Interestingly, grassland is in vast area in the deserts. If you go to the Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, and further down to the Gujarat. But the grasslands, which were not like true grassland like savanna grassland in Africa, but they are in the depressions of these hills, play a very significant role for presence of ungulates. When the ungulates are there, then the large carnivores are there, also there. I'll come to that in the next form. So apart from the forest, the area is also having good grasslands. And the third thing is that wetlands, even falling into the arid, semi-arid area, not only the rivers, they have a lot of wetlands also, big wetlands. Near Delhi, to Delhi itself, in Alwar, in Gurgaon, in Udaipur, there are so many smaller wetlands also. What role wetlands are going to play, I'll come to the next point. So Aravalli, apart from water, if you see the type of ecosystem they are having, because of the different type of the moisture regime, different type of the forests, grasslands, and wetlands. So it's a mosaic basically, not a great mosaic like Tarai, but still you can see a mosaic emerging out of it, and which is serving to the different kind of animals and plants over there. So this is the second vertical which I wanted to touch upon. What is the significance of Aravalli? Now, which attracts me the most is the wildlife part, because I have more inclination to the wildlife. And that is the connect and corridors of the role in connecting landscapes and working as corridor. The Aravalli had been working since ages. Sir quickly touched upon that is the westernmost boundary of the tigers. You will surprise, tiger has come from north through Aravalli itself. Out of 5 big cats, we had 4 in Aravallis. Unfortunately, 2 are not found today, lions and cheetah. But still we have tigers and leopards in this area. So this had been so rich that it had catered the need of 4 big cats in the country, out of which 2 are not found here. What does it connect? Have you ever thought of? It connects to Himalayas, to central landscape. I mean, if you see a species, 1 minute, I'll finish in half a minute. I'm already on the third vertical. So from Himalayas and Tarai, through Aravalli, it connects to the central Indian landscape. From Malwa and central India, Vindhyas. It is the tri-junction of Vindhyas and Malwas. So many times when we talk of Aravalli, we look at the Thar. We never look at the central Indian landscape. We never look at the part of the Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh tri-junction. We never look at the central Indian landscape or the Tarai or Himalayas. But there had been a huge structure from Himalayas, Tarai to Aravallis, and then going to the central Indian landscape and Vindhyan Plateau. And this was the role which the Aravalli had been playing for the migration of these species. And this had, the area had the lions and cheetahs in this area. So many a time we look at Aravalli only this stretch and don't look into the natural history part. These are the three most ecological important feature of Aravallis: water and watershed, different ecosystems, and corridor connectivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pandit Sahab. Let's give another big hand to him. Very, very important issue touched by him, extremely valuable issues, uh, and in a very interesting manner, without any transparencies. I hate transparencies sometimes. Uh, Let me now invite our Vakil Sahab, Sanjay Upadhyay ji, senior advocate, the Supreme Court of India. He is known for his oratory, and I'm sure he'll finish within 5 minutes. 5.5 minutes.
Thank you, Panditji. Like a good lawyer, I'm going to be brief because when you're not paid, you should speak less outside courtrooms. Thank you, Sankala Foundation. I'll just touch on straight away from the legal perspective, which I'm expected to speak on. And what surprises me is the kind of variation this entire range offers. We have protected areas, we've heard that, national parks, sanctuaries, we have a tiger reserve, we have tiger reserves, we have reserve forests, we have protected forests, we have section 4 and 5 of the PLPA, the Punjab Land Preservation Act, we have the ecologically sensitive area under the EPA, we have plantation areas where the Supreme Court says that cannot be diversified at all, especially if you take external aid money. Then you have deemed forest as per Godavarman, and now with the new Ashok Sharma matter, you have the ridge and the morphological ridge, which is protected by several MC Mehta matters. And then, of course, you have the wall, which are the administrative classification. The point I want to make is, and then, of course, there are state variations of how much should be the Aravalli range or the Aravalli hill, whether it should be 90 meters from the local relief or whether it should be from the mean sea level, etc. A lot of discussions going on. So the first and foremost point that I want to make is, have we ever done a proper legal mapping of the Aravalli range or the Aravalli hills? That's the first point. The second important point is, what exactly is the legal framework for threats to Aravalli? And when I say threats, I mean they are also equally important in terms of economic development, whether it is the mining laws, whether it is the urban expansion, whether it is agriculture, whether it's wasteland portion of Aravallis, whether it's revenue land for developmental purposes, whether it's the Gram Sabha commons, all these have to be mapped equally, in my humble opinion. Unless this mapping is clear, I'm afraid we can be talking about conservation and the larger perspective that Mr. Pandey just gave, we will be lost in numbers and bits and pieces of exercises that we've seen. Now, I'm not going to deal with the importance of Aravalli, but what is important is that from the legal perspective, we've been talking about conservation specifically on Aravalli right from 1992 May onwards with the Aravalli notification. The trouble is that we are all talking in bits and pieces. And this is not a trend that I see in administrative development. The biggest trend that I have seen, unfortunately, I can say that, and with all due regards to my judges, that the Honorable Supreme Court, right from 10th of May 1996, with the contestation of MC Mehta on one hand and the T.N. Godavarman on the other, we have again been talking in bits and pieces right from 1996. And we tried to analyze, and thank you to my team for doing that, we tried to analyze there are 42 key orders which actually have been passed from the last so many years till 2025 in 2 different cases. What is important to understand that, and I can give you several examples, I don't have enough time because Mr. Pandey is looking at me, I think. But the point is that it has been, it's surprising that it talks about certain areas within 2 kilometers you cannot mine, 5 kilometers from some Haryana border should not be done, plantation areas cannot be touched. Then you have PLPA areas to be kind of sanctum sanctorum. Then you have mining projects of leases of more than 5 hectares with certain restrictions. So there has been several, now we have the nature conservation zone that has to be created. The EIA notification comes into play. There are several such orders of the Honorable Supreme Court. Again, as if like a contest between MC Mehta and T.N. Godavarman, and the learned member of the CEC is here who will bear me out with his last report, where he's tried to actually capture all these developments. So I think that is key in my understanding to understand what this means on the ground. I think that's very, very important, because if we don't do that, my understanding is that today, I don't think ever the 4 states who are involved in Aravalli have ever sat down and done this legal mapping. Because that is something key in my understanding. Only then we'll be able to take things forward. It is quite a pity, I would say, that even today we are talking about the definition of Aravalli. And I know it started with Supreme Court itself, where the Aravalli Hill range, Aravalli Hills and Aravalli range is to be defined. And I think that's the crux of the matter today, because that seems to be guiding the Supreme Court in terms of how to protect Aravallis, and also how to balance the economic interest, which is also going on in the country. I think this is where, and we heard FSI's effort that was done. I'll stop in 1 minute, don't worry. I think what's important is the scientific institutions have come in far too late, right from 2010 only, where we are trying to geographically, we are using geospatial data, etc., to give us some data, some information and some direction in terms of how to move forward. So I think we need to really start from the basics, because I don't think Aravalli is going to wait the way it's been exploited. I call it the mook, the nishabd, waiting to be scarred and battered and exploited, almost in any manner that people want to do it. And I don't think we should wait for the response of the nature, because we all know how hard nature hits back. So my request in the end is, let's start from the basics. Let's start from understanding not just the ecological significance which has been mentioned, but let's legally map this area so that the carrying capacity, where do we stop, not on just individual mining interests or state alignments, but truly based on sustainability criteria, which is scientifically determined, and probably a true picture is actually presented in the Supreme Court, because they seem to be guiding a lot of things today, and only a reasonable conservation oriented and tested on these 4 parameters, which I call the use, the conservation, the acquisition, and rejuvenation as the 4 pillars. Only then we'll be able to hopefully sustainably manage Aravallis. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Upadhyay. Friends, let's give a big hand again for extremely valuable inputs. Extremely valuable inputs from the perspective. It is really surprising to listen today that we are still struggling with the definition, which should have been the first thing to happen. With this, may I take the opportunity to invite Subhas Yadav ji, Conservator of Forests, Gurgaon, Haryana. He is both a great orator and a field person. So, 2.5 minute. हरियाणा एक्सप्रेस 5 मिनट देरी से आई। ओ, अरे नहीं साहब, ना ना, 2.5 मिनट प्रैक्टिशनर को और 2.5 मिनट ओरेटर को।
Actually, I will be confining respected chair and the distinguished speakers on the dais and off the dais and the young colleagues. My presentation will be sticking to Haryana only. रमेश पांडे साहब ने तो पूरा पर्सपेक्टिव दिया था अरावली का, उसी को स्क्वीज किया करने की कोशिश की है हरियाणा में अरावली। हाँ सर, इसीलिए सर तो मैंने सेम सर साहब ने बोला उसी लाइंस पे है सर। 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में अरावली यहाँ फाल करती है, और भिवानी और चरखी दादरी, क्योंकि भिवानी एक ही जिला था, अभी उसमें थोड़ा सा पार्ट है। और इस तरह की स्ट्रक्चर हरियाणा में स्कैटर्ड पोर्शंस में है। लगभग 40,000 हेक्टेयर एरिया अरावली का माना जाता है। अरावली प्रोजेक्ट में ये रेस्टोरेशन हुआ था, उसमें और हाईएस्ट पीक अरावली में ये ढोसी हिल्स में है, जिसकी ऊंचाई 750 मीटर अबव मीन सी लेवल है. And this is the kind of forest cover mapping in Aravallis. Most of the area falls under the category of less than 40% of the forest cover. And different district, if we see the forest area in different districts, it is maximum in Faridabad district due to the contribution is mainly due to Aravallis, and then Gurgaon and Mewat. And the forest in the Aravalli in Haryana part is mostly falls under category of North Tropical Dry Deciduous Forest as per the Champion and Seth classification. And Anogasis pendula is the apex species, as we all know, who are working in Aravallis. और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जैसे हमारे दोनों मंत्री, माननीय मंत्री अरावली थे, मेरा भी जन्म वहीं हुआ और वहीं सेवाएं चल रही है, तो ये सौभाग्य की बात है. और एक एक जगह कोशिश ये करनी चाहिए कि मतलब अरावली में जब काम करने का मजा तब है जब आपको ये पता हो कि कौन सा पौधा वहाँ खड़ा है, वो बता दो आप. तो मेरे जो यंग कोलीग्स फ्रॉम डिफरेंट डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स ऑफ अरावली जो हैं, उनसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि जितना घूमेंगे उतना पता चलेगा. एक एक वाटर बॉडी कहाँ थी, कौन सा एनोगाइसिस पैच कहाँ है, उसके एसोसिएट्स कहाँ हैं. तो उसके दूसरे एसोसिएट्स अपने जो पीछे जैसे मंत्री जी भी बोल रहे थे, रोंज, ढाक, धोक, पसिंदू, ये इस तरह के अरावलीज में भी हरियाणा अरावली हालांकि ज़्यादातर इन्फेस्टेड है प्रोसोफिस से, पर फिर भी कुछ अच्छे पैचेज अभी भी बचे हुए हैं. और ये इस तरह के जो उसके एसोसिएट्स पाए जाते हैं अरावलीज में. एक मतलब अच्छा मतलब बायोडाइवर्सिटी हेरिटेज जो गुड़गांव और ये इनमें जो पूरे अरावलीज में फॉल करता था, पर हरियाणा में जितना सबसे ज़्यादा छोटा पोर्शन होते हुए हमारे पुराने जो लिटरेचर कहता है कि इवन फरीदाबाद तक भी सरिस्का का टाइगर आता था. तो सबसे ज़्यादा खोया भी हमने ही है. मतलब नदियाँ हमने खोई, वाटर बॉडीज हमने खोई, और एक तरह से बायोडाइवर्सिटी के जो रिच पॉइंट्स थे, अभी कुछ कुछ इस तरह के पैच जैसे मांगड़ बनी, इस तरह का नेचुरल पैच अभी भी वो डिफरेंट, चाहे सेक्रेड ग्रूज के नाम पे बचा हो कि किसी इसमें बनी में से कोई लकड़ी तोड़ेगा, उसके आग लग जाएगी घर में, या बीमारी हो जाएगी, स्किन डिजीज हो जाएगी, इस तरह की चीज़ों की वजह से भी कुछ चीज़ें अभी बची हुई हैं. अरावली लैंडस्केप में जो एग्रो फॉरेस्ट्री का मेन स्पीसीज ये अपना जो खेजड़ी है, और रोएडा इट्स फाउंड इन होल अरावली लैंडस्केप. अभी जो पिछला हमारा वो वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंसस था, उसमें लगभग 36 2017 में थे, 40 लेपर्ड इस लैंडस्केप में पाए जाते हैं. एंड डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ बर्ड्स एंड रेप्टाइल्स, बटरफ्लाइज. और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि कल्चरल हेरिटेज जैसे राजस्थान में तो बड़ी है, पर हमारे यहाँ भी काफ़ी चीज़ें अभी बची हुई हैं, जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट नू में ये हैं, कोई ये नारनौल में है, और ये अकबर के टाइम के और बीरबल के टाइम के जो छत्ता और इस तरह की चीज़ें भी हैं. और एक इतिहास ये कहता है कि नारनौल से अलवर तक भी एक सुरंग पाई जाती है, जो अभी उसमें 3-4 तो बारात खत्म हो चुकी, कई बार घुस गई तो फिर वापस ही नहीं निकल पाई. इस तरह की भी हिस्ट्री है यहाँ हरियाणा में. और मांगड़ में पीछे ये आर्कियोलॉजिकल एविडेंसेस जो प्री हिस्टोरिकल भी यहाँ मिले थे. सर बात कर रहे थे नदियों की, तो ये नदियाँ भूल गए थे सर जो हरियाणा वाली बताना. तो साबी नदी थी, कृष्णावती, दोहन, ये इस तरह की नदियाँ थी, सारी यमुना में आके ट्रिब्यूटरी मिलती थी. आज ये हम खो चुके हैं, एक नदियों में सारियों में कोई भी पानी नहीं आ रहा है. इस तरह का जो बांध भी बनाए गए, आखिर नदियां ऐसी थी कि जो बरसात में फ्लडिंग करती थी, उनके रोकने के लिए मसानी बांध बनाया गया. 1978 में 1700 एकड़ लैंड किसानों की एक्वायर करके बांध बनाया, और जिस दिन बांध बना 78 में, उसके बाद एक बूंद भी पानी नहीं आया. तो और फिर ये जो लोग वैसे एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट कह देते हैं कि बोला नजफगढ़ झील, अरे नजफगढ़ झील तो साबी नदी की थी. अब जो पानी है दैट इज ड्यू टू जो वेस्ट वाटर ऑफ गुड़गांव सिटी, जो वो झील बनी हुई है. इस तरह के जो दूसरे जो बांध थे वो बने थे. और एक ये इम्पोर्टेंट है जो हमने खोया, बड़खल लेक. ये बर्निंग ट्रेन फिल्म है जी, ये उस टाइम बर्निंग ट्रेन फिल्म 80 में बनी थी. बड़खल लेक में इस गाने की शूटिंग हुई. और ये जो इसका जो हालात है, एक मिनट ये आगे थोड़ा सा, ये सर आवाज ये इस तरह का, ये बड़खल लेक की शूटिंग है 80s की. और सर ये आज के हालात देखिए सर, बड़खल लेक. सर तो पहले बस सर 1 मिनट और लूंगा सर, 5 मिनट थोड़ी सी और। और ये बड़खल लेक, इसी तरह सूरजकुंड लेक, जो सूरजकुंड के नाम से जो सूरजकुंड कॉम्प्लेक्स है जहाँ सूरजकुंड मेला होता है, ये कुंड अब आज इस हालत में, पहले इस तरह के होता था हिस्टोरिकली। और ये दमदमा एक ऐसी अभी लेक बची हुई है जिसमें नेचुरली थोड़ा पानी पाया जाता है, और ये भी खत्म होने के कगार पे। कोटला लेक, एक मेवात में कोटला झरना भी बहता है, और ये लेक अभी आर्टिफिशियली बनानी पड़ी है क्योंकि वहाँ खत्म हो चुका है। अरावली लैंडस्केप का मेवात का 90 किलोमीटर का एरिया है। आप समझोगे कि पूरे मेवात जिले में खारा पानी है, और पूरा जो ये जो पब्लिक हेल्थ के ट्यूबवेल है वो फुट हिल्स अरावली में ही मीठा पानी है, उसकी वजह से गांव में पानी पिलाने लायक बचे नहीं तो, और पूरा खारा पानी है उसमें। और ये इस तरह की स्ट्रीम में तो डीएफओ 2011 में था मेवात में। ये देखिए झरना, वहां ये खोड़ बसी में झरना पैसे बता था, आज ही हालात है। ये ठीक है। मैं तो फिर बाहर चला गया, तो फिर इस तरह के कुछ हमारे ये थे सर, डिग्रेडेशन। तो ये इस तरह के हमारे चैलेंजेस भी कुछ है इसमें, जैसे ये जो सॉलिड वेस्ट प्लांट है, इसका लीचेट की समस्या है। सबसे बड़ा ये बीज हमने बोए, अब हमें ही काटने पड़ेंगे। प्रोसोफिस अरावली प्रोजेक्ट में बोई जी, राजस्थान हरियाणा में। उसमें पीआरए में कहीं आ गया कि जो फॉरेस्ट डिग्रेडेशन का मेन रीजन इज फ्यूल वुड की सप्लाई। वो धोख काटते हैं जी गांव वाले कि फ्यूल वुड की चाहिए, तो वहां जो यूरोपियन यूनियन के कंसल्टेंट थे उन्होंने कहा ऐसा पेड़ लगा दो जो पूरे साल फ्यूल वुड दे, और ये हमने बोया फिर। अब ये सबसे ज्यादा हमारे लिए वो बना हुआ है डेवलपमेंट के वजह से। कुछ हमारी हिल्स हैं, जैसे बड़े बड़े एक्सप्रेसवे निकले, ये केएमपी एक्सप्रेसवे एक डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर है, तो वो बाइफर्केशन ऑफ हैबिटेट, जैसे पीछे मंत्री जी बात कर रहे थे, कुछ तेंदुए जो इस तरह की, ये 3-4 डेथ तो एक जगह से अभी पिछले सालों में थी, वैसे टोटल 10 डेथ यहाँ हो चुकी हैं। तो हमें इन पे भी काम करने की जरूरत है। हमारे दोनों पीसी शेफ साहब हैं, वो भी लेटर पार्ट ऑफ सेशंस में भी कुछ डिस्कशंस करेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, हम बहुत ही रिच थे और बहुत खो चुके हैं, कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि वापस रेस्टोर करने की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
फ्रेंड्स, लेट्स गिव बिग हैंड टू सुभाष जी। बहुत ही अच्छा डिस्कशन और बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें आपने शेयर की। मेरे पास अब काफी कम समय बचा है, तो मुझे समअप करने के लिए जो समय दिया गया उसको समअप किया हुआ मान लिया जाए, क्योंकि आदरणीय गोयल साहब जो है वो बार बार मेरी तरफ अब देख रहे हैं, क्योंकि अगला सेशन उनका है और बिल्कुल हम आमने सामने बैठ गए हैं, मामला गड़बड़ा रहा है। लेकिन फिर भी we will take about maybe 3 questions maximum. If you cannot hold your questions, we will take it. Please, Dr. Sudeep Chatterjee, वो दीजिए जरा माइक।
Thanks to the panel. Crisp 5-minute talks and the question will be briefer. Thank you, Pandey, for talking about the ecological connects. I wanted to know from you and get the guidance from you that how do we look at Aravalli as an ecosystem, its continuity with Thar on its western fringes, and the grasslands and the emergence of the Vindhya Mountains in the east. It's a connected ecosystem. So how do we look at the ecological significance of Aravalli, particularly with respect to a very hot issue that is desertification? On one hand, we get to know that the deserts are greening, water is now available. It may be due to a lot of afforestation activities and due to climate change. And on the other hand, we also get to know that the desert is expanding fast towards the east. Thank you.
Aravalli Green Wall is one initiative which is looking for the afforestation and ecological restoration in this area. We have not taken up any study or exercise to see the possible connects at present, but that may be one of the areas in future which can be taken up to see that how much the corridors are still functional. That is a good area to work in future. And the desertification which is extending towards east is, of course, is a concern, and the UNCCD targets what the country has taken to recover to 26 million has given a good result as per the studies as concerned, but it's a challenge to halt the increasing desertification, and the Rajasthan Forest Department in particular has taken a lot of initiative related to the plantation and eco restoration, which is a good thing, which can be heard by Arun Prasad and others who are here will be speaking on Rajasthan.
Thank you. We have two more hands raised. I'll come back to you. Dr. Chatterjee, if you go back to about 40 years old studies by Sundarlal Hora, I think some of those points have been addressed. For example, the kind of species that are found in Pandiji has suggested in Himalayas, and then they reappear uh, very closely to the species in Mount Abu. So those papers are there, but recently, of course, unfortunately, taxonomy and biogeography has not been a very juicy issue, so people don't study that much, unfortunately. Yes, sir, please. प्रश्न बहुत संक्षेप में पूछिए, पिन पॉइंटेड.
Right. When we listen to the ministers, both the union minister and the minister from Haryana, we feel that everything is good, everybody is concerned, hunky-dory. But when we see it on ground and we read the newspaper reports on a daily basis for the past 15 years, we notice issues being called out around degradation of Aravalli in the Gurgaon belt. And nobody is kind of solving it. So while we hear it at the policy and vision level, the ground reality does not seem to connect. So what's the reality, and how can this daily mining, daily encroachment be stopped?
Can I take this question? Uh, if you, I mean, I have been working in Aravallis for last 42 years, let us say. I wasn't born like the minister, but my colleagues here who are sitting here, they would tell you how great a difference they have been able to make on the grounds in Aravallis. Two more recent tiger reserves being declared in Rajasthan, 34 conservation areas being declared. They can't happen without the resurgence of biodiversity, without the restoration of those landscapes. We have lost hugely, as Subhash Bhai told, uh, but we also have great success stories. So whatever you read, if you are just going by reading the newspapers, I would want you to visit in the field. Many rivers are, many water bodies are being rejuvenated. The rivers are being rejuvenated. The landscape is being rejuvenated. Nevertheless, your challenge, which you pointed out, also remains. So we are not saying everything is great, but we should be very clear that everything is not as bad as it is painted in the press. If not, then okay, we have here. Please.
Okay, sir. Upadhyay sir, you really pointed out some very key issues regarding the afforestation in the region. I just wanted to pose the question to the other dignitaries from the different states here and the union ministry as to, are we going to at some point do this, sit down and discuss how we can demarcate the areas, that the legal demarcation is completed in the Aravallis, to understand what is the actual area available for greening and how are we going to go ahead?
Uh, I believe while the question that Upadhyayji raised is extremely valuable, but please also understand that the world has never been able to define their landscapes purely through legal definitions. So while I agree with Upadhyayji that we should be able to do that, but it mostly has to be biogeographic definition. biogeographic, biodiversity. For example, take the case of Arun Prasad ji, the Chief Wildlife Warden of Rajasthan is sitting here, Ranthambore Tiger Reserve, where Aravallis and Vindhyas meet. And you can see the distinct difference in flora, in ground flora, in middle story vegetation and top story vegetation. So I would say biogeographic definition we should aim at first, and then of course the legal definition which Upadhyay has pointed out.
Can I just add on something?
Sir, actually जो इनका क्वेश्चन था कि whether we have mapped our areas which are available for restoration. Haryana has done it. जो 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स का जितना भी अरावली का क्षेत्र है, whether it is notified under PLPA or covered under Aravalli plantation or it is Gangwangkin Pahad. We have all the data in Khasra numbers. We have Khasra numbers and we have loaded on our Forest Department portal. Every Khasra number and its mapping is there. If you want to see or anybody want to be aware about the forest areas identified in Haryana, and specifically in Aravalli region, we can show them, sir.
Same is the case with Rajasthan, I would say. Same is the case with Gujarat, because I recently saw all these. Two more answers coming here, and then we close.
Point I was making was no denial that biogeographic zones have to be ecologically, scrutinized, etc. I think that is the basis for legal categorization. Legal categorization is not in isolation. It is a sum and substance of what you understand ecologically is what is put on paper. The trouble with only an ecological definition is that when something wrong happens, nobody has a tool to make it binding. And I think that's where the legal categorization helps to make things binding and people responsible. So that's the connect that I wanted to draw.
Very interesting thing has happened in the Aravalli is that this what Gair Mumkin Pahad was being said. For this answer, we have to look into the land use classification in the states and how historically the states have managed the land, because the land is the state subject. So in most of the areas, if I take the example of Vindhya, where I have worked also, there what happened that most of the areas, Pahad like Aravalli, they were declared reserve forests in those areas which were important for the government. The rest of the areas were with the princely states. The same was here in the Aravallis also. But when the country got independence, those vested forests got converted into again protected forest in those areas, but not here. Here, those areas were Gair Mumkin Pahad. And the land use was never given to the forest. Had this been given to the forest, or declared forest, reserved or forest, protected forest, the degree of protection would have gone up. And then delineation of definition or mining would have not been allowed. Here it continued. The Supreme Court came forward and said that all Gair Mumkin Pahad and such pahads will also be considered as forest. So something happened here, which I have not gone that deep, which could have been happened like what happened in Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh, which was not done in the western part. And what I feel, I was thinking of that why it would have not been done, because of the princely states those times and the agroforestral communities which are there in this. That is not there in Vindhyas and central Indian landscape. We don't have those communities which are taking sheep from the hills to the grasslands of the Gujarat. So probably because of the land use, this area was not converted into a vested forest. Had it been converted into a forest area of any kind, this would have got higher degree of protection. So we should not see the degree of protection in terms of law. We should also see that what had been the natural history of the area, how the people were using that area, what was the land use for the people, how people were treating that area for their livelihood, etc. And the way state decided not to declare this area as a protected forest.
So we should not only see the legal part, we should also see the land use, the communities part, the culture, the ethos, and the princely state, and the people who have used this land in this landscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, friends. Every word has been recorded. Our team is recording what you said. Once again, let's give a big hand to all our esteemed panelists. And thank you once again, Sankala Foundation, for inviting all of us to be here with you. Thanks again. Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a short tea break. Let's reconvene here in another 10 minutes. You can also find the executive summary of the report in the registration desk. Please collect it from there. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting our session 2 shortly. Please take your seats. Everyone outside, I request you to come inside and take seats. Thank you. Yeah, I'll start. Welcome back, everyone. I welcome you all to the second session on community mobilization and micro planning for eco restoration. I request everyone to settle down, please. I request everyone to settle down. We are going to start with our session. Everyone outside of the auditorium, I request you to get in and take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, to chair this session, I would like to invite Mr. C.P. Goyal, Member, Centrally Empowered Committee, to chair the session. Mr. Goyal, an Indian Forest Service officer of the 1986 batch, has had a distinguished career spanning over 3 decades in forest conservation and environmental management. He has held several senior leadership roles at both state and national levels and has been deeply involved in forest management, wildlife conservation, and environmental policy formulation. We welcome you, sir. I request everyone to settle down, please. Everyone in the auditorium, I request you to settle down. Thank you. With great pleasure, I invite the distinguished speakers for this session. Dr. C.N. Pandey, Professor of Practice, IIT Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Dr. Pandey is a distinguished former Indian Forest Service officer with an exemplary career in forest conservation, environmental governance, and biodiversity protection. He has served as Principal Chief Conservator of Forest in Gujarat and is widely recognized for his contributions to policy formulation, sustainable natural resource management, and combating wildlife crime. We welcome you, sir. I now call upon Mr. Anurag Bharadwaj, PCCF, Rajasthan State Forest Department. Dr. Bharadwaj is a 1993 batch senior Indian Forest Service officer and a civil engineering graduate and has held several key leadership positions at the state, national, and international levels, including roles with World Bank and AFD funded projects. He has been recognized with the State Award for exemplary service and for his contributions to integrated natural resource management and water conservation. We welcome you, sir. I also invite Mr. Vineet Kumar Garg, PCCF and Head of Forest Force, Haryana State Forest Department. Mr. Garg is a 1989 batch Indian Forest Service officer of the Haryana cadre with extensive experience across territorial forest, community forestry, wildlife, biodiversity, and forest development. Over the years, he has held several senior leadership roles in forest administration, planning, wildlife management, and institutional governance. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have with us Mr. Vijay Dasmana, founder, The Rewilders. Mr. Dasmana is an ecological restoration practitioner and has been restoring degraded land since 2007. One of the most notable projects is the transformation of a 380-acre mine site in Gurugram into a famous Aravalli Biodiversity Park. This initiative became the first OECM site in India. He was given Sanctuary Wildlife Award for this in 2020, along with other two IIM Gurgaon members. We welcome you, sir. I now request Dr. Adiba Parveen, Senior Research Associate, to felicitate our distinguished speakers with a planter. Mr. C.P. Goyal, Dr. C.N. Pandey, Mr. Anurag Bharadwaj, Mr. Vineet Kumar Garg, Mr. Vijay Dasmana. Thank you, Adiba. Let us now start the session. I request all speakers to adhere to a time limit of 6 to 7 minutes. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Goyal.
Good afternoon to all of you. Time limit has been given but not specified. So stick to your time limit, but what is the time limit? So I will follow the time limit given to Mr. Dr. D.N. Pandey. So there was a question in the previous session. What is the future of Aravallis? So let me assure you all that future of Aravalli is very bright. Given the current circumstances and the discussions and all those things that are happening all across in all forums, whether it is press or whether it is offices or it is court or whatever it is, the sensitivity that is generated, the answer is clear that future is very, very bright. So I will begin this session with a positive note. My colleagues have all been introduced. They are all luminaries in their own field. And the topic given to us, I think, is the most important topic as far as Aravallis is concerned. So I will introduce the topic with the simple statement that community participation creates a sense of ownership, accountability, and a sense of protection. So if you own any ecosystem or any property or whatever it is, you naturally will never want to degrade it. So if community participation is fully involved, or community is fully involved in any of the projects, I think that project is going to succeed. And while going through the project that has been pursued by Government of India by the name of Aravalli Green Wall, for which is the topic of the today's discussion also, I think the community has been involved in each and everything. I and Dr. Pandey were going through the topic in the morning, and we could see that right from the initiation, while designing the projects, while designing the implementing strategies for the project, right from that till the evaluation of the project, the community has been involved. So in today's discussion, my colleagues will give you an insight about the community participation that has been envisaged in this project. And I will first request Dr. C.N. Pandey to initiate the proceedings. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Goyal, the distinguished panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. We are assembled here for discussing a very, very serious issue. In the first session, we discussed about the Aravallis, what Aravallis have, what significance they have, what importance they have, and what all we should do to preserve Aravalli. Aravalli preservation is really a matter of concern all over because it's a fragile system, relatively and under a lot of pressure, because from one side it's facing deserts and from the other side they're all highly developed areas. So this is a very, very serious issue. So in this session, the job that has been given to us is how to plan for this. If we have to take an action, then what kind of a plan, what kind of micro plan, and how to involve the communities. I have some 3-4 slides to show it to you, and I'll not go by the slide by and large, but that's just to keep it so that I don't forget any point. I'm from Gujarat. I was PCCF and half of Gujarat. So I have traveled very extensively and worked very much in the Aravalli areas. There are two which one is yours? No, no, no. I think it should be this. No, this is not. This is not. Your. So there are two important wildlife sanctuaries in the Aravalli zone of Gujarat. One is the Balaram Ambaji Sanctuary, and the other is Jessore Sanctuary. They are lovely sanctuaries and very well vegetated. They are sloth bear sanctuaries, both of them, and there are other animals also like panther and all. But then if you move on the Aravalli track in Gujarat, you will find a lot of diversity in the human beings. Some of the areas are tribal, some of the areas are non-tribal, and even the landscape is very different. In the eastern part, we have forested areas. As you go slightly northwards and little west, you actually come across the run of Kutch. Actually, it means the run of Kutch. Run in Gujarat is little different from an arid desert. Run is a desert because of excessive salinity, because that part was once upon a time seabed, and therefore the water has receded, and therefore the whole area has a lot of salt in that. So here, the Aravalli does not only meet the arid desert, but also meets the saline desert, and therefore it has a lot of functions to play so far as the stopping of desertification is to be done. Now, coming to the point that has been given to us to discuss here, how do we go about community participation? Now, basically, there are 4-5 issues which I wanted to discuss with all of you. It is out of my own experience with the community participation. Community participation is actually a very difficult component of this, because it's very time consuming. It takes a lot of efforts on the part of the people who are doing the plan. So it's very time consuming, and there are many ifs and buts in this. For example, participation of ladies in the programs, it's very difficult to ensure in the rural area. And the culture of the local people, it matters a lot. There are certain villages in this very Aravalli villages and all. There are certain villages where the ladies will come in your meetings, but they will not speak. There are certain participatory processes in which the ladies will come, but they will come only in pardas, because their elder men of their own families are also sitting, so they will not speak anything. So they just come there. We feel that, oh, there's so many ladies have attended this, but there's hardly any participation. There are many areas where the ladies speak, but the gents don't let them speak. Okay? They say, oh, तुमको कुछ नहीं आता, तुम कुछ बैठ जाओ, हम बताते हैं. So these are the issues which you have to tackle when you are talking about the participatory appraisal. That is one part of it. Second part of it is this, that we were quite worried in Gujarat. This is part of the Joint Forest Management Program. And what we were worried is that for participation of the local communities, the best unit is the village. Because in the village, everybody is familiar with everybody is familiar with every situation. So everybody can really talk about the landscape, everybody can really talk about the problems and the solutions. But then if you do this participatory appraisal at the village level, our task becomes huge, because you have to do for every village. Same with the micro plan. What should be the unit of micro plan? The word micro actually suggests that it should be for a smaller unit, or a micro unit. But if you prepare the plan for each village, the planning effort itself becomes very high. Then how to amalgamate the whole plan? If you do village wise,
then what do you do about this? To the state government or to the district level, you have to prepare the whole plan. So in Gujarat, what we did is that we devised a midway path and we call it cluster approach. And the cluster approach is this, that we find similar villages in the nearby and develop it in a cluster. The participatory processes are done at the village level. Then at the cluster level, all the ideas are averaged out, the kind of mental averages, and all the ideas and all the solutions and all the difficulties are averaged out at the cluster level. And then we started having a very meaningful program. So these are two things that I wanted to highlight. The third thing is that in all programs where local people are involved, I think we should go one or two steps beyond planning for the ecology, planning for forestry, planning for so many things that we do in forestry. And that is the products that they get, the ecosystem services they get, the NTFPs that they get, medicinal products that they get. We should also help them in value addition of those products and somehow link it with the market. Our planning should go up to that level, then only the local people are involved in the program on a longer time. Otherwise, they will come, they will give their ideas, they will go back. So the chit says that I have 1 minute left. I'll try to finish it in 1 minute. So this is the third problem, that my suggestion is that when we do micro planning and we involve local people in the planning and all, so we should not stop at supplying the ecosystem services. We should also take it the economy sustain. And then we will have to go 2-3 steps. We'll have to search for the market. We have to develop the marketing linkages. And therefore, and we have done some experiments, and of course, those have their own problems. So this is the third thing, that we should do it when we are doing micro planning or when we are trying to involve the local people. The process of the local people, the process of involving the local people, the best is done through the participatory appraisal techniques. So I strongly suggest that when we do village level planning, we should go for participatory tools. For example, we should go for participatory mapping, participatory ranking, participatory seasonal, participatory timeline. These are the things which are not only giving you a lot of information in a very short time, because they are like management games, So you start it on the ground and the people start talking about it. But then for that you require a lot of skilled people. So when we go for participatory processes, it is not sufficient that our guards or forester or ranger goes there. We actually require trained and skilled people. Otherwise, the basic sense of participation will not come out. So we should use participatory tools. We should have skilled people. We should have trained people for doing this work. Then the quality of the plan really goes up. And then we should also involve some marketing, some management people in our program, so that they can really think about where the products that they get out of it will go. The last thing is this, the last thing that I want to tell you and tell the House is this, that eco-restoration is not really plantation. It is not really reforestation. It is much more beyond that. Because the word eco-restoration says that the ecological status of the land, of the landscape, has to come back from where it started degrading. So our approach has to be eco-sense. It has to be focusing on ecosystem. Ecosystem means that we are not only focusing on the trees, but we are also focusing on the biodiversity which is inside. We are focusing on the ground flora. We are focusing on the middle story. Therefore, this piece of land starts giving ecosystem services. Unless it is giving ecosystem services, it is not eco-restoration. It is merely planting and all. So if you just plant, say, 2 hectares of area, it doesn't become an ecosystem. We all know it. We are all very experienced people. So this is one thing that we have to decide. And when we talk about a landscape, the way Aravalli is, then this landscape has got forest, this has got wetlands, this has got grasslands, and the grasses are very important, particularly on the Gujarat side. We have got lovely dryland grasses, in the Aravalli zone, and the grasses are very important for the local people. And we also have riverine ecosystems. We have got many rivers. A major river is Sabarmati. In fact, I live on the bank of Sabarmati river. And there's a beautiful riverine area which has been converted into wonderful riverine forest. And now a lot of wildlife has come there, and it's really become an ecosystem. So we have to concentrate. I mean, I'll say the first priority has to be given to forestry. Second, forestry should be given to all the wetlands. Wetlands are more difficult to conserve than creating a forest. Wetlands are really very difficult. Then wetlands, then grasslands, and all the rivers and riverine and hill slopes. If these are the areas which have to be in the focus in addition to all of this. So these are some of the points I wanted to talk to you about, some related to the participatory issues and some related to how we go about with the microplan. That's all. I hope I'm not taking much of time. Thank you so much. And I have not used this slide.
No, sir. Thank you, sir. So, Dr. Pandey has given a very important concept that for effective community participation, we will have to design a system where we can assign economic value to the ecosystem services. I think Meghalaya has done something, as Dr. Subhash Tosh was mentioning in the previous session. So in Aravalli also, the ministry should come up with such process. I will now request Shri Bhardwaj, who is PCC from Rajasthan, to dwell light on this subject.
Help me out. Take it. Yeah, you can just start. And good afternoon, everyone. Not this one. And thank you, sir. I'd like to thank Pandey sir for he has already covered some of the slides, some of the issues which I was going to raise through my presentation. I'll first start by thanking the organizers. So they had got a study done on what the gaps are in the project, in ministry design, and before why I'm emphasizing on these aspects is I'll quickly rush through a few slides to give you an idea of, just to give you, to re-emphasize the fact that Rajasthan, being the major partner, has a very important role to play. And a right design of a structure, of a program, of a project is very important for its success. For it to strike a connect with the communities. And just to give, reiterate, some of those points have been brought out by Honorable Minister, by the Secretary Forest. Just can you? Yeah, like this is the SAC report. A very substantial part of this 97.85 million hectare of degraded land falls in Rajasthan. And this is the map, and as you all know, the Aravalli buffer zone covers an area of about 5 kilometers, and of the total 6.31 buffer area identified under it, approximately 43% has been identified as degraded. This is just a graphical representation of that. I am reiterating the fact that almost 80% of the degraded area falls in Rajasthan. So a lot more responsibility for to ensure the proper success of the program. Like Honorable Minister was mentioning, we have identified about 8 lakh hectares of treatable area, out of which 7 lakh, more than 80%, falls in Rajasthan. This itself, the number itself is a huge challenge for Rajasthan. If you have to implement a program, going by past history, we in Rajasthan generally do about 60,000-70,000 hectare in all across the state, just to take up 70,000-80,000.
One Rishi ashram is there on the top of it, and this is the highest point in Aravalli in Haryana. Then these are few CSR initiatives wherein we have got waste to these materials installed in Gurugram. Future management perspective is that we have few challenges also. Compensatory afforestation we will be undertaking in these areas of Aravallis where this Andaman project will be implemented. We have submitted there this first phase of CA, that is for about 9,000 hectare area. Otherwise, total compensatory afforestation will be undertaken over an area of 24,000 hectare. So these are the initiatives which the state of Haryana has taken up for community participation, and we hope that the situ restoration model we will be implementing as such in whole of Aravalli of say 5 districts of Haryana. Under this CA scheme of Andaman project, we are proposing construction of this type of wall for protection. Then these water ponds, etc., grassland development, etc., then ecotourism activities, all those have been proposed in this project. And the challenges, if we talk about challenges, then we have many challenges. This area has been notified, but ownership is still with few of the panchayats and MCD Gurugram. Aravalli Chetna Yatra is one best example of community participation. During this Seva Pakhwada, we started on 17th of September and ended it up on 2nd of October. During this
अरावली हमारी ढाल, हमारी जिम्मेवारी। अरावली पर्वतमाला विश्व की सबसे प्राचीन पर्वत श्रेणियों में से एक है। यह केवल पहाड़ों की श्रृंखला नहीं, बल्कि उत्तर भारत के पर्यावरण की सुरक्षा कवच है। अरावली वर्षा जल संरक्षण, भूजल पुनर्भरण, जलवायु संतुलन तथा मरुस्थलीकरण को रोकने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाती है। अरावली का महत्व एवं संरक्षण की आवश्यकता। अरावली पर्वतमाला हरियाणा सहित पूरे क्षेत्र के लिए जीवन रेखा है। यह धूल भरी आंधियों को रोकती है, मिट्टी का कटाव कम करती है और जैव विविधता को संरक्षण प्रदान करती है। अरावली का संरक्षण पर्यावरण संतुलन के लिए अनिवार्य है। हरियाणा सरकार की प्रतिबद्धता। हरियाणा सरकार अरावली संरक्षण के लिए पूर्ण रूप से प्रतिबद्ध है। राज्य के 7 अरावली जिलों में वन विभाग द्वारा संरक्षण, पुनर्स्थापन, जन सहभागिता आधारित गतिविधियां संचालित की जा रही हैं। वन विभाग निरंतर प्रयास कर रहा है कि अरावली को सुरक्षित और हरित बनाया जा सके। सेवा पखवाड़ा के दौरान जागरूकता। सेवा पखवाड़ा के अंतर्गत वन विभाग द्वारा वृक्षारोपण, स्वच्छता अभियान एवं जागरूकता कार्यक्रम आयोजित किए गए। इन कार्यक्रमों में अधिकारी, कर्मचारी, छात्र एवं आम नागरिकों ने उत्साहपूर्वक भाग लिया। सेवा पखवाड़ा के दौरान कुल 10,000 नागरिकों एवं 22,000 विद्यार्थियों ने सहभागिता ली। अरावली जन चेतना यात्रा। अरावली जन चेतना यात्रा के माध्यम से जन जन तक अरावली के महत्व का संदेश पहुंचाया गया। यह यात्रा गांवों व कस्बों से होकर गुजरी, जहां लोगों को अरावली संरक्षण के लिए प्रेरित किया गया। अरावली जन चेतना यात्रा में कुल 52 स्थानों पर 10,400 लोगों ने सहभागिता ली। खेजड़ी बचाओ यात्रा। खेजड़ी वृक्ष अरावली की आत्मा है। यह पर्यावरण संरक्षण, जैव विविधता और स्थानीय आजीविका के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। खेजड़ी बचाओ यात्रा के माध्यम से इस वृक्ष के संरक्षण का संदेश दिया। खेजड़ी बचाओ यात्रा में कुल 3,570 नागरिकों एवं 8,380 विद्यार्थियों ने भाग लिया। अरावली केवल पहाड़ नहीं है, यह हमारा भविष्य है। इसका संरक्षण हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। आइए हम सब मिलकर अरावली को बचाने का संकल्प लें, ताकि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक सुरक्षित, हरित और समृद्ध भविष्य मिल सके। अरावली बचेगी तभी जीवन बचेगा।
As far as these trees standing on agroforestry land in this southern part of Haryana is concerned, we have just proposed to our state government that they should be incentivized, this especially KHD. So this is one proposal which we have submitted to the state government for inclusion in next year's budget. Pranvayu Devta scheme is another scheme wherein the state of Haryana is say giving pension to the trees which are heritage trees, and we have identified about say 5,400 trees, and like this old age pension or Budapa pension, 3,000 rupees per year are being given by the state government to these owners of these trees. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Garg Sahab. We have given a beautiful insight on different concepts that are quite innovative, like this pension scheme to the trees, and he also highlighted about Aravalli Chetna Yatra and sacred groups. I will now request Mr. Vijay Dhasmana, who is a real creator of Aravalli Biodiversity Park, and he has done some ground level work and has come up with a beautiful nature park in that area. Mr. Dhasmana, please.
Thank you, sir. I am not the original creator. So there is a whole community which created that place, and you saw the video before. तो अभी मैं थोड़ा बहुत macro से micro में आता हूँ. We are talking about Aravalli landscape, 800 acres, 800 kilometers, and 100,000 square kilometers, and so on and so forth. To actually responsible on the ground and how we should look at the ground from my experiences. So it's not something that is not done before, but just sharing my experiences. First, when we talk about ecological restoration, ecological restoration is part of ecosystem restoration. और जब हम अरावली की बात करते हैं, अगर ये सिस्टम नहीं है तो इसमें फिर इकोलॉजिकल रेस्टोरेशन का मायना कम हो जाता है या ख़त्म हो जाता है. जैसे आपने बताया, पांडे जी ने बताया था कि इंटेग्रिटी ऑफ द लैंड इज़ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. इट शेप्स द वाटरशेड्स, and those watersheds are very very crucial for life to exist around these hills and the hill range. Now, giving protection to this land is very very essential, and we have struggled with it. We created the Aravalli Biodiversity Park. There was a plan to create a road through the park, and the news went to the public. Communities were stakeholders into that park, and they stood for protecting that park. And the government took a decision that they don't want to create that road through the park. So when we say community, I think we are part of the community. I mean, we should not look at community as A and we as B. We are very much part of community. You are part of every reel that people are making these days, So, however you want not to be, you are part of the system. So, इसलिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम कम्युनिटी को अलग ना देखें. कम्युनिटी हमारा हिस्सा है, हम ही हैं कम्युनिटी. दूसरी बात जो मुझे कहा गया है इस विषय में बात करने के लिए, वो है
नेटिव स्पीशीज़ का। एंड मैं तो अभी भी अरावली में, अभी हम रिसेंटली हमने रणथंभौर गए थे, तो रणथंभौर में हमने एक पेड़ होता है दहिया, स्ट्रेबलिस एस्पर, वो देखा और अब पता चला राजस्थान में रिकॉर्डेड नहीं है अरावली में, तो वो रिकॉर्ड हो गया कि भाई ये रिकॉर्ड हो गया। ऐसे ही गुड़गांव में कई स्पीशीज़ हैं जो रिकॉर्ड होती जा रही हैं। सो अरावलीज आर वेरी रिच एंड द पैलेट दैट वी हैव, उसके लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम बेस लाइन करें। जब भी हम इको रेस्टोरेशन की बात करते हैं तो हमें बेस लाइनिंग की बहुत ज़रूरत है। हम लाइडार से करें या हम ग्राउंड ट्रूथिंग करें, वो बेस लाइनिंग बहुत ही ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। इफ़ यू आर नॉट डूइंग बेस लाइनिंग, देयर इज़ नथिंग दैट यू कैन से इज़ restored. Yeah, so that is very, very essential. Then to have a monitoring program. Once you have done the implementation, there has to be a solid monitoring program. Unless we have a solid monitoring program, we will never be able to achieve what we are setting out to. In fact, कल हमारे बीच में 20 citizen scientists थे और वो हमारे परमानेंट प्लॉट, अरावली में दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण से एक भी परमानेंट प्लॉट नहीं है, मुझे जहाँ तक समझ में आया है NCBS के लैब से, प्रोफेसर सुकुमार और बाकी लोगों के बातचीत से, कि हमारे पास एरिड जोन में, सेमी एरिड जोन में परमानेंट प्लॉट्स वेजिटेशन को सैम्पलिंग के लिए है ही नहीं। तो ऐसे हम कुछ प्लॉट्स अरावली बायोडाइवर्सिटी पार्क और अरावली नगर वन, जिसका जिक्र अभी पिछले प्रेजेंटेशन में गरी साहब ने किया, वहाँ पे डाल रहे हैं, और सिटीजन साइंस के माध्यम से, जहाँ पे अर्बन पॉपुलेशन जुड़ सके उस एक्टिविटीज़ से और सीख सके कि ये हो क्या रहा है। एंड वी हैव सीन अ रिमार्केबल ग्रोथ इन द प्लांट कम्युनिटीज़। अक्सर ये कहा जाता है कि एनोगाइसिस पेंडुला, ये जो ढोक है बहुत मुश्किल है, बहुत मुश्किल से होता है, प्लस कम्युनिटी एस्टैब्लिश होने में भी बहुत समय लगता है। लेकिन अब हम देख रहे हैं कि उसमें कम से कम गर्थ में 20% ग्रोथ हुई है इन लास्ट 15 years इन द अरावली बायोडाइवर्सिटी पार्क। सिमिलरली बॉस्वेलिया सराटा में, जिसको सालर विच इज़ अनदर कम्युनिटी, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कम्युनिटी, उसमें भी 10% से ज़्यादा की ग्रोथ हम देख रहे हैं इन दिस ड्राई पार्ट ऑफ अरावलीज, नॉर्दर्न अरावलीज। सो मेरा ये कहना है कि मॉनिटरिंग बहुत ज़रूरी है। जब तक हम मॉनिटरिंग नहीं करेंगे, ग्राउंड लेवल पे मॉनिटरिंग प्लस स्पेशल मॉनिटरिंग, दोनों बहुत ही ज़रूरी है। कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन, क्योंकि ये इस पैनल का मेन फोकस कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन है, आई थिंक नर्सरीज एंड कम्युनिटीज़ गो टुगेदर। We have dearth of plants available to us of the Aravalli species. और हम जब अरावली की बात भी करते हैं तो हम वो रॉकी आउटक्रॉप की बात कम करते हैं, और हम उसमें जो फ्लैटिश लैंड है या 20% जो हमारा 20 मीटर से नीचे का हिस्सा है उसकी ज़्यादा बात करते हैं हम जब रेस्टोरेशन की बात करते हैं। तो जो ऊपर का हिस्सा है उसमें जो प्लांट कम्युनिटी है, चाहे वो बॉस्वेलिया की है, एनोगाइसिस पेंडुला की है, वो हमारे पास ऐसी नर्सरियाँ ही नहीं अवेलेबल हैं जो थोक में हमको ये प्रोवाइड कर सके। सो दिस इज़ अ वेरी गुड इनिशिएटिव। आई थिंक राजस्थान हैज़ टेकन इट अप एंड हरियाणा हैज़ टेकन इट अप कि वो हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में या डिविजन्स में ऐसी डेडिकेटेड नर्सरीज बनाना चाहते हैं जो अरावली की स्पीशीज़ पे आधारित हो। मेरा एक और जो इम्पोर्टेंट मानना है कि अगर हम सिर्फ अरावली को देखेंगे और उसके आसपास क्या हो रहा है वो नहीं देखेंगे तो बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगी। द एग्रीकल्चर इज चेंजिंग ड्रास्टिकली अराउंड सरिस्का, अराउंड झीर, अराउंड मांगरबनी, अराउंड एनी फॉरेस्ट यू टेक, द अर्बनाइजेशन एंड द लैंड यूज चेंज इज इमेंस। Unless we address that, unless we look into it, unless we understand the challenges that it's going to pose to the wild, because most of our wildlife, and Pandey Sahab will correct me, a lot of our wildlife exists outside of our protected areas, national parks and sanctuaries. Unless we protect these landscapes, unless we find ways, and how can we protect? We don't even understand. We don't even understand. Sumit is here, he's working on desert national park landscapes, and you get to find all these Schedule 1 species outside of the protected areas. So it is important when we are looking at a restoration model, we look at this as well, that anything that is going to impact You cannot have Rajaji kind of a situation. There is a wall, forest, no buffer. You will have to have lots of buffer for all kinds of smaller insects, butterflies, bees, cicadas, to your larger animal movement. You will have to have those areas in the Aravallis as well. I think मेरा तो हो गया बात, ज़्यादा बात कहने के लिए है नहीं. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you very much. And he has also highlighted few important points. First, number one, having baseline data for success of any eco-restoration project. Number two, having permanent research plots and engaging urban population with it. I think that is an important thing. I think all the PCC of Haryana, and question abhi shuru nahi hua. Also the importance of eco-restoration of the buffer. That is also important, and address the issue of the land use change. So that is all from my side. I have been advised to take up only 2 questions. And panelists, so who will get the priority? I think madam. Boliye sir.
This was really a very good session. And I don't have any question, but an observation which might help. Like when we talk about community participation or community engagement, and in this session only we came to know that the things are not sustainable once you withdraw the project, especially the government supported project. And if you look at the continuum of participation of community, it starts from informing the community, educating the community, then collaborating the community. So up to 2 steps we are fine. We informed the community that yes, we are going to restore we are going to restore Aravalli. We educate them that yes, Aravalli's ecosystem services are important for you in terms of water, in terms of biodiversity. Vijay Bhai has gone 1 step ahead. He has collaborated with community like participatory nursery, etc. But one thing that we miss is we are not empowering the communities, right? Unless we empower the community, our interventions are not going to be sustainable. And sustainability means environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, the skills that the community should have to run the show once we withdraw. And definitely, suppose if we restore the entire area, but the community we have not given the community any skill how to reduce their dependence on the restored part. How will they ensure the environmental sustainability? Because once we withdraw, they will again graze the area. They will go inside the forest. And in the first session, Ramesh Pandey sahab very rightly said that how people are going to use that area even after your restoration. So if you want to make your restoration successful, you need to empower them. Institutions are very, very important. Unfortunately, we do have several institutions that may create confusion, be it Panchayat, be it JFMC, be it BMC, be it EDC, whatever, n number of institutions exist. But can we synchronize them for a meaningful result? Can we provide them financial sustainability, models of financial sustainability, some corpus be given to them, so that once we withdraw, the system must go on, the show must go on. I think at this front, we often take the back seat. Thank you.
Observations are well taken, and yes, we do agree that empowering the community is quite important, and that will only bring the sense of ownership and long-term sustainability of the project. Where is the second one? Yes, dear. You have a question or observation? Please.
So my question is that yes, these micro habitats which we are creating, like these biodiversity parks, these are nice tools to enhance community participation. But will these micro habitats suffice the compensation of actual habitat that could have been there if there is no degradation or something? Challenges related to habitat fragmentation, and in somehow making such habitats, aren't we like inviting cases of human wildlife conflict? Like we have small patches, dispersed patches, and yes, small animals will come up there, and in search of them large carnivore may come and in cities like Gurgaon, we may have a large number of human-wild conflict cases in near future.
Good. You are now dwelling on the issue of human-wildlife conflict. The human-wildlife conflicts exist only in those areas where enough feed is not available for the carnivores inside that particular area. So if the eco-restoration is successful and we are able to have the prey base in those areas also, I think the problem of human-wildlife conflict will not be there. But then whenever there is a eco-restoration project, such challenges are bound to come. It is not one day exercise that we are the forest officer or the community will engage in a particular area and the area will be restored in a day or so. So these things, human-wildlife conflict, I agree that there will be challenges. When we start the restoration, these challenges might come, but at the end of the day, if the restoration is successful, I think all these issues will subside. So, one more, Sankala ne 2 bole the. अच्छा चलो भाई.
Yeah.
जी madam, please.
Yeah, I'm Saryu Kamath and I represent Ra Foundation and we're working on Western Ghats in Maharashtra. Couple of questions, which came up from the course of discussions, which was really, really enlightening. One is, I read somewhere that we're converting Gram Panchayat land to protected areas. So how does that happen? And the second is, how do we implement PES and where does the funding come from? Because both these measures are extremely effective for sustainability of the restoration.
What is the second part?
PES, Payment for Ecological Services.
Payment for Ecological Services.
Yeah. So how does one implement that? Where does the funding come from?
Okay.
And I'm talking about only commons. So Gram Panchayat land, forest land, and we're also working on community forest rights land, CFR. So how does one implement PES?
So I think we should concentrate only on 2 questions. The first one is why we are converting the Gram Panchayat lands to protected forest areas and where from the
funding
PES
for
will
PES come from. Yeah.
I think CFR will not be applicable here because I think these areas are not tribal areas.
Okay, at least let's do that.
At least 2 things. So point number 1, if the question is that, which I think Mr. Vineet Garg also said, that 23,000 hectares of the land has been taken over by the forest department and has been converted as a protected forest.
Yeah.
The point is that all these village lands were lying disused for years together. Nobody was really using it, neither for agriculture, neither for grasslands, and practically for nothing, and they were all degrading. So the forest department has come up with a scheme that these areas can be taken over by the forest department for conservation, protection, and maybe sort of eco-restoration. So they have been given a status of protected forest, so that in case any diversion, suppose the day after tomorrow or maybe in years to come the area is protected, then there naturally somebody will like to have a land use change. So land use change will be difficult if the area is given a status of protected forest. However, the ownership has not been changed. The ownership remains with the Gram Panchayat. So that answers the second question.
So who initiates this process? Because
this process has been initiated by Government of India.
No, at the ground level?
At the ground level, the process will be started by the forest department. First, the area is restored. Funds have also been made available through a centrally sponsored project. Now, talking about the payment of ecosystem services, once the area is ecologically restored, suppose there are some maybe finances are coming from either from the tree crops or fruit crops, or maybe somebody was talking about having a safari also. So all these resources, all these funds all the income that will be generated, I think there can be a system of distributing that income between the Gram Panchayats. So, नहीं परमिशन नहीं है, बैठ जाओ तुम ना, हो गया आंसर, हो गया. अरे
अच्छा, पंचायत ने प्रस्ताव,
पंचायत प्रस्ताव इनिशिएट उसी से हुआ है, because they were having all those lands which are lying fallow. Nobody was using that. तो अल्टीमेटली क्या होगा मैडम, इसमें जो भी आपके रिसोर्सेज वहाँ क्रिएट होंगे, उनसे जो भी फाइनेंसेस बाद में हमें या इनकम जनरेट होती है, that will be distributed to the Gram Panchayats. There can be a system of that.
It comes from the state funds. That's what the slide said.
स्टेट का तो वो दूसरा कोई किसमें?
Yes. Yes.
वो प्रपोज्ड है वो. अभी तो मैडम पेमेंट जो हरियाणा में, जहाँ तक मैं समझता हूँ, केवल वही आपने जो पेंशन स्कीम की है ट्रीज के लिए, उसी का फंड आया है। बाकी और जो स्कीम उन्होंने बताई हैं, आई डोंट थिंक द फंड हैज़ बीन रिलीज्ड बाय गवर्नमेंट सो फार। बट अल्टीमेटली दिस विल बी ए विन विन सिचुएशन फॉर द पंचायत्स। आपकी इको टूरिज्म सर्विसेज आएंगी उसमें, उससे आपके कहीं ना कहीं इनकम जनरेट होगी। तो पेमेंट ऑफ इको सिस्टम सर्विसेज, एज फार एज दिस 23,000 हेक्टेयर्स इज कंसर्न, I think we should rest assured that something will accrue to the local panchayats.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, madam. So I will, to finish, I will thank all the audience for being so patient with whatever we had to say. And Mr. Saxena is there with a question, but then he will answer his own question in the panel. I also thank my panelists, and especially the Sankala Foundation for giving us this forum and such a wonderful topic, and organizing a conference for this. Thank you, Sankala team, and thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and all our distinguished speakers for an engaging and forward-looking session. I think we have a lot of questions and we can continue them while having lunch. You can all join us outside and we'll reconvene here at 2:50 sharp. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. And also, we would like to thank Mr. Dasmana for providing us with the native species which have been given as planters. Thank you, sir.
Which species it is?
This is Chitrak.
एक हटाना पड़ेगा। ये लोग
I request all the delegates to please come inside and please be seated. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I welcome you all to the third session on Towards Water Security in Aravalli Landscape. To chair the session, I would like to invite Ms. Archana Verma, Additional Secretary and Mission Director, National Water Mission, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. Ms. Verma, a 1995 batch IS officer of Assam cadre, has extensive experience in public administration and policy formulation. She has held key positions in the central government, including the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Department of Personnel and Training, and Central Vigilance Commission. Since September 2022, she serves as Mission Director of the National Water Mission under Ministry of Jal Shakti. With great pleasure, I invite the distinguished speakers for this session. Mr. Umakant, National Level Network Manager, World Bank, Reward Project, National Rainfed Area Authority, Government of India. Mr. Umakant is a retired Indian Forest Service officer with over 30 years of experience in forestry, wildlife, and sustainable land management. He has led watershed and conservation projects, trained over 1,000 forestry staff, represented India at global forum, and contributed to national policy and science-based guidelines for land and water management. He has a long experience of working with the Ministry of Rural Development, handling land resources and water conservation. Next, I invite Mr. Pramod Kumar Tripathi, Member, Policy and Coordination, Central Groundwater Board, on the dais. Mr. Tripathi is a senior water resource professional with extensive experience in groundwater governance, policy formulation, and interinstitutional coordination. He has played a key role in strengthening groundwater management framework, supporting science-based planning, and promoting sustainable water use across the country through policy integration and stakeholder engagement. I now call upon Mr. Sanjay Singh, Founder and Secretary, Parmarth Samaj Sevi Sansthan, and Founder and Coordinator of Bundelkhand Aapda Nirvaran Manch. Mr. Singh is a nationally respected water conservation practitioner with over 30 years of grassroots experience. He has transformed 500 plus villages through initiatives like Pani Panchayat and Jal Saheli, rejuvenated water bodies, secured drinking water for over 10,000 families, and promoted climate-smart agriculture. Welcome. I now request Dr. Dipesh Goyal, Sankala Foundation, to felicitate our distinguished speakers with a planter. Ms. Archana Verma. Mr. Umakant. Mr. Pramod Kumar Tripathi. Mr. Sanjay Singh. Thank you, Dr. Dipesh. Let us now start this session. I request all speakers to adhere to a time limit of 7 to 8 minutes. And over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, and good evening, all of you. I have just been assigned the onerous task of chairing the session. I was to be a speaker, so I'm a little bit at sea as to, how to include all the conversations, and we've also been given a time frame of 1 hour. So, as the adage goes that, there's an adage in English that as old as the hills. And we all know that Aravalli range is among the oldest and most ecologically significant mountain systems. It's also been our guardian, regulating climate, recharging aquifers, controlling soil erosion, supporting biodiversity, and acting as the green lung of northwest India. Hydrologically, the Aravallis, as you all know, is one of India's most critical watershed system, separating rivers draining into the Bay of Bengal from those flowing into the Arabian Sea. Numerous rivers and aquifers across Haryana, Rajasthan, Gujarat, and Delhi depend on its recharge potential in a semi-arid region receiving only 500 to 700 mm of rainfall annually. Its hills and micro watersheds play a disproportionate role in groundwater recharge, soil stability, and surface water regulation. However, recent Central Groundwater Board assessments highlight growing stress, declining groundwater levels, and rising contamination from fluoride, nitrates, and heavy metals, which pose a heavy health risk. Restoring the Aravalli landscape is therefore not merely an environmental task, but a strategic imperative for water security and climate resilience. Such a restoration cannot rely only on plantations. It requires a science-driven, landscape-based, and community-led approach, combining native forest regeneration, watershed treatment, and the revival of traditional water systems, such as johars, khadins, chaukas, jhalaras, takas, etc. These systems represent generation of indigenous wisdom designed to work with nature rather than against it. Importantly, restoration today blends traditional wisdom with modern scientific solutions, recognizing that enduring water security emerges when time-tested practices are strengthened through evidence-based planning, technology, and innovation. The Ministry of Jal Shakti is steadfastly advancing this agenda in alignment with Hon'ble Prime Minister's vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047, recognizing that ecological resilience underpins economic growth, public health, and social equity. In 2019, as you all know, the Honorable Prime Minister took a decision to merge several departments and create a new ministry called the Ministry of Jal Shakti, where Jal Shakti is the essence, and a slew of schemes were launched after 2019, and very important initiatives for water rejuvenation and arresting the groundwater depletion which is taking place, providing drinking water, were taken by the ministry. At the heart of all these initiatives, which you all know, like the Jal Shakti Abhiyan, Catch the Rain, which was launched in 2019 with the tagline, catch the rain where it falls, where it falls. The Jal Sanchay Jan Bhagidari initiative with community-led action was launched in 2024, which has 3 C mantras: low cost, community, and CSR, to fund and create hyper-local artificial recharge structures. And I'm happy to announce that we had a target of 1 million in a year, And we crossed the target and created 2.3 local recharge structures, especially through Jan Bhagidari. Then we have the Jal Jeevan mission, which is to provide functional rural water for every, drinking water for every household. And I'm also happy to announce that 82%, it was 3% in 2017 and 82% now, households are covered with a functional drinking water supply. Similarly, we have the Atal Bhujal Yojana, which was a panchayat-led groundwater recharge for 80 districts. And now what we have launched is we have identified 124 most severe water stress districts which are overexploited or critical, and 26 of them are in the Aravalli region. And in collaboration with Manrega, in this year, 65% of the MG Narega funds has to be expended on water conservation and water recharge in these districts. So while the government is doing a lot of things, as the Honorable Prime Minister says, that it is only in water, it is only the whole of society, whole of government approach which will work. Because government beyond a point has their limitations if society doesn't own up that water is as critical for them as for the government, and it is also society's obligation to save every drop of water. And so at the heart of all these missions which have been launched by the government, the heart is community participation, and the heart is taking not only participation but community ownership, taking all these mission forward through intensified community action. And the second is use of traditional wisdom with scientific knowledge. And that is why even for the Aravallis, there is so much of traditional wisdom. Examples in Banaskantha have shown that when farmers have participated, they have built very many low-cost recharge structure to help arrest the depleting groundwater level. When in Alwar, we have example of the Nagar Van, where there is a whole forest ecosystem. And we have in Junjunu, Rajasthan, they have revived traditional systems. So there's a lot of traditional wisdom in water which has to be brought back for us to revive this Aravalli ecosystem. And the government policies today aligns with that traditional wisdom with intensified community action as the way ahead for restoring the Aravalli system from the crisis it is presenting today. And with that, now I will request Mr. Umakant, who is a distinguished fellow of the Sankala Foundation and also a very old hat at Watershed. So over to you, Mr. Umakant.
It's okay. No. ऐसे देखेंगे इसको. Dipesh, someone can help? So while this PPT is being run, I'm fortunate to be with you today, having this opportunity. And since morning I have heard many initiatives have been taken. But after all, 2-3 things have come in understanding, which is very, very crucial, very, very critical. Yeah, keep it here. So can I help you, someone to run from here? So, ladies and gentlemen, let us appreciate that the country has been facing an issue of land degradation to an extent of which I have shown in this PPT. Out of this, why I'm showing, because at Government of India level, I have seen and dealt with this scheme of watershed management, and I have faced the issue that okay, so this landscape about which we are talking today is the subset of the national perspective. Taking this into consideration, I would propose that the scheme being understood from forestry point of view should walk rather extra miles to incorporate all those activities which will bring better results and sustainable results. Sustainability has been discussed along, and we do understand that without the effective participation of communities, sustainability is always a challenge. Therefore, two things are there. One is community to be onboarded, and second is sustainability is possible for longer term if 2-3 things are taken together. Number one is plan and policy that we have taken. Second is funding, financing, which we'll discuss about. And third is partnership of the community. So community has been one of the very important pillars out of the three. I'm starting just two statements here. See, the Parsarthi Committee in 2006, this report was published by Department of Land Resources, which gives a hint that the issue of land degradation is so humongous that 40% of the additional food grains have to come from the degraded areas. Right now it is contributing 40%, but when we will be facing a population of 1.6 billion by 2050, we will be depending heavily on this land degraded portion of the country. Number one. Number two, ICRISAT statement says that new science tools will be very much instrumental in rain-fed areas where the watershed management will be very, very crucial to implement. And new tools will be very helpful to tap the potential. And the third, which we have discussed in the morning also, Hon'ble Prime Minister in 2019, COP14 has announced that India will be, as third world phase, will be restoring 26 million hectares. Earlier the target was 21, and 2019 COP14 meeting, Honorable Prime Minister announced that we'll be taking the responsibility of addition of 5 million hectare more. So therefore we are party to it. So all these three dimensions which I have posed in front of the audience, out of this, see the top view, I have taken three challenging issues in the millennium. Number one was food production, that we will take care of. Another is rural livelihood. If the community is with us, rural livelihood will be taken care of. And third is critical ecological function, for which this house is deliberating today. This is the land degradation landscape of the Aravalli, which we have understood in the morning. So I am not going to deliver on that. What I am proposing today before the audience gathering is, and Sankala Foundation, V.V. Kumar sir is there, let us take a model. Alwar can be taken as a role model for preparing a plan, policy, where and how we should initiate the process with landscape approach. My only caveat is, district is an administrative unit, but this will not be giving it the output as desired unless we take it in the landscape approach, which the watershed project always has been since 1994. Hanumantrao committee was there, which propounded that the watershed management should be taken from the ridge to valley approach, what is called watershed management approach. So the Alwar has been taken as the role model. Necessary parameters could be created for all the districts which is falling within the landscape of Aravalli. And necessary, inputs, I will not be deliberating point-wise because these things are available on the Google, etc., which could be, I'll be discussing certain things where we should, ponder upon today. Jal Shakti Ministry has a site which says the recharge, artificial recharge specifically, is required and which will come when the watershed approach is adopted. This figure tells you about this can be created for all the districts. See, this slide I have purposefully kept. We have got Amrit Sarovar created. The RD Ministry website says almost 8,843 Amrit Sarovars were created in recent past on the clarion call of Hon'ble Prime Minister. This Aravalli itself, excluding Delhi might not be having one, we have got 7,876 Amrit Sarovars already. And a definition of Amrit Sarovar says that at least 1 hectare area should be impounded with water. I presume not the Amrit Sarovar might be active as of now, but let me give some time. This is the most important aspect we have to discuss. So, Madam, kindly permit. So, therefore, what I am proposing is, we have got Amrit Sarovar already created in 7,800 in numbers. It could be worked upon, desilted before the monsoon arrives, so that we can store more and more water. The second last, I have enumerated the number of rivers available that may not be perennial, may not be existing, but the history says that these many rivers are available in this landscape. See, almost 10, 12 numbers of rivers are there. Therefore, rejuvenating those rivers may not be an issue. Rather, it will be a focused area to work on. Okay, this is the slide giving you how convergence from different schemes could be taken up, like PMKSY, watershed development component. All the state governments have got approved projects. This is ongoing. WDC 2.0 is ongoing in all the states now. We can request all the state government to, hasten up the process so that WDC 3 is coming up. We can take the advantage of this. Manrega is there. Madam just mentioned 60% of Manrega fund has to be utilized for the purpose of NRM activities. Campa fund is there. Marvi is a scheme in Rajasthan. You must be aware, ma'am, many Rajasthan officers are here. This is managing aquifer. This is the help of Western Sydney University of Australia, which under MOU with the Rajasthan government and government of India's many ministries, where this intervention has been made. And this is the scheme, I would say, it should be implemented in each and every district of Rajasthan, Haryana, and maybe other Haryana and Rajasthan. Delhi can be taken up under that. Gujarat should be there. So Marvi will be very much instrumental. We have discussed about the Mukhyamantri Jal Swavlamban, etc. RAD is there, other schemes are also there. One scheme I would like to mention specifically, because I talked about the innovation. Reward is the project sponsored by World Bank with the help of Department of Land Resources in Government of India, where certain amount soft loan has been given to the Government of India. 2 states are partners, Karnataka and Odisha. And the beauty of this scheme is, this is giving us the scientific base to create those, interventions which will be acceptable to the world community. When we will, claim achievement of 26 million hectares, the world community, UNCCD, will ask us where has been these achievements been made. So this scheme gives you cadastral-wise, khasra-wise details where we can make a, entry of all those achievements with geotag, and we can put up before the UNCCD, and we can earn the, This is the standard watershed management we understand. In this model, we have shown what is the reason of degradation and how the farmers and communities are onboarded. Because they are poor farmers. 84% of the country's, small holding farmers are there. So 84% of the smallholders farmers, if given some livelihoods issues addressed, they will be with us. This is one of the challenges for sustainability. I'll propose that in Alwar district, while making a presentation somewhere else, I have mentioned that Alwar district has got 15 lakh cattle population. So FPO should be based on the cattle population, because cattle itself creates and be cause of the land degradation, which should be taken care of, and the cattle will give us the dung, biogas, and then fertilizers, compost, everything, milk, and then based on the cooperative you have seen in Anand what can be done. This is possible for Alwar. Beauty of the watershed is another. This slide tells you we have already got in position in all the states, including these 4 where falling Aravalli landscape is there. These many, slides are, just wait for a second. Okay, so these many, levels are there. We have got watershed, we have got, draining lines, water bodies, etc. These are available, and district level, state level, all the level, structures are there, institutions are there. So let us utilize this. Okay, activities are there, and I will show some of the slides. See, this is the engagement of people. This is in practice. So what I propose, that this is nothing new about. We should capitalize on it. This is possible to do. These are the area in Gujarat. The previous one was in Rajasthan. This is Gujarat. This is capacity building. I myself had done it in NIRD. And then how this scientific input is there. This is being done, by taking advantage of GIS and remote sensing. See, during and after, what was being done earlier and what has been turned into. This is the Rajasthan. See the position. The smaller block tells you what was the situation earlier, what has been after the implementation of the scheme. This is another, during and after. This is during and after. And this is the update on the what is the achievement of the watershed scheme. This figure will tell you number of lakhs and lakhs of structures have been created, farmers have been benefited. Therefore, it certifies that people are with us. So we should take advantage of this. And this is real time also. That means Bhuvan portal of the NRSC capturing all those activities. Therefore, nobody can question. 20 lakh plus photographs are available in public domain in Department of Land Resources website. This slide shows you the achievements till now. Another important activity which was incorporated in the watershed was spring shed management. Earlier it was not there. Niti Aayog took up this issue, and Honorable Chief Ministers of the Himalayan state discussed about it, and then it came into the bag of the Department of Land Resources. This challenge was posed to me, and I accepted it. And therefore, now in Himalayan region, out of the 5 crores of people, all the 50 lakh and odd numbers of springs are being addressed. The question is, how many of them could be revived till date, and what are the challenges? Where in Aravalli regions also, we can make it happen. This is possible. This is the typical spring shed management. Livelihood issues are there to be addressed. This is undergoing. That's why time and again, I'm emphasizing that these policies are there, actions are there. We have to simply adopt and motivate people. Okay, reward program I have discussed. There is no time available, so therefore I should. And this is the key suggestions. Legal and illegal mining have to be stopped so far as Aravalli is concerned. Unless it is taken care of properly, effectively, our activities will be falling short of the results. This is the core concern. Amrit Sarovar I have discussed. Okay. One last thing I would say, that the FPOs, Ministry of Agriculture, has got a scheme in place. 10,000 FPOs have to be created. Most have been created, most of them. So we should take advantage. I have dovetailed during my time also as Joint Secretary. 9,000 odd numbers of FPO were created, and they have been onboarded on the watershed program, so that whatever activities are taken, those are linked with the market. So community is really interested to have some income so that their partnership could be assured. So this is the
because time is less, so I have to hurry up. Thank you so much for having the patience.
Thank you, Umakant. Umakant is a real brand ambassador of the Department of Land Resources.
2 minutes. No, chuta nahi hai. I want to show you one video, just 2 minutes video. Dipesh, can you run?
Picture abhi baki hai.
नहीं, just 2 minutes. This is very impacting. Actually, let me give me this background. Just run करेंगे इसको. Shyam Sundar Paliwal is close to Udaipur. He is a Padma Shri awardee. Many of you must be knowing. See, one person can change the scenario. Sir? We all can change the upper one. Yeah. Let's have a look.
दुनिया का इकलौता गांव जहां लड़कियां पैदा होने पर ढोल नगाड़े बजाए जाते हैं। आप पूछेंगे कौन सा? राजस्थान, पीपलांतरी, उदयपुर के पास। 2005 संगमरमर की दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी खानें 700 फीट गहरे तक खुदाई और चारों ओर जंगल समाप्त और पानी का लेवल चला गया था 700-800 फीट गहरा। और उस समय श्याम सुंदर जी पालीवाल वहां के बनते हैं सरपंच और भरे गर्मी जून के महीने में उनकी बिटिया किरण डिहाइड्रेशन हो जाता है और मृत्यु हो जाती है और श्याम सुंदर जी पालीवाल का दिल टूट जाता है। पर वो उनकी याद में एक ऐसा कर जाते हैं जिसको इतिहास बना दिया। 111 पेड़ लगाते हैं और एक ऐसी परंपरा चालू करते हैं कि गांव का हर व्यक्ति अब बिटिया पैदा होने पर 111 पेड़ लगाए जाते हैं। दुनिया का एकमात्र गांव जहां बेटियां पैदा होने पर 111 पेड़ लगाए जाते हैं। आज वहां पर 3 लाख से ज्यादा पेड़ है और लाखों एलोवेरा के पौधे लगाए हुए हैं। इतना ही नहीं सर, ये बेटियां उन पेड़ों को अपना भाई मानती है और रक्षाबंधन जब आता है तो राखी बांधती है। और गांव वाले भी जब बिटिया पैदा होती है ना तो 21,000 रुपए की FD कराते हैं 15 साल के लिए। कोई भी बच्ची वहां पे निरक्षर नहीं है। और इतना ही नहीं सर, कोई व्यक्ति जब मृत्यु को प्राप्त हो जाता है तो उसकी याद में भी 11 पेड़ लगाए जाते हैं। और ये सब क्रांति हुई एक व्यक्ति के कारण और उनका नाम है श्याम सुंदर पालीवाल। तो साथ कई बार हमको लगता है कि अकेला आदमी क्या कर सकता है, ये एक एग्जाम्पल है कि एक आदमी क्या कर सकता है। पीपलांतरी को स्टार विलेज का अवार्ड दिया गया और 2021 में श्याम सुंदर जी पालीवाल को पद्मश्री। यारों, एक बात का ध्यान रखना, हम अपने जीवन काल में मकान में, दुकान में, फर्नीचर में और जाते जाते भी लकड़ा जलाकर 22 पेड़ों का नुकसान कर रहे हैं। तो जाते जाते यारों, कम से कम इस पृथ्वी का कर्ज 22 पेड़ लगाकर जाना, आपके ऊपर कर्जा नहीं रहेगा। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Umakanji. Now I request Sanjay Singh, founder Parmarth, to kindly deliver his address. Good.
मैंने भेजा था प्रेजेंटेशन, सेशन 3 के अपने प्रेजेंटेशन दे रखा था। हाँ, दे रखा था। इसमें तो है नहीं। किसको मेल किया हुआ प्रेजेंटेशन कहाँ से?
चलिए, अभी जब तक समय बहुत कम है और मुझे लग रहा है कि जब तक प्रेजेंटेशन चलेगा तो उसके आधार पे तब तक तो बातचीत शुरू कर सकते हैं। वैसे तो मैं बुंदेलखंड से आता हूँ, लेकिन आज बहुत ही डीप डिस्कशन है अरावली के बारे में। और अरावली के साथ ख़ासतौर से जिस सेशन में मैं हूँ वो वाटर सिक्योरिटी को लेके है। मैं समझता हूँ कि यहाँ पर जितने लोग हैं और जितने भी सुबह से प्रेजेंटेशन हुए, सब बहुत ही, जिसमें कहा जाए कि सब्जेक्ट मैटर एक्सपर्ट्स के बहुत ही बेहतरीन कुछ इनोवेशंस भी थे, सुझाव भी थे। मुझे लग रहा है कि क्योंकि हम लोग अरावली के साथ भी उसके फुटिल्स में हरियाणा में काम करते हैं, फरूक नगर में, तो मेरा कनेक्शन उसके साथ है। तो और इसके नाते और एक पानी के विद्यार्थी होने के नाते मेरा उस पूरे से ख़ासतौर से एक रीजन के साथ जो लिंक है और फिर मैं उसको बुंदेलखंड के साथ जोड़ के देखता हूँ। तो मुझे लग रहा है कि जितने भी विद्वान साथी यहाँ बैठे हैं, आने वाले दिनों में, क्योंकि यहाँ पे हमारे बीच में अर्चना मैम है और जैसा उन्होंने बताया कि सबसे बड़ा संकट तो पानी का है। पानी के साथ ही, क्योंकि पेड़ तभी बच पाएंगे जब हम पानी की बात कर पाएंगे। अगर वाटर नहीं होगा तो हमारी ये जो हम जितनी भी बात कर लें कि ये कैनोपी तो नहीं हमारी सर्वाइव कर पाएंगी, तो इसके लिए जो ज़रूरी है वो कुछ हमने हमने जिस प्रेजेंटेशंस में ये रखा कि हमने क्या किया और अरावली में कैसे कुछ किया जा सकता है, दोनों को यहाँ पे जोड़ने की कोशिश करी है। और मेरे ख्याल से चल गया, नहीं गया, ओ डाउनलोड नहीं हो रहा। चलिए, तो ये टेक्नोलॉजी का दुर्भाग्य है। तो बेसिकली हाँ जी, तो डाउनलोड क्यों नहीं हो रहा है सर? चलिए, तो क्योंकि आगे के सेशंस हैं और सब मैंने भी प्रेजेंटेशन भेज तो दिया था, तो मैं जो बात कर रहा था वो ये कर रहा था कि दरअसल पूरे पहाड़ों में या अरावली के बारे में मैं यहाँ पे जो देख पा रहा हूँ वो ये है कि वाटर सिक्योरिटी के लिए हमने जो प्रयोग अपने इलाके में किए वो मैं आपको एक केस स्टडी के तौर पे बताने की कोशिश करता हूँ, जो हो सकता है कि आपको जब हम अरावली में काम कर रहे हैं उसमें काम आए। एक बहुत जो डेडिकेटेड कैडर है, जब तक डेडिकेटेड कैडर एक नहीं होगा, ये मेरा एक 30 साल के काम के अनुभव के आधार पर जो हमें समझ में आ गया है वो ये है कि एक जब तक कोई हम थोड़े दिन के लिए एक प्रोजेक्ट के तौर पे तो काम कर देते हैं, लेकिन फिर वो काम धीरे धीरे समय के साथ में या तो फिर वो जैसे ही हम प्रोजेक्ट छोड़ते हैं तो वो टिकता नहीं है। अब बुंदेलखंड में हमने एक प्रयोग किया जिसमें हमने जल सहेली, जिसमें आप सबने सुना होगा वाटर वॉरियर्स के रूप में, और वो एक कैडर एक ऐसा खड़ा हुआ कि जिन्होंने उस इलाके में आप सबको मैं ये बहुत, क्योंकि जिस तरह से एक से शुरू हुआ, इकाई, दहाई, सैकड़ा और हजार तक, और दिन रात वो बढ़ रहा है कैडर। अक्सर कर ये होता है, और ये कोई एक प्रोजेक्ट नहीं है कि कोई फंडिंग है जल सहेली प्रोजेक्ट के लिए, इसलिए वो एक इस तरह से प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है। तो फाइनली जो है वो सवाल ये इस बात का है कि मुझे लग रहा है कि अरावली के लिए हमें दो काम करने की ज़रूरत है कि जहाँ जहाँ पे भी सरकार, एनजीओज, सिविल सोसाइटीज़ के जो लोग हैं, मुझे जिस तरह से हम लोग पानी पंचायत की बात कर रहे हैं, जिनके साथ हम काम कर रहे हैं, उसी तरह से खासतौर से जॉइंट फॉरेस्ट मैनेजमेंट एक बड़ी, क्योंकि यहाँ फॉरेस्ट के बहुत सारे बड़े अधिकारी, आला अधिकारी बैठे हैं, तो आप सबका है। लेकिन मुझे जो लग रहा है कि अगर हम कहीं ना कहीं एक वुमेन लीड इनिशिएटिव शुरू करें अरावली के आसपास, तो वो काफ़ी हमें सफलता दे सकता है। और ख़ासतौर से क्योंकि महिलाओं का जो सीधा लिंक है वो है पानी के साथ, अगर हम वाटर के साथ जोड़ देते हैं तो निश्चित तौर से हम ये मानते हैं कि वो एक हमारे लिए माध्यम हो सकता है। दूसरा जो प्रयोग, जैसा कि अभी उमाकांत जी ने बताया, वाटर सेट में एक बहुत पुराना कंसेप्ट है कि जिसमें हम कहते हैं कि कुल्हाड़ बंदी और चराई बंदी। मुझे लग रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं ये भी एक छोटे छोटे, कई बार हम लोग सोचते हैं कि बहुत बड़े प्रयोग करेंगे और सफल होंगे, लेकिन मैंने तो अपनी जिंदगी में बहुत छोटे छोटे प्रयोग किए, और उनके आधार पर मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि उनके वजह से जो हम कर पाए कि हम अपने इलाके में वो खासतौर से विंध्य माउंटेन रेंज है, और विंध्य माउंटेन रेंज के बाद सीधे तौर पे मैं बहुत सारी चीजें स्क्रिप्ट करते हुए, ये हमारा कैडर है जल सहेलियों का। इन्होंने उस इलाके के, आप सोचो कि 213 से अधिक चंदेलकालीन तालाब, ये लेक्स हैं, तालाब नहीं है, 100 हेक्टेयर्स इस तरह के लेक्स हैं जिनको रिवाइव किया है। और इनके काम करने का ये जो पूरा मॉडल है, इस मॉडल के बारे में क्योंकि समय ज्यादा हो गया तो मैं आप सबसे कहूंगा कि बाद में आप जरूर पढ़ लें, अगर आप चाहेंगे तो ये बहुत सारी नेट पे मिल जाएगी आपको जल सहेली के बारे में। तो बेसिकली जो रोल ऑफ जल सहेली है वाटर कंजर्वेशन में, वो मैंने जैसा आपको बताया कि इन्होंने चंदेलकालीन तालाब और वाटर स्ट्रक्चर्स और काम किया, तो निश्चित तौर से कुछ पानी का ठहराव बढ़ा, और ये सारी चीजें के जो परिणाम आया कि वो 6 छोटी नदियां जो इस इलाके की हैं, जो खासतौर से बेतवा की ट्रिब्यूटरी हैं, और ये सारी की सारी जो जिंदा हुई, बहुत छोटी भी नहीं, कुछ 100 किलोमीटर्स भी हैं, लेकिन इन सब प्रयासों से जो काम हुआ कि वो इस तरह से इन्होंने अपने इलाके में जो काम किया, मैम है, और मैम को मैं बहुत मतलब कि उन्होंने इन काम को रिकॉग्नाइज किया और इनको प्रेसिडेंट अवार्ड भी मिला। ये आप देख रहे हैं, एक बहुत बड़ा लेक था जो सूख रहा था, उसके लिए इन्होंने 108 मीटर पहाड़ को काट के, और पहाड़ को काटने के बाद में एक 18 महीने 300 महिलाएं, कभी पार्सली कभी पार्टली, क्योंकि किसी को कोई बेसिस नहीं, कोई वो नहीं, इन लोगों ने अपने लेक के लिए एक चैनल बनाया जिसको हम कैनाल भी कह सकते हैं। 118 मीटर और 25 फीट गहरा ये लेक है, जिसके कारण ये लेक रिवाइव हुआ। फिर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मन की बात में इसका जिक्र भी किया। और खास तौर से जो काम है वो निश्चित तौर से जब हम काम करते हैं तो जो उपलब्धता है खास तौर से पानी के वाटर विलेज के लेवल पे, उसमें हम जो बात करते हैं कि ये पलायन निश्चित तौर से सीधे जैसे ही कोई काम करते हैं तो पलायन कम होता है। और जहां भी हम बात कर रहे थे कि रूरल पीपुल्स के बारे में, तो ये एक तरह से उनके साथ कंजर्वेशन और ये सारी चीजें बढ़ती हैं। वाटर लिटरेसी इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स। मुझे लगता है कि ये काम चाहे वो इन्वायरमेंट के लेवल पे हो बहुत, और इससे माइक्रो इरिगेशन और तमाम सारी चीजें हमने करी। और हम यहां तक गए कि हमने पीवोट सिस्टम भी भारत का पहला जो किसानों के खेत में है वो लगाने की कोशिश करी और वो सफल हुआ। तो इस तरह से हम जो ये वाटर पंचायत कम्युनिटी लेवल पे हमने करने की कोशिश की। इसके साथ ही साथ जो हमने तालाब बनाए वो कुछ इस तरह के फोटोग्राफ्स हैं। मैं समझता हूं कि मेरा समय पहले खत्म हो गया। ये नदियां हैं और इस तरह से इनका एक बहुत बड़ा मार्च जो है हम लोग करते रहते हैं समय समय पे। जैसे अभी ये पूरा एक वीमेन लीड इनिशिएटिव है। अभी हम लोग एक जगह जहां पे चंबल आके यमुना में मिलती है और वो 5 नदियां मिलती हैं, उसको पचनत कहा जाता, पार्ट ऑफ यूपी है। सो रिसेंटली इन 29 ऑफ जनवरी वी विल स्टार्ट हम एक 500 किलोमीटर का फुट मार्च कर रहे हैं, वहां से लेके दिल्ली तक यमुना के लिए एक अवेयरनेस जो अभी बस 29 से शुरू कर रहे हैं, पूरे 1 महीने तक चलेगा और यमुना के किनारे किनारे लोगों के साथ हम लोग आएंगे। तो ये कुछ चीजें हैं। मैं खासतौर से अरावली के बारे में विथ रिगार्ड चेयर से हम बात करना चाहेंगे कि हम जो समझते हैं कि इस पे कुछ ये जो हम बात कर रहे थे उसमें अगर हमारी ये चीजें कुछ जोड़ी जा सकती हैं, रिमूव, रिचार्ज, तो ये बहुत सारी चीजें हो सकती हैं। और विलेज के लेवल पे जो चीजें हैं वो खासतौर से कैडर की बात हमने जैसा कहा है वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि उसको अगर करेंगे तो ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण होगा। और इकोसिस्टम में हम जहाँ पे बात कर रहे हैं उसमें खासतौर से हम ग्रीन कवरेज भी बढ़ा सकते हैं और सारी चीज़ों पे हम कोशिश कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू। मैं बस 1 मिनट का एक वीडियो है, क्योंकि ये शायद चलेगा तो आप लोगों को थोड़ी सी चीज़ें समझ में आ जाएंगी।
Just a minute, sir.
Umak, set the pitch. So,
वीडियो डाउनलोड नहीं हो रहा था, हो गया कि नहीं? इसमें डायरेक्ट चला देते हैं सर। हाँ जी जी।
चलिए अगले स्पीकर को बुला लेते हैं।
नेटवर्क एरर चल रहा है सर। आ गया। वीडियो नहीं चल रहा सर।
कोई बात नहीं, धन्यवाद। असुविधा के लिए खेद है और वीडियो नहीं चल पाया। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू संजय। वीडियो नहीं चल पाया लेकिन इनकी जल सहेलियाँ बहुत चलती हैं। And now I request Tripathi ji, P.K. Tripathi ji, who is Member Policy and Coordination from the Central Groundwater Board, to share his thoughts.
सभी को नमस्कार। मैं अपने जो डिपार्टमेंट में जो वर्क किया है उसके हिसाब से जो अनुभव है उनको मैं साझा करूंगा। तो सेंट्रल ग्राउंड वाटर बोर्ड के बारे में काफ़ी लोग जानते होंगे। ये डिपार्टमेंट 1972 में बना था। उसके पहले एक्सप्लोरेटेड ट्यूबवेल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होता था, दैट इज़ डोमिनेटेड बाय इंजीनियर्स, और जहाँ पे भी प्रॉब्लम होती थी वहाँ ट्यूबवेल लगाते थे। ये हुआ कि गवर्नमेंट को कि अब इसको धीरे धीरे साइंटिफिक वे में करना है, तो जियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया का नाम सुना होगा, 1851 में खुला था वो। उसकी ग्राउंड वाटर विंग से साइंटिस्ट, ईटीओ के इंजीनियर्स को मिलाकर के सेंट्रल ग्राउंड वाटर बोर्ड बनाया गया, और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर के अंडर में था ये पहले, क्योंकि उस समय हमारी ग्रीन रिवोल्यूशन शुरू हो रहा था, तो हमें पेट भरने के लिए पानी चाहिए था। हाई यील्डिंग वैरायटी आ गया, आपका केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर्स आ गए, अब वाटर इंटेंसिव क्रॉप में हम चले गए, और जहाँ भी पंजाब हरियाणा जहाँ पर कि वाटर लेवल शैलो था, हमने अंधाधुंध दोहन किया, ट्यूबवेल बनाते गए, टेक्नोलॉजी आ गई, और उसी का दुष्परिणाम है कि पूरे इंडिया में जहाँ जहाँ भी इकोनॉमिकल पावर रही लोगों के पास, उन्होंने अंधाधुंध दोहन किया है, उसी का परिणाम है ये। उसी समय में राजस्थान में क्राइसिस थी, बीकानेर जैसलमेर में मैनेजमेंट किया गया कि भाई पानी वहाँ पे नहीं है, ड्राई एरिया है, बारिश भी नहीं होती है, तो पंजाब से कैनाल बीकानेर तक आ गई। उसी के पैरेलल में आपके झुंझुनू, सीकर, जयपुर, जितने भी नॉर्थ अलवर ये डिस्ट्रिक्ट थे, यहाँ प्रचुर मात्रा में पानी था, और डिपेंडेंसी ऑन द ग्राउंड वाटर। उस समय वाटर लेवल 12, 13, 14 मीटर हुआ करता था। आज के समय में देख लीजिए, जो वेदर्ड एलुवियम है वो पूरा ख़त्म हो गया है। जहाँ पोटेंशियल था वहीं एक्सप्लॉयटेशन हुआ, और इसमें डिस्ट्रिक्ट दिए हैं 29 में 24 डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैं जहाँ पर कि यदि हम 100 लीटर पानी डालते हैं तो 110 से 150 लीटर पानी निकाल रहे हैं। उसका परिणाम ही हुआ कि जो 15 मीटर 20 मीटर वाटर लेवल था, आज वो जहाँ पे बेसमेंट या हार्ड रॉक शुरू होती है वहाँ से पानी का उसके नीचे मिलता है हार्ड रॉक में। और दो चीज़ें होती हैं, जैसे सिक्योरिटी ऑफ वाटर, आपका बागपत एरिया है, वहाँ यदि 10 सेंटीमीटर वाटर लेवल डाउन हो रहा है, तो राजस्थान में जो 10 सेंटीमीटर डाउन होगा उससे 10 गुना पानी वहाँ निकलेगा, मीन्स स्टोरेज कम है। और अरावली जो है आपकी शुरू होती है गुजरात से और दिल्ली तक आती है, उसके ईस्ट एंड वेस्ट में टोटल हाइड्रोजोलॉजिकल डिफरेंस है, एग्रोक्लाइमेटिकल भी चेंजेस हैं। ईस्ट में जाएंगे बारिश अच्छी होती है, वो वाटर डिवाइड का काम करती है। नीचे क्या है, हार्ड रॉक है, पथरीला जगह है आपका ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा, उसमें फ्रैक्चर्स सेकेंडरी पोरोसिटी में पानी है, तो बारिश होता है तुरंत फ्लक्चुएट होकर ऊपर आता है, लेकिन वो जनवरी फरवरी के बाद सस्टेन नहीं करता। वेस्ट में जाइए आप, पूरा डिसैचुरेटेड है, बारिश नहीं है, पानी नहीं है, वहाँ पे हम रिचार्ज भी करें तो क्या, नीचे सैलाइन है। तो ट्रेडिशनली जो हमारे पूर्वज थे उन्होंने क्या, वहाँ टाका सिस्टम शुरू किया कि जो भी पानी है उसको हम कंक्रीट स्ट्रक्चर बना करके कंजर्व करेंगे, कि लाइफ लाइन के लिए हमें यदि एक गांव के लिए 50,000 लीटर या 1 लाख लीटर पानी चाहिए तो उसके हिसाब से बनाया, तो वहाँ पर टाका सिस्टम इसलिए सस्टेन कर रहा है। दूसरा चीज़ है, अभी एक बोला गया कि भाई लोगों ने इनोवेशन किए, लीडरशिप अच्छी होनी चाहिए, तो इंडिया में है या कहीं भी है कि कोई व्यक्ति यदि ढंग से सोसाइटी में लीड करता है तो पूरी सोसाइटी का फ़ायदा होता है। हमारी जितनी भी स्कीम्स चली हैं, हम लोग गांव में जाते थे, चाहे फार्मर्स पार्टिसिपेटिव प्रोग्राम हो या ट्यूबवेल लगाने का हो, तो गांव में जाइए तो दो तरह के व्यूज़ आते हैं। एक कहते हैं भाई इसमें कितना फ़ंड है, क्या फ़ायदा होगा। एक कुछ लोग मिलते हैं 1-2% के, कहते हैं भाई आपकी स्कीम से हमारे सोसाइटी को क्या फ़ायदा होगा, तो वो लैंड भी देते हैं। हम लोग ट्यूबवेल लगाते हैं, ईस्टर्न यूपी में जाइए आपको लैंड मिल जाएगी, आप बागपत में जाइए तो लैंड नहीं मिलेगी, क्योंकि वहाँ पे लैंड की वैल्यू है। तो जगह के साथ लोगों की मेंटलिटी बदलती है। तो CGWB या मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ जल शक्ति के जो भी प्रोग्राम चले हैं, जैसे सिरोही में काम हुआ है, वहाँ पे मनरेगा में हमारे लोगों ने जाके पार्टिसिपेट किया, रिचार्ज शाफ्ट बनाए और उससे वहाँ पे वाटर लेवल इम्प्रूव किया। दूसरा ये होता है कि जैसे मैं ईस्ट एंड वेस्ट की डिवाइड की बात कर रहा था, तो हमें जो अरावली रीज है, जैसे माउंट आबू है आपका 1600-1700 मीटर हाइट तक है गुरु शिखर, वहाँ 1600 mm बारिश हो रही है। नॉर्थ में आइए बारिश बहुत कम है। तो जो भी पानी है वो उतना पर्याप्त है, यदि हम प्रॉपर वे में उसको मैनेज करें तो हम अपनी प्लानिंग कर सकते हैं। रिसेंटली हम लोगों ने फरीदाबाद म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन में काम किया। हमारे डिपार्टमेंट ने नेशनल लेवल एक्वर मैपिंग शुरू हुई हमारी 2012 में, क्योंकि पहले हम ट्यूबवेल बनाते थे, जैसे 100 मीटर या 300 मीटर ड्रिल किया, जितने भी जोन मिले, क्योंकि हमको पानी देना है, तो हमने पूरा डेवलपमेंट में ध्यान दिया। जब फर्स्ट 100 मीटर तक का या कहीं कहीं 30-40 मीटर तक वाटर लेवल डाउन हो गया, तो ये हुआ कि भाई वेयर वाटर इज अवेलेबल, हाउ टू मैनेज इट। तब हमने कहा कि एक्वर वाइज वी हैव टू डिफाइन विच एक्वर हैज़ पोटेंशियल विच कैन सस्टेन फॉर फ्यूचर। तो 300 मीटर तक का हमारा पूरे ऑल इंडिया का जो मैपेबल एरिया है 25 लाख स्क्वायर किलोमीटर। टोटल एरिया ज़्यादा है क्योंकि पहाड़ी एरिया में हम मैपिंग नहीं कर सकते, वहाँ पे स्लोप ज़्यादा होता है। तो मैपेबल एरिया का हमारा डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल एक्वर मैनेजमेंट प्लान बना हुआ है। उसमें दो तरह की चीज़ें निकल के आई कि एक सप्लाई साइड इंटरवेंशन है, एक डिमांड साइड। तो सप्लाई साइड में आपके पास स्कोप कम है, यदि बारिश नहीं होगी तो वो सस्टेन नहीं करेगा। लेकिन डिमांड साइड इंटरवेंशन है, जैसे कि हम लोगों ने काम किया है बुंदेलखंड में भी, हम लोगों ने NGOs के साथ मिलकर के वाटर बजटिंग कराई। तो गांव में पूछा प्रश्न कि भाई आपको नहाने के लिए कितना पानी चाहिए। एक बोलता है हमें 4 बाल्टी चाहिए, एक बोलता है मैं 1 बाल्टी में नहा लेता हूँ। तो एक अवेयरनेस हो जाती है कि 1 बाल्टी में भी नहा करके पूरा किया जा सकता है। ऐसे ही आने वाले समय में यदि हमको वाटर सिक्योरिटी को बढ़ाना है तो हमें हमारी नेशनल लेवल एक्वर मैपिंग पार्ट 2 शुरू हुआ है। इसमें क्या है कि हमने स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से पूछा कि भाई आपको कहाँ प्रॉब्लम है, वहाँ पे हम माइक्रो लेवल पे काम करके आपको मैनेजमेंट प्लान देंगे। तो अब हमारी 79 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में सिटी बेस, जैसे जयपुर अर्बन, पाली अर्बन और आपका नीमराना में हम लोगों ने काम किया और उसके प्रेजेंटेशन डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे हुए और हमारी नेशनल लेवल भी कमेटी है, वहाँ भी प्रेजेंटेशन होते हैं। तो हम लोगों ने उसके मैनेजमेंट प्लान बना के दिए कि कितना वाटर शेड में है और कहाँ दिया जा सकता है। सेम वे फरीदाबाद म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन की तरफ से रिक्वेस्ट आई, उस पर हम लोगों ने काम किया। तो अभी हम लोगों ने आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं कि यमुना फ्लड प्लेन में जो भी आपका पानी अवेलेबल है वहाँ पे कितने रेनीवेल आप बना सकते हैं और कितना सस्टेन कर सकते हैं। लेकिन आगे आने वाले समय में ग्राउंड वाटर पे हमें डिपेंडेंसी कम करनी होगी, इफ़िशेंसी बढ़ानी होगी और इसके साथ ही जो रिसाइकिल रीयूज़ कर सकते हैं पानी, उस पर ध्यान देना होगा। और अरावली या कोई भी बैरन लैंड में मेरा ये कहना है कि यदि आप उसको डिग्रेड कर रहे हैं तो आप पूरे इकोलॉजी को बर्बाद कर रहे हैं, आपके रिजर्वायर जल्दी भर जाएंगे। बीसलपुर जो रिजर्वायर है टोंक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, उसमें 3 डिस्ट्रिक्ट को पानी जाता है। अभी उसमें स्टडी चल रही कि उसका सिल्टेशन हो रहा है, तो गवर्नमेंट ने कहा कि फ्री में आप निकाल लीजिए सैंड। उसमें भी कुछ लोग कोर्ट पहुंच गए, वहाँ रुकवा दिया। तो लोकल लेवल पे हमें मैनेजमेंट प्लान तैयार करने होंगे और सोसाइटी का हमको हेल्प चाहिए। अब लापोड़िया जी का जो चौका सिस्टम है उन्होंने इस बेस पे बनाया था कि भाई यहाँ पे जंगल और हमारी जो लाइव स्टॉक है वो सरवाइव करे, उसके हिसाब से प्लान किया उन्होंने। आदमी 3rd नंबर पे रखा उन्होंने और वो सक्सेसफुल मॉडल वहाँ पे हुआ, सारे गाँव ने अडॉप्ट किया। हमारे जल पुरुष हैं राजेंद्र सिंह जी, रहने वाले हैं बागपत के, लेकिन उनकी पोस्टिंग थी अलवर में, तो वहाँ पे उन्होंने प्रयोग किए, वहाँ से वो सफल हुए। तो जहाँ पे क्राइसिस होती है वहीं से इनोवेशन भी निकलता है। आज बेंगलोर और चेन्नई ढंग से प्रॉपर वे में वाटर को मैनेज कर रहे हैं एज रिस्पेक्ट टू लखनऊ और भोपाल। तो राजस्थान में भी जैसे आप मैडम ने कहा कि ओवर एक्सप्लॉइटेड हो गया है, और जो हमारा लास्ट 3-4 ईयर्स एवरी ईयर हम लोग वाटर का असेसमेंट करते हैं ब्लॉक वाइज, तो अब ये है कि एक्सप्लॉइटेशन कांस्टेंट हो गया है। इसलिए नहीं कि लोगों की मजबूरी हो गई कि यदि वाटर लेवल आपने 150 मीटर के ट्यूबवेल में 140 मीटर तक पहुंचा दिया तो उसकी यील्ड कम हो गई। अब किसान क्या करता है कि उसने सीधे ट्यूबवेल से ना सप्लाई करके 1-2 LPS पानी मिल रहा है, तो उसने अपना एक थोड़ा सा तालाब बनाया, उसमें पॉलीथीन शीट लगा दी, उसमें भरता है, उसके बाद स्प्रिंकलर लगा के सिंचाई कर रहा है। तो पानी उनको चाहिए, कैसे मिलेगा वो मैनेज करते हैं। लेकिन आने वाले समय में सस्टेनेबिलिटी बढ़ाने के लिए हमें प्रॉपर वे में हमारी जो टेक्नोलॉजी है उसको यूज़ करना है, वाटर बजटिंग करानी है लोकल पंचायत लेवल पे। ये काम अटल जल में हमारा हुआ था 8 स्टेट में, और लोगों की अवेयरनेस बढ़ी है, क्योंकि एक बार दिमाग में आपने घुसेड़ दिया कि पानी हमें बचाना है तो लॉन्ग टर्म चलेगा। स्ट्रक्चर आज बना है वो रोकेगा पानी, आप सप्लाई बढ़ाते जाएंगे, एक लिमिट होती है। रेनफॉल नहीं होगी, बुंदेलखंड में 400 mm के ऊपर रेनफॉल हो जाए, अगले साल सूखा पड़ेगा तो सस्टेन कर लेगा। लगातार 2-3 साल तक आपका उससे कम रेनफॉल होगी तो जो सरफेस वाटर है वो भी ग्राउंड वाटर पे डिपेंडेंसी बढ़ा देते हैं। तो हमें मेन ये सोचना है कि हमें जो हमारे भी टेक्निकल इनपुट मिला है, जैसे मनरेगा में अभी 65% का इंश्योर कर दिया कि आपको खर्च करना है, बट वो स्ट्रक्चर सही जगह बने, और रिचार्ज में भी जो हम रिचार्ज कर रहे हैं वो कंटामिनेशन फ्री होना चाहिए। ये नहीं कि रिचार्ज करना तो रिचार्ज शॉर्ट कर दिया, वहाँ पे पोल्यूटेड वाटर आएगा, एक बार ग्राउंड वाटर पोल्यूट होगा, क्योंकि सरफेस वाटर आपका बहुत तेज फ्लो करता है तो उसका रेमेडिएशन भी फास्ट होता है। ग्राउंड वाटर 1 डे में 2-3 मीटर फ्लो करता है, तो स्टोरेज तो रहता है, सस्टेन करता है, लेकिन एक बार कंटामिनेशन हुआ तो उसको साफ करना बहुत मुश्किल होता है। तो यही मेरे पॉइंट थे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you to all the speakers for a very engaging session. I think the main points which has come across from everybody's presentation is the importance of community participation, be it in the form of FPOs or in the form of Jal Sahelis for women for water, but at the same time, the importance of traditional wisdom, because as Tripathi ji has said, that somewhere storage is important, somewhere recharge is important. So it's the hydrological situation merits the kind of intervention that we should have. So scientific planning with traditional wisdom is also the way ahead. Then evidence-based watershed approach is something which Uma's presentation has highlighted, the ridge to valley approach, the landscape model. As per Uma, 6 million hectares of the 26 million hectares of degraded land can come from restoring the Aravalli landscape. Convergent funding, because that is what we are doing in Jal Sanchay Jan Bhagidari. We are not we are not releasing any fund, but we are requesting industry, we are requesting philanthropes, we are requesting government schemes, and at the level of the DM, through a participative mechanism where we have incentive through awards, we are trying to develop a security plan for water recharge, which is through convergent funding, which your presentation has also highlighted. So these are some of the points which have emerged for water security in the Aravalli landscape, and I thank you all for your patience. And do we have time for questions or the next? Okay. So, okay, because I have seen the anchor glaring at me for quite some time. So we invite 2 questions in case there is. From, yes. Vivek, batchmates are not allowed.
I am asking from the Mission Director, National Water Mission.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, we would want from the young ones.
My question is on springs. So Aravalli has mostly seasonal springs, and they have been dried up from the last couple of decades. So what steps that is need to be taken for the regeneration and restoration of the springs in the Aravalli range?
See, as I mentioned in the beginning, springs have been incorporated for the sake of development based on the recommendation of the Niti Aayog, which was there on the studies made by IC mode, right? And all these springs, wherever are falling within the landscape of the watershed, and watershed approach is being taken all the states, as I mentioned, for sake of understanding. If Himachal is having, say, 10 number of watershed projects, so priority will be given to the spring sheds. All the activities, and then, technically springs are to be addressed in a different mode. A spring can fall in 2 separate watersheds, depending upon the aquifer, as just was being mentioned. So we have to understand, and then Sikkim has done a very good experiment. So you know that. So that experiment has to be done. Radioactive element is, put on the top of the ridge. It traverses to the long distance, and this is detected somewhere else. So it gives a hint that there is a fracture in the landscape. So we have to understand that. Technically it is understood. The only thing is we have to focus on the springs within the watershed landscape. Thank you.
मैं ऐड करना चाहूँगा, स्प्रिंग शेड वाटर शेड जैसा बताया कि अलग अलग है, तो आपको देखना कि स्प्रिंग का रिचार्ज एरिया क्या है. जरूरी नहीं कि जहाँ पे स्प्रिंग आ रही है उसके पास ही हो, तो रिचार्ज एरिया में प्रॉपर इंटरवेंशन है कि नहीं, उसको प्रोटेक्ट करना है. वो प्रोटेक्ट होगा वैली टू रिच जैसे होता है हमारा इंटरवेंशन रिच टू वैली, तो रिचार्ज एरिया आइडेंटिफाई करना है कि स्प्रिंग शेड कैसी है हमारी.
Thank you. My question was, हम कह रहे हैं अरावली में वाटर सिक्योरिटी के बारे में, और शहरों का विकास बहुत हो रहा है अरावली में, लाइक फरीदाबाद, गुड़गांव, beyond, Reliance is making another city, Alwar is developing very big, and urbanization has a certain water intake, which is in some ways much higher. And the smaller villages are becoming bigger villages, and bigger villages are becoming towns. Are we budgeting for water in this Aravalli landscape? Is there a holistic thinking about it? If not, then what are those steps that need to be undertaken if you look at the whole of the Aravalli as a single unit?
Yeah, that's a very important question, and that is what you have said relates to the government policy's emphasis on supply side management. Right now, our focus is more supply side, but your question directly relates to demand side management, because there is just so much water, and unless we reduce the demand, and that is why in the ministry we have the Bureau of Water Use Efficiency, which is looking at 4 Rs, reduce, recycle, water which is being reused and given for agriculture. So these are the steps. It is the demand side management of it, apart from aquifer based, water storage and such, which a city has to follow for it to, address the urbanization landscape, which I agree with you is a planning, and that's why we, under Amrut, under NMCG in the Namami Gange areas, we are focusing on city-based plans which not only just address the supply side, but also address the demand side of reduction in water use.
These two states are doing well because this reward program is going there. Now under WDC 3.0, I think, in place. Thank you.
So thank you all. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
होता था तो घर में भी बहुत ज़्यादा परेशानियां होने लगती थी, लड़ाई झगड़े होने लगते थे.
पानी लाने की जिम्मेदारी पूरे तौर पर महिलाओं की, चाहे वो 4 मील चले, चाहे 5 किलोमीटर चले.
Forest Department. Mr. Prasad, a 1997 batch IFS officer, is a senior wildlife conservation professional with extensive experience in Rajasthan. He has held key leadership roles, including field director of Keoladio National Park, and has contributed significantly to research, training, and capacity building through his association with the Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy. I request all the delegates to please come inside and join the dialogue. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Dibendu Mondal and Ms. Utkarsha Rathi, Sankala Foundation, to felicitate our distinguished speakers with a planter. Mr. Sushil Kumar Avasthi. Dr. Jaipal Singh. Dr. Vivek Saxena. Dr. Gobind Sagar Bharadwaj. and Mr. KCA Arun Prasad. Thank you, Utkarsha and Dr. Mondal. Due to the time constraints, I request all speakers to please adhere to a time limit of 7 to 8 minutes. Over to you, Mr. Awasthi. Yes, sir.
7 to 8 minutes per speaker. Okay. Thank you very much. So finally, we are into a session titled Strengthening Aravalli Green Wall. And I am pleased to welcome the speakers of this session, Dr. Jaipal Singh, who is PCCF and Chief Wildlife Warden Gujarat, Dr. Vivek Saxena, Dr. Govind Bharadwaj, and KCA Arun Prasad from Rajasthan. Incidentally, all four speakers who are on my right and left happen to be forest officers. So this is the session of implementers. And I would also alert all the DFOs who have come here from Aravalli districts. Probably they have been specially called keeping in mind this particular session, because this session is devoted to what exactly you are doing in your in the field in the Aravalli Green Wall projects. You have an opportunity to come and reflect on your ideas, your success stories, or in case if there are any issues which you want to share with all of us here, you are most welcome. So without much ado, I would invite Dr. Jaipal Singh, who would speak on the state progress made under this project, the key restoration interventions and lessons from the on-ground implementation in the state of Gujarat. Dr. Jaipal Singh, please.
Thank you, Chair. As rightly said, this is the session of practitioners. तो अरावली की जब हम बात करते हैं तो उसमें चैलेंजेस बहुत ज़्यादा हैं, एंड वो चैलेंजेस मतलब बहुत वर्षों से हैं. अगर बहुत इजी होता तो आज तक मीन्स अरावली जो है वो रिस्टॉकिंग हो गया होता, अरावली जो है ग्रीन हो गया होता, और जो चीज़ें हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे हैं वो शायद इश्यूज़ नहीं होते. ये चैलेंजेस पूरा स्टाफ फेस करता है, कम्युनिटी फेस करती है. इसमें दो जो फोटोग्राफ्स हैं, एक राइट में जो है देखेंगे तो वो बड़ा एक वेल स्टॉक्ड फॉरेस्ट एरिया है, अरावली का ही है और गुजरात का है. लेफ्ट में जो देखते हैं वो इससे बहुत दूर नहीं है, मतलब 10-15 किलोमीटर के आसपास का होगा, बट वो काफ़ी डिग्रेडेड है. तो इतना इसमें इस पूरे एरिया में कंट्रास्ट है. गुजरात की बात करें तो करीब 2.5 लाख हेक्टेयर एरिया जो है वो अरावली में फॉरेस्ट एरिया है. उसमें से करीब 65% डिग्रेडेड है, 35% इज़ गुड, और काफ़ी सारा एरिया इस तरह का अच्छा एरिया भी है. प्रोग्रेस की बात करेंगे तो पिछले 5 साल में हम लोगों ने करीब 25,000 हेक्टेयर एरिया में प्लांटेशन अरावली में किया था, और इस साल जो हम लोगों ने ग्रीन अरावली का शुरुआत किया तो उसमें करीब 12,000 हेक्टेयर एक ही साल में किया है. तो उस तरह से हम लोगों ने इसको स्केल अप किया है, और इसमें मीन्स पॉलिटिकल लेवल पे भी काफ़ी उत्साह रहा. माननीय मुख्यमंत्री, मंत्री जी वो सब भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व हुए, और हर एक काफ़ी सारी मीटिंग्स में उसकी चर्चा भी की जाती है. ये कुछ फ़ोटोग्राफ्स हैं, जैसे बनासकाठा का एक फ़ोटोग्राफ है जिसमें हम लोग देखते हैं कि एकदम डिग्रेडेड एरिया है, और ये 2 साल के बाद देखते हैं तो एकदम से बढ़िया ग्रीन वो दिख पा रहा है. ये दूसरा एक है. देन कुछ और फोटोग्राफ्स हैं. तो इस तरह से अगर कंसर्टेड एफर्ट होते हैं तो काफ़ी जल्दी हम लोगों को रिजल्ट भी मिलता है. तो फिर इसके लिए हम लोगों ने एक जो बेसिकली जैसे हम जानते हैं कि ड्रॉट प्रूफ एरिया, ड्रॉट प्रोन एरिया है एंटायर अरावली रीजन, तो उसमें हम लोगों ने ट्राई किया कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बेस्ड कुछ वाटर सपोर्ट सिस्टम हम लोग डेवलप करें. तो हम लोग प्रयत्न करते हैं कि हर एक में जो है वाटर सपोर्ट सिस्टम ट्राई करें. बोरवेल करते हैं, कहीं कुआं करते हैं, कहीं रिवर से पानी उठाते हैं और उसको मीन्स जितना पानी की अवेलेबिलिटी होती है उस तरह से यूज़ करते हैं। ड्रिप इरिगेशन का भी काफ़ी एक्सटेंसिव यूज़ हम लोग करते हैं। एक जो मेन इनिशिएटिव हम लोगों ने लिया पीपीपी बेस्ड है, तो उसमें करीब करीब 800 हेक्टर लैंड हम लोगों ने दूसरे कोई भी मीन्स फाउंडेशंस जो हैं इंडस्ट्रीज़ के उनको दिया है। 400 हेक्टर 2 को दिया हम लोगों ने। तो उसमें हमारी गाइडेंस में और उनके साथ रह के काफ़ी काम उसमें किया। और दैट एंटायर हिल, जैसे एक तारंगा हिल है वो करीब 500 हेक्टर का है, तो पूरा हिल हम लोगों ने उसको दे दिया फाउंडेशन को और उसको सपोर्ट करते हैं एंड देन इट इज़ कमिंग अप वेरी वेल। फिर स्पीसीज़ की बात करेंगे तो ये एरिया जो खास करके दक्षिण राजस्थान का एरिया है, उसमें खास करके हम लोग बांसवाड़ा की बात करें तो उसका नाम ही बांस से है, पर आज के दिन देखें तो वहाँ हार्डली देर इज़ एनी बेम्बू। तो उसको हम लोगों ने काफ़ी ट्राई किया कि कवरेज भी उससे अच्छा आता है, ग्रोथ भी अच्छा मिलता है एंड प्लांटेशन का सक्सेस भी बहुत अच्छा आता है। तो वो बेम्बू को हम लोगों ने लार्ज स्केल इसमें हमारे एरिया में प्रयोग किया, क्योंकि ये यहाँ का नेटिव स्पीसीज़ था और धीरे धीरे करके फ्लावरिंग के कारण ग्रेगेरियस फ्लावरिंग हुआ होगा या कोई कारण से ख़त्म हो गया, तो उसको हम लोगों ने एक्सटेंसिव यूज़ किया। एंड आप देखेंगे ये 3-4 साल के प्लांटेशंस हैं, उसमें से हम लोग हार्वेस्टिंग भी कर सकते हैं। उस लेवल पे ये आ गए हैं, पूरा टनल बन गया है, पूरा कवरेज आ गया है। देन हाई डेंसिटी प्लांटेशंस कुछ मियावाकी भी किए हैं एंड कुछ जो हम लोग प्लांटेशंस करते हैं उसको हाई डेंसिटी में हम लोगों ने ट्राई किया, तो जिससे ग्राउंड कवरेज जल्दी से हम लोगों को मिल जाए। देन प्लांटेशन हम लोग करते हैं, उसमें जो भी प्लांटेशन डेंसिटी होता है 400 प्लांट का होगा, 1100 का होगा, उतना ही होता है। देन काफ़ी सारे एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट्स के रूप में वाइटेक्स का हम लोगों ने काफ़ी ट्राई किया कि कितना उसको हम लोग और डेंस कर दें और एक अंडर स्टोरी भी साथ में ही उसकी आनी शुरू हो जाए। तो वो भी काफ़ी एफर्ट्स हम लोगों ने कि वाइटेक्स, बोस्वेलिया का किया, फाइकस का किया। देन इस तरह से एक सेचुरेशन बेस्ड अप्रोच के पूरा लैंडस्केप को कवर करने के तरीके से हम लोग जाएंगे तो देन वी आर गेटिंग मोर सक्सेस। और देन कन्वर्जेंस के लिए काफ़ी सारे रिस्पॉन्डिंग सोर्सेज हैं, स्टेट प्लान है, कैंपा है, जायका है, CSR है। देन काफ़ी सारे रिलीजियस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस भी हैं जो छोटे पैच करेंगे बट अच्छे से करेंगे। देन इसके लिए मॉनिटरिंग टूल्स की बात करें तो सैटेलाइट बेस्ड मॉनिटरिंग टूल्स हम लोगों ने किया है। तो उसमें जैसे आप देख पा रहे हैं कि नवंबर 18 में से प्लांटेशन तो काफ़ी बाद में किया है, बट एक बेस लाइन लेके हम लोगों ने जो किया तो उसके आप देखेंगे तो ओपन फॉरेस्ट से मॉडरेटली डेंस में पहुंच गया वो। देन ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का भी उपयोग किया है मॉनिटरिंग के लिए एंड लिडार का भी किया है। देन चैलेंजेस मोस्टली हम लोग जानते हैं, 1-2 का मैं मेंशन करूंगा। स्लिप बैक का है। स्लिप बैक में बहुत इंस्टीट्यूशन जैसे जॉइंट फॉरेस्ट मैनेजमेंट है, जैसे आज भी बात हुई कि वो कुछ टाइम एक्टिव होते हैं, फिर देन उसके बाद जैसे ही प्रोजेक्ट पूरा हुआ फिर उसके बाद एक्टिव नहीं रहते हैं। उसी तरह से प्लांटेशन भी हैं, जैसे हम लोग प्लांटेशन के कोई एरिया में 1100 प्लांट का प्लांटेशन किया, वो 5-6 साल तक जब तक मेंटेनेंस चलता है, कुछ जगह पे अच्छा ग्रोथ भी आ जाएगा, कुछ जगह डंडी जैसा रहेगा 5-6 मीटर तक, एंड देन स्लोली वो जो है नेक्स्ट 3-4 साल में फिर से सेम स्टेज में आ जाता है। देन बाकी के तो इश्यूज मोस्टली हम लोग जानते ही हैं। देन ये टेक अवेज जो है, एक हम लोग जैसे स्टाफ का कॉन्फिडेंस है तो वो सबसे पहले बढ़ाने की ज़रूरत है हम लोगों को। तो जैसे वो अगर अच्छा प्लांटेशन आता है तो उसका कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत बढ़ता है, कम्युनिटी का भी, JFMC का भी बढ़ता है। तो वो लर्निंग बाय डूइंग जब करते हैं अपने से, तो वो एक कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत ज़रूरी है। अगर वो कॉन्फिडेंस है देन आवर एफर्ट्स आर सक्सेसफुल। सपोर्ट वाटरिंग आई ऑलरेडी टोल्ड। देन लैंडस्केप सेचुरेशन अप्रोच बहुत ज़रूरी है। एक छोटे छोटे पैचेज में करेंगे तो उतना उसका इम्पेक्ट नहीं आएगा। सर्वाइवल जो है, सर्वाइवल से हम लोग केवल संतोष नहीं करें कि हमारे 600 प्लांट्स लगाए थे या 1100 लगाए थे पर हेक्टेयर और उसमें 90% सर्वाइवल है, बट हम लोगों को देखना है कि वेदर दैट इज़ रिजल्टिंग इनटू फॉरेस्ट कवर। तो उस लेवल तक हम लोगों को इसको ले जाना पड़ेगा। एंड देन सक्सेसफुल इनिशिएटिव्स हैं उनको हम लोग एक्सपोनेंशियली स्केल अप करें, ऐसा नहीं कि हुआ और 5 दूसरे कर दिए। देन स्पीसीज़ का मैंने बात कर दिया। देन जो इको रेस्टोरेशन है उसमें हम लोग प्लांटेशन के लेवल पे जाते हैं, बट वेदर वी आर रीचिंग अप टू इको रेस्टोरेशन प्रोसेस, तो उसके फेजेस हैं। फर्स्ट विल बी प्लांटेशन, फिर एरियाज कुछ रेस्टोर होगा। इको रेस्टोरेशन तब होगा जब आपका नेचुरल रीजनरेशन अपने आप उसमें आना शुरू हो जाएगा। देन हम लोगों ने एक लखपति दीदी नर्सरी का भी कंसेप्ट लाए हैं इसी लैंडस्केप में। उसमें हर एक मीन्स डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड नर्सरी हैं और कुछ 8-10 लेडीज़ का ग्रुप होता है, वो एक नर्सरी करता है। उनका हम इंश्योर करते हैं कि उसको करीब 1.5 लाख रुपया पर एनम उसको उससे इनकम हो जाए, उस तरह का है। तो वो लाइवलीहुड है, प्लस उसके जो आसपास में प्लांटेशन करते हैं तो उसके रिजल्ट्स भी उसके कारण काफ़ी अच्छे आ जाते हैं। थैंक यू। इसमें जैसे आप देखते हैं प्लांटेशंस के ग्रोथ काफ़ी अच्छे होंगे, बट वी हैव टू रीच अप टू दैट लेवल ऑफ फॉरेस्ट कवरेज। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Dr. Jaipal. Do we have any questions for Dr. Jaipal at this stage? We can allow 2 questions. बाद में.
If allowed, I'll ask.
Okay, I'll allow 2 questions at this stage. Yeah.
Because I think somewhere in restoration we undermine the value of shrublands and grasslands, and restoration somehow takes on the impetus of plantation, and never we restore a grassland or a shrubland. Is this because the results in creating a woody landscape is more satisfying, or is it, when you say ecological restoration, you have to have a reference ecosystem in mind. What is the reference to which you are saying you are restoring? That is a very important criteria that comes to my mind when we are looking at ecological restoration. Yeah? Otherwise, it will be always plantations. And certain plantations, they will exist for 5 years, 10 years, because you are giving a lot of water, irrigation, wherever it is possible. And after some times, many species also last up to 10 years, 11 years, 12 years, and then they will start perishing in a dry, very arid landscapes. So, I'm emphasizing, and I've been emphasizing for a long time now, that you have to have this ecological restoration site in mind, that there is a reference ecosystem which is natural, and your species or plant community that you're bringing in is also of that palette. I'm seeing a lot of species which are actually agroforestry species in the visuals that I saw, and therefore I'm raising this question. Yeah? Thank you.
No, actually, right now what basically at a macro level what we are talking is regarding means plantation for coverage for forest, increasing the forest cover. But wherever like these successional stages are there for maybe grassland, we are managing grasslands also very well, very professionally. So wherever site quality is for grassland, there we go for grasslands. Where site quality is for shrubland, we are going for a shrubland. And but where the means what mostly we have been seeing is the areas that are suitable for tree species. Already some tree crop is there, and we have to supplement, and then like if it is open forest, we have to take it up to like very dense forest kind of ecosystem. So based on the site quality, these things are decided.
Yes, sir. So I'm sorry, my question was that I was seeing Maharuk, for instance, which is an agroforestry plant, yeah, Ailanthus. I was seeing many other species which were actually agroforestry species. And how do you think that they will achieve succession when Maharuk is very good in regermination? It will germinate very well. Or if you plant Sisham in that landscape, it will germinate very well. Or Neem will come out very, very well. But what about the native Tendus and your Wrightia tinctorias and Wrightia arboreas and Lania coromandalicas and Boswellia serratas and Anogaesis sericias? what will happen to them? Because they will never get an opportunity to migrate to that landscape. So what are those strategies that you're going to imply, other than the short term of greening, which is, of course, plantation will do that greening for short term, but in long term, the vision of doing the ecological restoration, since we are talking about Aravalli ecological restoration, so that I think should be looked at, and therefore monitoring is very, very important. Your reference ecosystem monitoring was, as well as your continuous monitoring of the landscape as to how it is turning, or what are the successional stages it is reaching, is what I would propose. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question. Yeah.
So, sir, you were talking about self-help groups for creating nurseries, right? Typically, we will always create nurseries where, you will plant locally. You're not going to take saplings across, right? So, I would think that these nurseries may be lasting maybe 1 or 2 or 3 years on the outer side, because once you're done with this plantation, then what happens to those enterprises which we started? What happens to their livelihoods then?
Actually, our idea was to first build the capacity of these self-help groups for creating the nurseries, and then for our own nurseries also. Right now, also we are outsourcing this part to them, and if their capacity is enhanced, then we'll further outsource our planting target to these nurseries, and apart from our own nursery plant, they can also raise their own plants. Some of them are raising also, sell that to the metro corporations or anyone who is wanting to procure the seedlings during rains.
So typically what we've realized is that what we want to plant are typically the forest species, okay? Because all the income generating species are very easily available in private nurseries. So we would want to grow all the forest species which are not readily available in nurseries.
No, but for agroforestry, lot of species are there that are easy to grow. They can grow and then sell it to the farmers and all. So that also we are doing.
So you teach them that as well? Yeah. Okay, yeah, right. And how do you where do you get the seeds from?
Seeds, actually, seeds we are getting from candidate plus trees. We are collecting and then giving it to them.
Oh, you collect it yourself? All right, yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So we move to the next speaker, Dr. Vivek Saxena, PCCF and Chief Wildlife Warden, Haryana.
Good afternoon, everyone. So basically, in this session, we are deliberating on strengthening of green wall. And before I come to Haryana perspective, I think my other colleagues from Haryana have already given the details and statistics about the Aravallis of Haryana. So I would like to highlight that the concept of the green wall, which originated basically, it was taken in Africa region sometimes in 2008, when it was implemented, initiated in about 13 countries, later on expanded to 20 countries, to have the concept of the green wall. Here in the Aravalli context, when we talk of the green wall, and I would also request DG Forest also, that the very concept of the green wall, well, because Aravallis we have to look in totality, not from the just point of view of the just doing the afforestation or like that. Because if we see that Aravalli in terms of the ecosystem services, it is part of it because of the forest area and where we do various type of native species or non-native species plantation and all. At the same time, we also have challenges regarding the water management. Then if we have to restore or ensure the sustainability of the ecosystem services of the Aravalli landscape, So we have to see in totality in which each and every stakeholder has to take its relevant part. It is not only the forest department, because here in this audience we are just restricting ourselves that it is only the responsibility of the forest officials to be part of the Aravalli Green Wall project. Though in totality, Aravalli Green Wall means that you have to ensure sustainability of the ecosystem services. That means other than the forest department, certainly they will be doing their job in terms of the project where we envisage in terms of the number of hectares under plantation. We also have to look into the surrounding urbanization, where through the urbanization, how much, when we talk of the water management, how much water requirement is met and from what sources. We are coming up with the new and new industries there without ascertaining from where this water is being made available to them, and in integrated manner when we talk of the environment clearance or environment impact assessment. Just right now, even most of the projects when it comes, it is generally accorded the approval that's based on the assurance of the availability of the water without ascertaining that such water will be available to the community who will be living there. Same times, when we talk of the movement of the vehicles also, so that also, because air, land and water, these are the three aspects when we talk of the strengthening of the Aravalli Green Wall. So now coming further then to the Aravallis, this is just the background, little bit I will add about the Haryana part. At a glance, we already know that what are the Aravalli districts, how many areas and national parks, sanctuaries and all. So Aravalli landscape, we all know it is barrier to the Thar Desert. In the national capital region, if we have to ensure that we get the sustainability of the ecosystem services of the Aravalli landscape, we have to again think in totality. Water recharge and feeding of the rivers is very, very important component, and at the same time, the biodiversity conservation and surrounding livelihoods. Forests, grasslands and wetlands, lot of wetlands we have already lost. Few of the examples my colleague showed in the morning presentation, just like in the movie, The Burning Train, where that shot was seen in the Bhatkal Lake. Now today, we see the nearby area, the Bhatkal Lake is just like a playground or like that. Similarly, the other Surajkund also. So protection and restoration, that is very essential for the ecological security of the Northwest India. This is just a map which shows the degradation status in terms of the Aravalli region, that how much area we had. So in the context of the Haryana context, we have 7 districts. The critical status, they are some of the most degraded forests because of the mining is also one of the aspects. And lot of debate that in one of the presentation I was seeing that where should be legal or illegal mining should be totally stopped. So again, when totality we have to ensure the sustainability, we also have to look that to what extent mining is required or mining is not required, and how the mined area which has already been done, what steps have been taken to restore that. We are talking of the strengthening, but at the same time, whatever damage we have done to the landscape for restoration of those mined areas, I think there has not been that concerted effort. But some of the few good examples have been like Aravalli Biodiversity Park, which is just next door in Gurugram, which you can see, which is also the world's first designated OECM, other effective area-based conservation measures recognition site, that Aravalli Biodiversity Park, which you can say. Historically, previous efforts in Aravallis in 90s, Haryana undertook one of the European Union supported project in which interventions of 38,000 hectares was done. Intervention does not mean that we have restored it. We just do the afforestation in a particular area and we say that so much area has been restored. This is just the intervention, and later on those interventions to what extent have been successful, that robust monitoring mechanism also need to be in place. Now, especially through the GIS based tools, IT based tools and AI based tools. And if there are some gaps in implementation of the same area, you have to take the necessary corrective measures. And this statistics we have already gone through, that estimated investment. Again, the finance for the Aravalli ecosystem services restoration or sustainability, that has also been estimated to the tune of 16,000 crores. When we are deliberating on this, we also have to look into this, that from where sources, from which area we have to get this finance, and especially when the Sankala Foundation, as one of the pilot, has done all these details in the 4 villages of Haryana Aravallis. That can be one of the potential model, but one size doesn't fit everywhere. So for each and every village, we have to have site-specific intervention model that has to be in place. Again, in one of the presentation morning when we were talking about the community, then there has to be micro plan. There are a number of departments which undertake various type of projects, and every department for a same area, same village, they make their own micro plans, and there is hardly any convergence between them. So rather than the micro plan, there has to be a village level plan in which all the interventions proposed future from all the aspects that should be in place. So these are the district-wise focus area, like what are the challenges, like in Gurugram and Faridabad, we have challenges regarding urban encroachment, waste dumping and mining. We are not able to manage the waste. Nu and Rewari, they have degraded scrub, heavy grazing pressure and water scarcity. Similarly, Mahendragarh, we have a fragmented hill forest. Bhiwani and Charki Dadri, sand drift and erosion. So, strengthening of green wall, again, I will reiterate that it is not the only, should not be, because we have all the DFOs also who are from the Aravalli region and districts. So I would request that to take this initiative further, especially when the Sankala Foundation has taken an initiative, so to come out from our just limited or narrow mindset of fixing the responsibility or of this Aravalli Green Wall is strengthening only to the forest officials. It has to be all the relevant stakeholders, all the government departments, relevant civil society organization and various departments. And through that integrated approach, the interventions by each and everyone has to be ensured through the proper monitoring mechanism and also the necessary corrective measures. And we also should be ready to accept our past failures and whatever mistakes we have done, rather than we just say that we have done so much plantation earlier, that means we are again projecting that we have restored that much of the area. If we have restored that much, then today the situation would not have been that, you can say, serious that we are discussing about the degradation. So we should be ready to accept the reality, and accordingly, if we accept the reality, only then we will be doing the correct interventions. And if we talk again that for a greener strengthening of Aravalli Wall or greener Haryana, it is certainly vital to our ecological security, not only for the country but also for the people living in the NCR region or in the entire Aravalli landscape. And we have to ensure to safeguard water, biodiversity and livelihood for the generations present as well as future. We also need to integrate technology-driven planning, GIS and monitoring. I have already time is short, otherwise I would have shown the little bit journey through the video of how the Aravalli Hills, because they are not a continuous mountains, they are the broken mountain chains. So like in Himalayas, we have a concept that is a continuous mountains. Here you have, because the oldest mountain more than 2 billion years old, so it is a broken mountain, so that those mountains and the surrounding areas, they also need to be taken care of to ensure that how the Aravalli landscape and its ecosystem services, they are sustained and restored. So ecological return, certainly there are also challenges regarding the wildlife habitat, and if you see this I have already shown. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek. You raised many important aspects of Aravalli restoration. The first one, which is, I think, very important in the context of a state like Haryana, that you are facing urbanization in Aravallis, and probably in the morning when Dr. Vidya was presenting a study, so you also brought out the same point, that the urbanization or the human settlement is actually eating up a lot of area under the Aravallis. Second point which you raised about the broken mountains, so I think the detailed action plan which has been prepared by the MOEFCC takes care of that. We have also allowed 5-kilometer buffer on either side of the Aravalli for restoration purposes, so that has been taken care. So I think for the audience who have some questions, you have to hold them for some time because we will take them at the end of it. So now I come to a very important state as far as Aravalli is concerned, because they have the majority of areas of 19 forest divisions and more than 20 districts. And we have Mr. K.C. Arun Prasad, who is a PCCF and Chief Wildlife Warden Rajasthan, and he is going to make a presentation before all of you. Dr. Arun.
मेरा पेन ड्राइव है ना नीचे है.
And from Rajasthan, we have a number of DFOs and other senior officers also present here. So in case, Arun, if you want those people to chip in, you can invite them as and when you want.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, my 6 years in the academy. Good evening, everyone. So I worked in the academy for 6 years. Sir was my senior colleague in the academy, Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy. So I handled many courses in the academy during those 6 years. So as a coordinator, I always felt the first 2-3 classes every day, they are very good. Afternoon session, particularly after lunch, it's horrible. And the last session, it's a curse. Everybody wants to finish the show and they want to go back home. And you have a speaker who wants to eat your head. So ये बड़ा difficult task है. But I would try to be very brief. I'll run through the presentation quickly so that we all can go home earlier. So with this, I would like to start about strengthening Aravalli Green Wall, what we are doing in Rajasthan. For the sake of convenience, I have put it under a different head, forest component and wildlife component. Otherwise, दोनों एक ही होता है. You just can't separate them. They are one and the same. So forest component, Rajasthan, we are known for our afforestation work. We are the pioneer in the country. So JICA is collaborating with us for their 7th project. So we are the pioneer state in the country in doing afforestation. I am from Tamil Nadu. When I tell them we do 80,000 hectare a year plantation, they scratch their head. ये कैसे हो सकता है? 5,000, 10,000 करने में ये ना दिक्कत हो जाता है. So we normally do 70,000-80,000 easily. So if we talk about these 19 districts in Aravalli, so this is what we are doing. So 38,000 in 24-25, 31,000 in 25-26, and this year we are doing 34,000 hectares of plantation. So it's huge. Our volume है जबरदस्त है. It's not easy task. So you have to run. तभी आपको पता चलेगा वहाँ काम क्या हो रहा है. It's a tough task. And so far we have been successful in doing this. Of course, there are a lot of problems, like हमारा विजय जी ने कहा है, वो भी मैं बता दूंगा. So next है, ओहो, कुछ स्लाइड गायब हो गया. ठीक है. So अभी इतने सारे हम कर रहे हैं. So what do we do? How do we manage this? So we are the first state in the country to have a forest stack developed in the state. So we have a forest stack, which we call it as Digivan. That forest stack fetches data from all the open sources. We have our own database. That forest stack helps us in planning the work. कहाँ क्या plantation कर सकता है? We have models, like you said about eco-restoration. We also learn, things are evolving. When we started this afforestation work through foreign aid, it was called as Aravalli Afforestation Project. Now the name is Climate Change Response and Ecosystem Services Enhancement Project. So अभी हमारा models भी change हो गया है. So during my probation days, I was surprised to see there was a model called Rehabilitation of Barren Hills, where you go and put 11,000 plants per hectare. Barren Hills से we all know वहाँ organic matter content कुछ भी नहीं है, fertility नहीं है, water नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं है. फिर भी we were putting 11,000 plants. So now under the new JICA project, we have revised almost all the models. It's all about now eco-restoration. Eco-restoration for woodland ecosystem, eco-restoration for grassland ecosystem. Again, for arid and semi-arid areas, we have separate models. Like you pointed out, we are planning to have a reference point. In every area, we'll try to go and pick up the remnant population, study that, do a profiling, then you go for the plantation. So you capture the grasses, shrubs, everything. So the succession thing, we have accounted now. So this is also now part of our DG1. And our DG1 can tell you what is the kind of success we are getting. You put a KML file and you can find out from the system how is my canopy density going up, whether it is coming up or going up. All those things we can get, and we have done it very nicely. People are started taking interest. Most of the states are now trying to do the DG1. So this is about forestry component, what we are doing in the state. Protected area network, we all know Wildlife Action Plan says every state must have 5% of the area under protected area network. Rajasthan mein 5% hai. This is in the entire Rajasthan. If we come to the Aravalli area, wahan bhi we have around 2.5% of area of geographical area under our protected area network. So tiger reserves इसमें 3 दिया है, 4th is upcoming one, so इसलिए मैंने उसको include नहीं किया है. So there will be some overlaps in this, because certain sanctuaries, they have their part in quota, they have in Aravalli, they have in non-Aravalli, so it will have some overlap. So protected area network also हमारा ठीक है. So budgetary support, if you see for wildlife, it's nice, it's going up. So 24-25 में 216 crores था. This year we have 374 crores. It's a huge monetary support we are getting. We are getting from CAMPA, we are getting from the external aided projects. We have our own fund, RPAC है, हमारा fund भी है. So it's a quite decent budget support we are getting. This is the forest act which I am talking about. आपका planning module भी है. इस पे forest health monitoring आप कर सकते हैं. इस पे आपका यूज केस अभी डेवलप किया है. वाइल्ड हेल्थ मॉनिटरिंग भी कर सकता है. इट विल गिव अस यूजफुल इंफॉर्मेशन अबाउट वाइल्ड लाइफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स दैट्स हैपनिंग अक्रॉस द स्टेट. एंड व्हाट डू वी डू इन वाइल्ड लाइफ इन अ नटशेल? सो दिस इज व्हाट वी कैन सम अप. वी वर्क ऑन हैबिटेट restoration, we do prey augmentation work, and we do population management for those flagship species, and we also do conservation breeding. So these are the major work we do in Rajasthan under wildlife. So habitat restoration work, most of you might have traveled to Rajasthan, you would have seen we have a lot of Prosopis juliflora trees. Everywhere you find Prosopis juliflora. As such, इतना बड़ा विलन भी नहीं है Prosopis. वो अच्छा फ्यूल भी देता है, so that हमारा natural crop भी protect रहता है. But if it is there in the wildlife area, then it becomes a problem. So we remove them. This operation we are doing continuously for so many years. Then we try to develop grasslands in this place. Then we try to bring prey augmentation. So this is a photograph of Boma technique where we did in Bharatpur. इस साल में हमारे पास 7 जगह पे we are doing prey augmentation work. The work is on progress. So we are trying to do something about prey augmentation also. Those who have visited Udaipur, southern Rajasthan, you would have noticed वहाँ कुछ मिलता भी नहीं है ना, कोई वहाँ ज़्यादा prey density नहीं है. So that's what we are trying to do. Population management. टाइगर में you all might have seen, अभी last month भी पेपर में था, we have done the interstate translocation using aircraft for the first time in the country. Also we do intrastate translocation regularly, like Ranthambore, our source population is Ranthambore. We have taken animals to Sariska, we have taken it to Mukundra, we have taken it to Ramgarh Vishadari. Population management भी हम करते हैं. Or this is a picture of a Gadial rearing center which has come up recently in Paligat. Work is going on. ये भी अच्छा काम ये कर रहे हैं. Regarding एक और important captive breeding program है. This is about lesser florican. Lesser florican काफ़ी बेचारा species है. Only few individuals are left. Not even hundreds must be. So we have a conservation breeding center in Ajmer, which is part of Aravalli. It is a good grassland. We have developed good grassland. Work is going on. This is one important species which the state government, Wildlife Institute of India, and I'm done. So ये काफ़ी काम हो रहा है. Apart from this, most of you might have heard about Great Indian Bustard. वो काम भी अच्छा हो रहा है राजस्थान में. So this is what we are doing in Rajasthan. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun, for giving a good perspective of the state. I can see a lot of other officers also from Rajasthan. So in case if you want to add anything to what Arun has said. Nothing at this stage? Okay. So I invite Dr. Govind now. Dr. Govind is Director WI and he brings in a very new perspective of wildlife management in the Aravallis.
Very good evening to all of you. Namaskar. मैं सीधा मुद्दे पे आता हूँ. When I got call from officials of Sankala that I need to speak on some Aravalli wall, I was totally confused. For many years I was out of Rajasthan, especially from these planting and territorial divisions. So I was in wildlife, and then I recalled my DFO days almost 25 years back. So I am seeing third row of this esteemed audience, all my officials who have worked with me during my early days of my DFO-ship in Ranthambore, Tonk, or in Sariska Tiger Reserves. So I will be more comfortable in Hindi. Let me show my first slide. You can just see this slide. It was year 2002 when I joined Ranthambore Tiger Reserve, and उस एरिया में हमेशा चराई कटाई सब प्रॉब्लम रहती थी. पूरा का पूरा अंदर टाइगर रिजर्व में जाके लोग पेड़ काटते थे, ग्रेजिंग करते थे, उनके साथ पोचेस भी आते थे. हमें वो कैसे रोकना था? सो व्हाट वी डिड, द आइडिया ऑफ मेकिंग ए फिजिकल वॉल, एक वॉल बनाने का आइडिया आता है. इज अ पार्ट ऑफ अरावली लैंडस्केप. तो यू कैन सी दिस लैंडस्केप ऑफ राम सिंह पूरा एरिया. जस्ट व्हेन यू आर गोइंग टू रणथंबोर तो वॉल कंस्ट्रक्शन स्टार्ट होता है. पैसा नहीं होता है हमारे पास. फैमिली रिलीफ वर्क्स होते हैं, जिला कलेक्टर देता है, उसके साथ अप्रोच करके फैमिली रिलीफ वर्क्स में हमने वॉल का काम लिया. और दिस इज एन एग्जांपल ऑफ 14 किलोमीटर लॉन्ग वॉल विदाउट प्लांटिंग इन इवन सिंगल सैपलिंग दिस लैंडस्केप. सो हमने वॉल के एक्चुअली पता था कुछ. आई फाउंड ऑल दीज ओल्ड फोटोज फ्रॉम माई रिकॉर्ड. देन व्हाट आई डिड, आई रिक्वेस्टेड FSI to give me the comparison of what we did. We made this wall on left side. That is the year 2003. I requested FSI, please give me some details of forest health. उस समय क्या था, अब क्या? Health means moderate forest, very dense forest and open forest. And you can see in 2023 the type of very dense forest, how it has increased. Just a matter of just 14 kilometers without planting in a single species. This was the situation of 2000 earlier, and this is present situation. You can just compare. Okay, this was the situation earlier, and this is the present situation. And if you see the figures which I got recently last week only from FSI, very dense forest has increased just in 550 hectares. It has increased by 102 hectares. Can you believe that? It's all natural forest. How a wall without planting can make a difference. Similarly, open forest has increased. I'm giving another example. That's how we help in Ranthambore. How tigers have, earlier tiger population were very, very, very less. Even one of my officers, I used to call him as Alpha. I was having 3 ACFs, Alpha, Beta, Gamma. Alpha is sitting here. So he was taking care of all these such works. So he has witnessed every work that we have done in that landscape. So because of such only without planting, just protecting the forest in situ, that can make a difference for bringing back only natural forest. This is another example. This is another few years back when I was DF for Tonk, when I joined in 1998. This is one very important block, Nevai forest block. And every year, most of the politicians, most of the bureaucrats used to come for planting. Excellent village forest protection committees. And we used to go do planting after every 10 years. हमेशा planting करते रहेंगे. It's around 1500 hectares forest block. But if you see, there is net decrease of minus 94 hectares in last couple of years. Okay. This is the Nevai block. Sariska Tiger Reserve. We launched Project Tiger in 1973 with an aim not to increase the number of tigers. The object was far, far much more. To improve the forest ecosystem, to improve the health of forest ecosystem. If we protect tiger, we protect forest ecosystem. I compared, we have our tiger number since 2008 has increased from 0 to 55 as well. Am I right? 55 ho gaye na, bahut badhiya. We are very happy, we keep shouting. We are the big mega cat conservationists. I compared the ISFR data. Just see, the very dense forest has decreased by by 134 hectares. And the net decrease of 958 hectares in last couple of years. You can compare between 2009 and 2023. Can we see as only a tiger increasing, a number of tigers as performance indicator? We need to think, we need to introspect ourselves. Okay, these are two examples. Okay, my second case study in same Aravalli. How many of you have seen this kind of photograph earlier in life? रणथंभौर सब जानते हैं आप लोग? ऐसा कभी देखा आपने? Yes, दिव्या knows. 2002, 2001 and 2000, Rajasthan was not having any rainfall. Famine पड़ा, पूरा अकाल पड़ा हुआ था, पानी नहीं था. And there's a famous जोगीमैल तालाब, this पतन तालाब, there was no water. पानी बिल्कुल नहीं था. पहली बार यहाँ पर हिस्ट्री में यहाँ पर एक बूंद भी पानी था. हम करें क्या? You can see. This is पदम तालाब. दिस राजबाग तालाब. सबने देखा होगा. हमारे अब सीन रणथंभौर सबने देखा होगा. कोई नन है सीन? ओके. करना क्या था? वाटर ट्रैकिंग पता कर पानी कैसे पिलाएंगे जानवरों को. आई ज्वाइन रणथंभौर 2002. पता उस अकाल पड़ा तो पानी बिल्कुल नहीं था. कैसे पानी पिलाएंगे? तो पहले पता करो पानी कहाँ पीते हैं जानवर, किन पॉइंट्स में पानी की व्यवस्था करनी है. वाटर ट्रैकिंग बोलते हैं उसको. जितने भी ऑफिशियल्स इधर स्टाफ को लगा दिए, अपने बीट में जाके पूरे वाटर पॉइंट्स को देखो, जहाँ जहाँ कम होता है रिकॉर्ड में रखो. फिर बाद में जॉब थी, वो पॉइंट्स लग गए, पता कहाँ जानवर पानी पीता है. वी नीड टू क्रिएट सम आर्टिफिशियल वाटर होल्स. बन गए. व्हेन वी मेड आर्टिफिशियल वाटर होल, तो पानी कहाँ से लेके आएंगे, कहाँ से ट्रांसपोर्ट करेंगे? कहीं से तो करना पड़ेगा. सवाई माधोपुर टाउन से लेके आते हैं तो बहुत टाइम लगता है. तो वहीं पर करने का निर्णय लिया कि लेट्स डू सम डिग सम ट्यूबवेल्स. However, because local court stay order we could not do. तब क्या करें? We were discussing. जब भी प्रॉब्लम आती है तो कुछ नए आइडियाज भी आते हैं. Then the idea of reviving traditional step wells came in our mind. बावड़ी जानते हैं आप सब लोग? बावड़ी स्टेप वेल. फिर हमने इन्वेंट्री तैयार किया. रणथंभौर में करीब 12-13 बावड़ियाँ थी, उनमें से 8 को सिलेक्ट किया. लेट्स कोशिश करते हैं. पैसा नहीं था बिल्कुल भी. वी हैव टू कलेक्टर. Rajiv Gandhi program for revival of traditional water sources. Under this program, we received funds from, because batchmates सब अच्छा बातचीत थी. We were having very good rapport with district administration. पैसा मिल गया और हमने ये बावड़ी को select किया और उनमें से this is one खेमचा कुंड. I don't know. Whenever we go to Ranthambore, we go to this site. This was the condition because it was totally covered with debris, soil and everything. And because for many decades these were not used. पानी आ गया सबके घर पे. पाइपलाइन कौन यूज करेगा? इसमें काम शुरू किया. यू कैन सी जब काम चल रहा था बहुत जल्दी करना था, मैं पानी नहीं था बिल्कुल भी. 3 महीने के अंदर इसको रिवाइव किया. बट वो सरकार का पैसा भी कंप्लीट था. देन वी कोऑर्डिनेटेड विद सब स्कूल टीचर्स. स्कूल के किड्स सारे यहाँ पर आके पूरा श्रमदान करवाया. यहाँ पर जब करने के बाद यू कैन सी हाउ द रिजल्ट इज कमिंग. Even all these structures were revived in a similar chuna bhatta mein use kiya. No, we didn't use any cement. You can see this bawdi, how it was revived. This is the figure. I still remember this photograph. I was at that corner. I jumped from just to have a dip in this particular Khemcha Kund. When I reached at this point, my drive shows सब पीछे देखिए. There was a huge crocodile behind me. तो उसके बाद हमने बोर्ड लगाया, nobody is allowed to swim here. Okay. This is Khemcha boat. Similarly, another Bawadi we revived. You can see how these Bawadis were revived. This is Dhori Bawadi near Khandar area. Water came. And this famous Doodh Bawadi, Bawadi in Rajbagh area you might have seen when you visit Ranthambore. It was revived. Water came. And you can also see tiger sitting beside the Bawadi. But how very interesting. Most of the Bawadis, those were revived. They were only in core area of tiger reserve. However, the Bawadis which were on the outer side in the buffer area, we could not get water and such Bawadis. The reason very simple. There was no water in these Bawadis because these are buffer areas. There are a number of resorts, a number of hotels all around this river. They're pumping out water. We don't know. Only hydrologists can tell what's the reason why these Bawadis are dying. So because of this small intervention, we managed water, and finally we were successful in protecting this landscape. These are just 2 case studies I wanted to share with you. Thank you. Thank you all. May I come back or question hai koi?
Yeah, you can take the seat. Okay. We'll have questions there itself. So, Dr. Bharadwaj, thank you very much. You gave a very interesting account of revival of old water sources in the area of Ranthambore. Now we can devote 5-10 minutes towards questions. Okay. So we have exact 10 minutes for questions. Gujarat is done. We can have for Rajasthan and Haryana. Yeah, please.
नमस्कार सर, बहुत अच्छे सेशन है, धन्यवाद। मैं बाकी सब चीज़ें काफ़ी अच्छे से कवर की गई थी, पर मेरा एक जो कंसर्न था खासकर हरियाणा के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, जो हमारे पास अरावली का पैच है, तो हमारे पास काफ़ी सारे एरियाज़ जो है ना वो प्राइवेटाइज हो चुके हैं, अरावली जो लैंड है, और इनमें से काफ़ी सारे एरियाज जो हैं वो किसी भी नोटिफिकेशन के अंडर भी नहीं आते हैं, उनके ऊपर ना तो कोई इवन अभी तक कोई PLPI या अरावली प्लांटेशन भी नहीं आती है। तो जो अभी हमारा रिस्टोरेशन वाला जो ग्रीन वॉल प्रोजेक्ट में सुबह से जिस तरह से सेशन चल रहे थे, इन एरियाज़ को किस तरीके से, जैसे कि अभी देखने में आया कि हम जो ग्रीन वॉल प्रोजेक्ट और इसके थ्रू जो कम्युनिटीज़ जो लैंड है, जो ऑलरेडी फॉरेस्ट ही लैंड है, उनको तो कंसीडर कर रहे हैं, पर जो प्राइवेटाइज एरियाज़ हैं जहाँ उनके लिए हमारा कोई प्रोविज़न सुबह से नहीं देखने को आया है। तो मैं चाहूँगा कि थोड़ा उसके ऊपर प्रकाश डाला जाए। धन्यवाद।
This question is for Haryana, so Dr. Vivek will take it.
आपने बहुत ही वैलिड क्वेश्चन पूछा है, और मैंने अपने प्रेजेंटेशन के टाइम जो चर्चा की थी उसमें बताया भी था कि अरावली हम ग्रीन वॉल की जो बात कर रहे हैं, तो खाली उसको ग्रीन वॉल को प्लांटेशन तक नहीं सीमित हमें सोचना चाहिए। पूरे अरावली एरिया का, जिसमें कि सभी तरह का एरिया जो कि फॉरेस्ट में नोटिफाइड भी है, जो कि रेवेन्यू लैंड भी है, प्राइवेट एरियाज भी है, उस सारे को एज ए लैंडस्केप लेवल पे इंटीग्रेटेड वे में हम इंटरवेंशंस इंश्योर करेंगे, तभी जो है वो हम अपने अरावली के इकोसिस्टम सर्विसेज को रिस्टोर और सस्टेन रख सकते हैं। अब आपका प्रश्न ये है कि स्पेशली हरियाणा के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में ऐसे अरावली के लैंडस्केप के एरिया जो कि किसी और तरह के रेगुलेशंस में नहीं आते हैं और वो प्राइवेट ओनरशिप में हैं, उनमें किस तरह से इंश्योर करें कि वो भी आपके अरावली के रिस्टोरेशन या सस्टेनेबिलिटी इकोसिस्टम सर्विसेज का पार्ट हो। तो उसका तो मेन यही है कि हमारे जो भी, अगर आप देखें तो स्पेशली गुड़गांव और अलवर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के लिए जो है 1992 का एक अरावली नोटिफिकेशन है, जिसके अकॉर्डिंगली आपकी जो है वेरियस एक्टिविटीज़ को रेगुलेट करने का ऑलरेडी प्रावधान है। अब प्राइवेट एरियाज में भी लैंड यूज़ वगैरह का जो भी लोकल अथॉरिटीज़ से अप्रूवल्स लेने होते हैं, वो अप्रूवल के टाइम इंटीग्रेटेड वे में जब तक हम ये नहीं ध्यान देंगे कि उनके किसी प्रकार की, जिसको कि सो कॉल्ड डेवलपमेंट एक्टिविटी या इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी के रूप में हम लोग कहते हैं, कि उन एक्टिविटीज़ से किसी प्रकार का जो है हमारे अरावलीज के जो सर्विसेज हैं या उसको नुकसान तो नहीं हो रहा है, तो वो इंश्योर करना होगा। और ये वाकई में आपने जो प्रश्न रेज किया, ये एक चैलेंज है कि ऐसे एरियाज़ जो कि किसी भी प्रकार के अभी रेगुलेशन में नहीं आते हैं, उन लोगों को कैसे कन्विंस करें। तो इसका एक उत्तर तो यही है कि जो स्टेक होल्डर या जो इसके पास ओनरशिप है, उसको भी हमें साथ ही साथ जो है कन्विंस करना होगा कि वो भी ऐसे कोई कदम ना उठाए जिससे कि ओवरऑल अरावली को नुकसान पहुंचे।
Thank you, Dr. Vivek. I think you answered very rightly. So we have some time for 1 or 2 questions more. Yeah, please.
राजस्थान में टूरिज्म का और एक्सप्लोरेशन हो रहा है, जैसे रिसोर्सेज का, कि लोकल्स को वो बेनिफिट नहीं मिल पा रहा जो सस्टेन कर पाएंगे उन्होंने। जैसे जोई से नया एरिया डेवलप हो रहा है, इसके लिए लेपर्ड कंजर्वेरियत जोई का, तो रंथमबोर स्टोरी वहाँ रिप्लाई हो रही है कि बिग चेंज आ रही है, लोकल्स को बेनिफिट नहीं है, लोकल्स वहाँ लेबर बन के रह पा रहा है, सिर्फ कि वो ड्राइवर बन गए, 2 जिप्सी ले ली। तो सर उसमें क्या फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट कोई पहल करना चाह रहे हैं कि भी आप हम लोकल्स के रिजर्व को इतना एरिया सिर्फ लोकल्स को प्रायोरिटी देंगे कि वो टूरिस्ट को लेके आए, कुछ भी इस तरह से। वरना सर जैसे जवाई में हम अभी गए तो वहाँ लोकल्स ने कहा कि एक बड़ा फॉरेस्ट रिजर्व है, वो जो होटल चेन है वहाँ, तो उसने लेपर्ड को आर्टिफिशियल फीड दे के
उसी एरिया में लेपर्ड रखते हैं, जो भी जाएगा उसको।
नहीं, got your question. Arun, can you take this?
आपका इको टूरिज्म आजकल सभी बात करते हैं। इको टूरिज्म का आप स्टार्ट देखेंगे ना, वन ऑफ द क्लासिकल एग्जांपल इन द कंट्रीज, वहाँ का जो रिक्शा पुलर्स है, गाइड्स हैं, 1980s में स्टार्ट हुआ था। मोस्ट ऑफ द रिक्शा पुलर्स दे आर ऑल फ्रॉम लोकल, और जो वहाँ नेचुरलिस्ट गाइड्स हैं, आपका आप गने गए होंगे, उस मेन रोड में जितना होटल है, 90% ऑफ दम आर ओन्ड बाई द नेचुरलिस्ट गाइड्स हु स्टार्टेड देयर कैरियर एज गाइड्स इन 1980। 1918 में मॉडल वॉज लिटिल बिट डिफरेंट, इतना कमर्शलाइज नहीं हुआ था। सो रणथंबोर इट्स अ डिफरेंट मॉडल। रणथंबोर में अभी देखेंगे, आज भी आपका गाइड्स है, दे आर फ्रॉम लोकल ओनली। अभी भी हमारा ईडीसी में जो काम कर रहे हैं, उनको अभी रिसेंटली गाइड्स बनाए थे। कितना बनाया मानस? 50+ नया गाइड्स जो लोकल विलेजेस है, वहाँ से उनको अभी गाइड के रूप में दिया है। गाइड्स के भी अच्छा पैसा मिलता है, और इतना हाई एंड टूरिज्म वहाँ हो गया है, देन इट नीड्स लॉट ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट आल्सो। वहाँ भी होम स्टेज है, देर आर गुड होम स्टेज इन रणथंबोर, आप अभी भी नेट में जाके देखें, लोकल पीपल आल्सो आर डूइंग। और जावा इट्स अ डिफरेंट मॉडल ऑल टुगेदर। वहाँ आपका इट्स अ रेवेन्यू लैंडस्केप, देर आर सम फॉरेस्ट एरिया, देर आर लॉट ऑफ रेवेन्यू एरियाज, देर आर प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टीज देयर, और वहाँ लेपर्ड आ रहे हैं, पीपल हैव अकोमोडेटेड द लेपर्ड देयर। अभी मेरे घर पे आके एक बकरी खा लिए तो आई डोंट मेक अ सीन, मैं जाके किसी से ना भाई मेरा लेपर्ड का ना बकरी खा लिया, वो मैं नहीं कर रहा हूँ। सो सम होटल एरिया समबडी कॉम्पनसेट्स देम, सो इट्स ऑल टुगेदर डिफरेंट मॉडल जवाई। सो हम ये 3 डिफरेंट मॉडल में देख लेना। सो ये सब अलग अलग है, सबके अपने अपने एडवांटेजेस होता है, सबका अपने अपने डिसएडवांटेजेस होता है। हो सकता है मैं आपको आंसर किया होगा, नहीं है तो बाद में हम अलग से बात कर सकते हैं।
Thank you, Arun. I think we won't like to breach the time limits given to us. So I would like to sum up with thanking all our esteemed speakers. They gave quite a good overview what's happening in the name of Aravalli restoration in their states. Especially for Gujarat, Dr. Jaipal spoke about a very important experiment, or I would say initiative, which they have been doing there. He said that there is a green Taranga hill which has been green with PPP mode. So this is something which probably I don't see or hear from other states. So Gujarat has gone ahead and done this. They have also gone ahead and promoted bamboo cultivation in Aravallis, and they have also used the new scheme, the Lakhpati Didi scheme, although somebody had a question on that what happens to the plants after the restoration measures have taken place and there is no need of plants. So, but still, this Lakhpati Didi initiative is very nice. In Haryana, Dr. Vivek alerted us with what happened to the Bhatkal Lake, because in 20 or 25 years' time, the entire lake almost disappeared. And he also raised certain questions about the establishment of industries over there, that when the ECs are given, I think this water factor should be taken into consideration. Rajasthan has made a very nice intervention in digitization of data. Arun spoke about that, the forest stack or the Digi1 thing. That is a very important and very welcome thing. Dr. Bharadwaj made us travel back in time. He spoke about the revival of water sources in Ranthambore area, which are, I think, very close to his heart. So with these words, I would again thank all the 3 speakers for giving a very nice overview. I think it was a very interesting and very fruitful session where we got to know that what exactly the Forest Department or what the practitioners are doing. So with these words, I would wind up this session and like the organizers to start the new session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Awasthi, and our distinguished speakers for such an engaging and forward-looking session. With this, we move towards the final segment of today's program, the valedictory session, that marks the close of what has been an extremely enriching and thought-provoking dialogue. For this, I would like to invite on the dais Mr. Bharat Lal, Secretary General and CEO, NHRC, India, Mr. Lal is a distinguished civil servant with over 37 years of experience in public policy, institutional development, and governance. Since joining the civil services in 1988, he has served in key roles at both the state as well as national levels, including at Rashtrapati Bhavan and in the Government of India. He has been instrumental in conceptualizing and leading transformative initiatives in water, sanitation, health, environment, education, and tribal development, contributing significantly to inclusive and sustainable development in India. I now invite Mr. Sushil Kumar Awasthi, Director General of Forest and Special Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. Mr. C.N. Pandey, Professor of Practice, IIT Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Mr. V.B. Kumar, Distinguished Fellow, Sankala Foundation. And Dr. Malvika Kaul, Director, Sankala Foundation. I now request Dr. Malvika Kaul, Director, Sankala Foundation, to felicitate Mr. Bharat Lal with a planter. I'm delighted to welcome Mr. V.B. Kumar, Distinguished Fellow, Sankala Foundation, to summarize today's insightful discussion.
Good afternoon to all. We had 4 very engaging sessions on this day. Each topic was very engaging and interesting in its own self. The first session was chaired by Dr. D.N. Pandey, and the main highlights were the role of Aravalli, especially its ecological importance. Some of the speakers, they have mentioned that this landscape is very important from carbon store, which is unique in itself. It is also a repository of traditional knowledge. There are different types of forest that we can find here. It is full of wetlands, and what we need is the proper legal mapping. That was the perspective from the Mr. Sanjay Upadhyay, the legal expert. And the perspective which was brought by Mr. Asutosh from the ex-director of FSI was also very relevant in the context of defining the Aravalli range and its hills. And he has also quoted a very good example which was being practiced in Meghalaya as a payment of ecosystem services model and carbon credit model. So these are some of the highlights from the session 1. Session 2 was mainly on the community involvement and macro planning. So this session was chaired by Mr. C.P. Goyal, and it was also very engaging, and a lot of new ideas evolved in this session. And the main points highlight was involvement of community is action plan. Planning should be done from value addition of forest product. Participatory appraisal techniques should be applied, which was explained in the review. So that was chaired by Mr. Sushil Kumar Awasthi, DG Forest. And the main point that was highlighted, the experience of Gujarat, where PPP participation has been successful, use of bamboo cultivation. There are two aspects. One was the plantation and one was the wildlife management point of view. So these points were highlighted by the Rajasthan, and the director WII gave two case studies insights. So that was the one was the result of making a physical wall of 14 kilometers, how it has changed the landscape from the open forest to the natural forest. And second was in the Ranthambore.
Thank you very much. Respected dignitaries on the dais, esteemed colleagues, delegates, it has been a day-long session of intense deliberations. When I stand here to give you a special address, this is I would like to express my deep gratitude to, first of all, Sankala Foundation, to NAB division of the ministry who worked very hard to deliver this particular conference, which, because I have been sitting here since morning from first to last session, this has been quite a remarkable achievement. I think we have deliberated a lot of issues. A lot of ideas have come. And these ideas are going across the states, because at a national level, we have been able to make a confluence of ideas from all the states. The experiences, the commitments, which are rooted in the shared vision of safeguarding Aravalli ranges, which you all know, which is the oldest heritage of our country. I also would like to appreciate the delegates, the community representatives coming from various stakeholders group, whose voices always remind us that conservation is not merely a policy, but it is a lived responsibility. We have reaffirmed in today's workshop that Aravallis are not just geological formations, but they are cultural and ecological lifelines. They are protecting the water, they're protecting the biodiversity, they're protecting the heritage of countless communities. The discussion also highlighted certain challenges which range from deforestation, which range to anthropogenic pressures, urban expansions, and climate vulnerability. Yet, we have innovative solutions. We have to promote community-led afforestation, interdepartmental collaborations, and campaigns like Ped Maa Ke Naam and Aravalli Green Wall Mission. So this conference should not end as a dialogue, but should also give rise to a movement. With these wishes, I would like to stop here and once again extend my best wishes to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Awasthi, for those uplifting words. With great honor, I now invite Mr. Bharat Lal, Secretary General and CEO, NHRC India, to share his views.
Good evening, everyone. Namaskar. It's a closing session, and actually I'm the last speaker. And I think between your tea and this session, actually I am the last person standing. So since morning, I think you have heard genuinely a lot of wisdom actually. And I in between I had to go actually somewhere in some meeting actually, and I was in the office got some time, and I was watching on YouTube. And let me tell you very honestly, in last 37 years of my public life, very seldom I have seen this kind of participation, this kind of source person, and very thoughtful conversation. And your interest, the people, imagine still you are, I can't see that you are weary-eyed and I think that clearly shows that the kind of interest we are having in this session. So Mr. Awasthi, our Director General Special Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, Dr. C.N. Pandey, my esteemed colleague, and without embarrassing him, a kind of role model officer in Gujarat. In fact, people like we grew basically, watching him and trying to little bit copy him, if I say so. Mr. Kumar, Malvika ji, and so many senior colleagues from different states, Prashant Kumar Saab, and dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. So it's my privilege to be here in closing session. There's 2-3 things I would like to say. I'll not take much of time. First and foremost thing, so far as the knowledge is concerned, what need to be done, I think you all have. In fact, you have much more. But what makes any project, any program successful? Any project, any program, what it makes successful? I think I would leave this thought with you to think about it, that how this program, this project can be made successful. And one of my observation, my learning has been 2-3 things. One single individual should not try to take credit for it. This is the first requirement, that each and every stakeholder, from bottom, a beat guard, a forester to top person, different stakeholders, local communities, local people, NGOs, I think they should have that stake. That's my project, and they should derive some kind of satisfaction, some kind of pride in that project. B, when we will derive any pride in that program and project, when it is successful. I mean, it's a vicious cycle. It's a taint-free. It's a taint-free. And it's a benefit, it's a success is visible. Common people should be able to understand. If common people are able to understand, everybody will basically connect. Everybody will join this journey. And in my opinion, one first point I would like to make is that in so far as the Aravalli is concerned, each state, each district, each division, each place can say that, well, we are doing this much and it's a very good thing. But just imagine that if all 4 states, they come together, all district, all division, and it is basically projected as one, that Aravalli is such a successful program. It's ecological value, it's a cultural, it's a socio-economic, I think well known. I think to me the first thing is that it should be projected as a one. The success or failure is for all 4 states, all divisions, all districts, from top to bottom. This is the first thing. Second thing is that common people should understand its tangible or intangible benefit in terms of whether it's ecological services or drought proofing. In fact, let's understand that it's a cultural, whatever you are going to maintain there, it is directly linked with the drought, it directly linked with the ecological security. So it means if we catch this cultural part, with this art, artifacts, painting, literature, so many things, cultural aspect. If Aravalli culture is basically valor, if it is connected with the whole eco-restoration, I think people will get involved in the whole thing. And they'll start owning it that this is their program. Third thing is that for my young officers, especially from field, this is one of the rarest occasions where you have the opportunity to listen to people from different walk of life, senior officers from the government, different department, different ministry, different institution. I think I'm sure you are going to reflect on it. Whatever each one has said, you are going to reflect and think about it, what is the takeaway? What is the takeaway and how you can improve? And fourth point to me is what Mr. I think Sanjay Upadhyay said, the delineation, demarcation, boundary, that is very, very important thing. I think day by day significance we are realizing. And for starting a micro plan, I think this part has to be done. Without this thing, it's not going to take you anywhere, I know it's very challenging, it's a very, 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 but micro plan, I think, in fact, in water sector, I had little bit experience actually, that if your village action plan or whatever word you use, if this plan is so comprehensive, encompassing everything, that any department, any organization is able to use it. So your idea, your work, it can be dovetailed and everybody start on it. In Jal Jeevan Mission in water set, we prepare village action plan and district action plan. So any department who want to, in Gujarat, in fact, first time when we launched in 2001 this village water security. So in that village, any work has to be done, water related, be brought at one place. Fund coming from MLA fund, MP's area development plan, tribal sub plan, or this, that, anywhere coming. It has to be spent as per this. So I take liberty here, all 4 states officer, DG himself is present. I think if we are able to develop this area development plan, very comprehensive, that each and every department, each and every organization, even some NGO, some philanthropic work, somebody want to invest there, they should use this plan. It should not be only afforestation. It should not be, technical things you have already discussed. I would not like to talk about the importance of nursery or local species, lineage species, or species which in arid and semi-arid region. I think that you know better than me, because I have not been, I haven't got the opportunity to work in forest department since I work in 96 actually. So I am not a very forestry or wildlife person, but whatever I have learned in larger, policy making, I think that is the one thing I would like to say. Lastly, I think I must compliment Sankala Foundation, the young team, Ministry of Environment and Forests, particularly Haryana Forest Department, Mr. Vivek Saxena and PCCF and others who came together. And in last stages, MOEF and senior officers from NAB and others, how they help basically curate this kind of conference, bring everybody together and take it forward. Friends, while closing, I genuinely wish you all very best in this endeavor. But please make it that whether tangible or intangible benefit, and these cultural, especially socio-economic, ecological, ecosystem services, they should be so profound, so much highlighted, that instead of direct mining or any other exploitation, I think vis-a-vis that, if somebody does this thing, that yes, these are the things. In fact, people like my generation, when we went to Gujarat in 1990, 85 to 87 was drought years. And we realized the value of water actually. And imagine this, once this realization came to people in Gujarat, today I have no hesitation in saying here that one of the major reasons for Gujarat faster socio-economic development, especially economic growth, is water security. One of the major, so here Dr. Pandey is here actually, and for forestry also, water is the limiting factor. I think this Aravalli can change the whole dynamics of this region. So my request would be that we should try. Lastly, I think we have no choice except to go to people, involve them, whether civil society, NGOs, and until we don't come together, I think there is no scope for success. I think we have moved into an era where half measure is not going to be helpful. We all have to come together for some kind of purpose. I think if we are able to define this purpose in terms of ecological services, cultural significance, socio-economic development, drought proofing, water security, I think eco-restoration of Aravalli is much easier rather than direct economic exploitation. With these words, once again, I wish you all very best. Thank you for having me here. And lastly, before closing, as you understand, right to life is linked to right to clean, access to clean air, right to clean water. And I think without forest, without this kind of landscape, whether it's air or clean water, not possible to have. And here is the significance of this department, this organization, and the people who are working in forestry sector. This approach, ecosystem approach and holistic approach, I think we'll be able to take everybody along and push forward. Thank you all very much. Have a wonderful time and safe journey back to your home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your very important remarks. I now request Ms. Utkarsha Rathi, Sankala Foundation, to present the vote of thanks.
Thanks, Adiba. On behalf of Sankala Foundation and the entire Aravalli project team, I extend my sincere and heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made today's conference meaningful, purposeful, and impactful. We are deeply honored by the presence of our distinct dignitaries and extend our respectful thanks to Shri Bhupendra Yadav Ji, Honorable Union Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Rao Narveer Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Wildlife, Government of Haryana, His Excellency Ms. Rasmus Abelgaard Christensen, Ambassador of Denmark to India, and Shri Sushil Kumar Avasthi Ji, Director General of Forest and Special Secretary MOFCC, for gracing the conference with their presence and for their valuable encouragement to the cause of eco-restoration. We are grateful to Shri Bharat Lal Ji, Secretary General and CEO NHRC India, for his guidance and continued support to the initiative, and for his valedictory address, which powerfully reinforced the vital linkages between the ecological restoration, livelihoods, and human well-being. We also sincerely thank Mr. V.B. Kumar, former PCCF and HOF Punjab and distinguished fellow Sankala Foundation, for his strategic guidance and for helping shape a clear, actionable roadmap emerging for today's deliberation. Our sincere thanks to Shri C.N. Pandey Ji for gracing this valedictory session, and to Shri Shyam, Director General of Forest and Special Secretary MOFCC, for his leadership and sustained action in advancing the Aravalli Green Wall Project and sustaining national restoration priorities. We are deeply appreciative of all our session chairs and distinguished speakers for bringing depth, clarity, and practical insights to the discussion across ecology, community mobilization, water security, and Aravalli Green Wall mission. To our partners, the Embassy of Denmark in India and Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, our collaborators, and the Sankala team, thank you for dedication and tireless efforts behind the scenes. And all our participants and listeners, thank you. Your presence and engagement give strength and momentum to this participation. Today, this is not just a conference, it's a milestone in our shared journey to restore the Aravallis. Thank you very much again.
Quickly, many of you have asked for the whole report. It should be on our website soon. Please write to us if you want us to send you a copy.
Thank you, ma'am and Utkarsha. With this, we have reached the end of today's conference. May I request everyone to join us over a cup of tea and take this discussion forward. Wishing you all a safe journey back to your home. Thank you. Thank you.